la mina ngizosakela la ngizophola mina kuzodlula ungakwatela la mina ngizosakela la uzophola mina ngizodlula. You let me down, you let me feel like I am alive to figure out. I guess now we can be done, we can move on about a little lives, a little lives. Aquatela, mina ngizosakela, ngizophola, kuzodlula. Aquatela, mina ngizosakela, ngizophola, ngizodlula.
I've learned from my mistakes, and I'm trying to make it better. But I'm only human. Some days it's hard to move on, so I keep fighting every day. I don't blame myself for my mistakes. I'm only human.
Switch.
I've learned from my mistakes, and I'm trying to make it better. But I'm only human. Some days it's hard to move on. I'm only human.
Just get by in life before we die. I only live a single time, no chances to revive. Days are slip away sometimes when pressure holds too tight. Make up my mind and override the fight. I've been patient, waiting for an answer, contemplating. Didn't get me any closer to the reason why I feel the need to do it all. Do it all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup of 2026, featuring League of Legends. My name is Dia, and I am joined by Rudude as we cover now the second day of competition, Rudude. Yesterday, we had the group stage. Today, we bring you the semifinals and then subsequently the grand finals.
Yeah, so we have got two streams going on. Obviously, you've joined us here on Stream B. We will be covering the first semi-final and then the third place playoff match. Stream A will have the grand finals live over there as well. So make sure that you are finding those favored teams, whoever it is that you want to be taking a look at. And see who it is that you are looking for. Obviously, this is Stream A. They're going to be starting off with Rule 34 got versus the DDD. This is a rematch of the previous final in the Veeam tournament. And then on our stream here, we've got Tilt as a Service up against Q Team Play. The Q, as identified from their banner here, dear, standing for questionable.
The challengers of this tournament, right? Like you said, Stream A has our old podium makers, and now over on Stream B, we've got the teams that can look to take that away from them. Tilt as a Service looked fantastic yesterday, and questionable team play had their run against the team that should already be top of the bracket, Rule 34 Urgot, but did end up falling. It's not done for them though. They could absolutely move quite a bit further in the bracket should they be able to win this particular game. And that's going to be a tall order, especially up against Panic Flash, who, I'll admit it, Rudude, looked unstoppable yesterday.
Well, yeah, Panic Flash, unfortunately, not as unstoppable as maybe they might have hoped. They had a pretty good run of things through the second game they played. The first game they did look pretty stoppable, let's say.
Yes.
But then obviously we've got QTP coming up for us as well. They were able to actually had a bye on the way through the bracket to get into the semi-final. And I think that for what we look back at yesterday, obviously we've got second and first playing on either side. Tilt as a Service coming in undefeated. For me, do come in as the favourites for this game, but it is a best of three. And I think that added extra element here could definitely bode a little bit better for any underdogs.
Yeah, Tilt as a Service, definitely the team that I meant to say when I said they looked unstoppable.
Yes.
That was, I hope if you watched the stream yesterday, yeah, you would have seen it, especially as we talked about throwing some serious problems out from the top lane. That seems to be where this squad is consistently, if not just strong, dominant. We saw game one Ornn, which was great, into a game two Mordekaiser that warped the game around him. That's going to really be the focus, especially in this matchup. Are you going to crumble in the face of a top lane that looks like they're able to spread out their advantages so well? Or are you going to find a way to shut that lane down? And who's to say?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup for QTP. And I don't know if they like it being abbreviated to QTP. For me, it just seems to fit. But for questionable team play, either way, they're going to be having to answer some very tricky questions because that top side, it is not easy to contain. I'd like to think that they will have known this and that coming into the day, they'll be looking at making sure they can find some sort of success through their own top lane. And then, of course, making sure that they find ways to find successes in their own right as well. So who's working for them? What went well yesterday? And what can they look to play through very nicely in today's best of three?
Yeah, yesterday, even in their 50-50 win-loss ratio, should we say, the win for quality team play, or rather questionable team play, came from having a Shen top lane complementing the rest of a pretty tanky squad. They were comfortable with the front to back. I'd like to see them pull out something like a Shen again, especially because it can turn into such a good neutralizing lane with nice, easy map impact, something that actually could, in theory, work out quite well in the matchup that they have today.
Yeah, because this for Tilt as a Service, they weren't a team that had no flaws. Obviously, we highlighted their top lane as definitely being really, really solid. And Haki as a player, we had a little chat with, was very confident in their own ability, very confident on the Rift as well. But that bot side had its own elements, really. Of doubt, a couple of instances of getting caught out where maybe we shouldn't have been, and just a little bit of unfamiliarity with certain matchups. But I do want to call out that there's an opportunity here for questionable team play to find their own set of advantages. And we got to speak to the mid laner as well for Tilt as a service. Pepic, in fact, finding um, a pretty good run of things as the game gets later, but making their way to that point was a bit tricky.
Yeah, and one of the fun things that we saw yesterday was the Zoe Aurelian Soul matchup
Mm.
that ended up working out quite well. I think one of the things that stood out to me there is that the draft strategy ends up working great for Tilt as a service because they have a little bit more space to draft whatever it is that they need and then figure out the top side later, or pick a generically strong top side and then get themselves a little bit more space later on in the draft. That's allowed them quite a bit, and I'd like to see the same thing coming from questionable team play. As we talk about it, we're actually going to pop right into the
Mm.
draft and questionable team play. Start things off with a Malzahar Darius, notably top laner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the bans here for questionable team play. Frequently, we see sort of focusing out on that strong top lane pick, but this time around, they've not really drawn any bans up there. Victor being taken away, Nocturne being taken off the board as well. Definitely going to be something that harms Pepic a little bit more than anything else, and the Nico taken away as well. Definitely something that I'm always a fan of, banning Nico, because that champion and its engage capabilities are very, very strong. But the Malzahar and the Darius comes on through. It's a strong early lane, and we will see whether or not we get to see the Mordekaiser come back out. It was the matchup that we saw from Haki yesterday, but this Darius was as a counter to the Mord.
I am curious as well. I mean, the Zareth pickup for Tilt as a service, technically a takeaway from the questionable team play mid laner who whipped it out yesterday against Rule 34 Urgot. I like that there's been a little bit of, review. What have questionable
Mm-hmm.
team play played recently? How can we take that, force them into something a little bit more awkward? The Ash
Ooh.
also worked really well against them, but with the Shen pickup, it's likely that we're seeing a pivot of the Darius elsewhere on the map. And
I mean, maybe
jungle? Are we
even
jungling?
maybe even the Shen pivot is
Yeah.
also possible. I mean, the rumors of Shen support and that still being a thing, you can impact the map and maybe have a pretty decent lane. I do think that versus an Ashe, it's going to be pretty brutal. Ashe is a very
Mhm.
long ranged marksman, so definitely not something that you would expect to see do well. Into an Ashe necessarily. But we
Mhm.
get to see them banning away their top lane now. Darius has been given some jungle ratios as well, so could be both of them in that jungle as well. Shen jungle definitely a thing on the current patch as well. The Bandle Pipe's a little bit more of a supportive build. Do end up being quite nice for him. And
Mhm.
obviously, if you look at this from Tilt as a service, they've got a lot of range already in the Ashe and the Zerath. The Trundles to sort of act as a little bit of front line, maybe try and find some slows. But we'll see whether or not anything extra is able to be picked up to help them with that range, or if they need to find something to be a bit more frontline, something to give them a bit of space in the team fight.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see more forms of engage come through for Tilt as a service. They've already got the ability to, like we said, fish like they did yesterday with things like Zareth and Ash, even Trundle's Pillar serving as a form of soft engage. Also going to be great into the Malzahar, is something that we'll get to talk about a little bit later.
Mm.
But when we think about the way that Tilt as a service have performed so far, they do like to have the harder form of engage, and that's got to come from somewhere. I'd like to see it likely come from their top lane, especially because that their support has not been the place that is driving the game more often than not. It really does live up to the supportive role, being there in the right place at the right time to make sure the play goes well, but very rarely starting the engagement.
Yeah, and we had CQTP here locking in the Kai'Sa, so they're opting into a little bit more dive centric, pick one target, try and take them out of the game. Definitely a possibility here. Wouldn't mind that at all. But they're playing up against an Ashe, which is definitely a very tricky laning phase for the Kai'Sa. The Braum locked in as well. This is as a
Mhm.
duo. Very terrifying. We've got triple Freljord so far, 4 tilt as a service, plus a lot of long range. So lots of CC, lots of range coming through. We haven't seen a Zehen ban just yet. That might be the answer into the Darius, and
Nice.
it was the pick that we got to hear. We were excited for Haki. But instead, it's going to be the pivot. The Trundle goes into the top lane. Aqua Sound taking that Master Yi that we got to see from them in game number 1 yesterday, back again in game 1 today.
And if you were on the A stream earlier yesterday and you've tuned in to the B stream now to follow questionable team play, be aware that this Master Yi plays like an unhinged lunatic. He will run at you at every level. Aqua Sounds Yi was terrifying yesterday, and it really is because of his willingness to go, I am Yi, I know I could be farming right now, but I am actually going to take this fight. It's worked out really well for a team that skirmishes very well and is able to collapse more often than not. It is, however, high risk, and that is something that we have to note, especially into the close range juggernauts in CC that
Yeah.
questionable team play have. I mean, you're picking Yi into Malzahar, Shen, and Leona.
You can't alpha a Malzahar ulti, which is the really sad thing here. That unfortunately, at a certain point, you will just get hit by a Malzahar and probably fall. Is the realistic nature of this now. For questionable team play, they've got smatterings of really good damage, and then obviously the Kai'Sa to sort of be that consistent DPS threat, which should be lots and lots of good fun for questionable team here to play around. But I am worried that if they take all of their focus onto the Yi, will they have somebody to answer the Trundle, have somebody to answer the Ashe, the Xerath, who will be dishing out damage from afar? Or are they going to struggle in that aspect as well and just sort of find themselves with ultimately no place to go and a composition that doesn't do quite enough to offset all of the decent dive, really, that there is on both sides?
One of the things that we'll have to keep an eye on as well is that we didn't see a whole lot more super hard engage come through for Tilt as a Service. With the Braum, they have a little bit more crowd control to throw on top of everything, but again, it's not going to be the one big team fight go button. And you're always going to have a few seconds to organize a team fight as questionable team play, which, credit to their name, may be a little bit difficult to do, but on the other side of that is going to be really important when they have such a bruiser-centric composition and the ability for Malzahar to completely ruin somebody's day. If you're Tilt as a Service and you start an engage off and you're a little bit disjointed, relying on some slows to maybe grab people out of position, Malzahar can very quickly turn that around on you, and ultimates out of the mid lane are going to be the thing to watch, especially around the level 6 into even level 10, 12 mark, where we're in the mid game, and that can really determine the tempo of the entire game.
It really can. And like you say, those single picks are going to be so easy to find as well. They have a lot of really good single target lockdown with the Leona as well, with a Kai'Sa being able to, hopefully land that Void Seeker, be able to proc that plasma very quickly. Expectation is that it's not going to be an easy thing to find these engages as Tilt as a Service, unless, of course, it all goes sort of really snowbally in the early stages of the game. And then at that point, trying to get to a Kai'Sa at 3 items can be a little bit difficult. Trying to get to a late game Malzahar who can just press R and one-shot somebody can be quite tricky. If you've been rolled over in the early stages of the game, that then becomes much less likely to be the case and much more difficult to succeed.
Dupa Lipa is such a fantastic name. And also, looks like in a nice scenic place as well. I'm enjoying that from Conrad. It seems like he's got a well-rounded thing going on. Shenpi, another player to keep our eyes on, did pilot the Shen yesterday in the top lane and is the top laner so far for questionable team play. The very player that is making me go, well, surely this is a Shen top lane, but at the same time we got a Darius, and I'm very curious once we load onto the Rift what we've ended up going with, because those two things are going to be vastly different gameplay patterns.
They really are. And again, we had before the series, it was these teams asked to fill in a little bit of information. Now, questionable team play, they've only a couple of them have filled it in, but there was a really, really good tidbit here from Shenpai in particular. Their piece of information about themselves, I will say, this is in the About Yourself section. They said, if your ultimate is not on cooldown, it means you aren't using it. Suggests to me that there's an element of proactivity here that I should be looking for from Shenpai, regardless of who they're playing into this next game. We have to imagine that they're going to be the one piloting the Shen. I think the question is just really, where is it going to be?
Yeah, that is a Shen Enjoyers quote, right there. The whole ultimate.
If I'm not ulting, I'm not playing.
Exactly. Now, around the rest of the map, I am going to be curious about vision score as well. That actually was something that we saw teams lose control of very quickly against Tilt as a service. And vision score, if able to live up to the name, may very well be able to make the entire team's job much easier. This is a pivotal position for any team, but especially when you have a support that is so focused on the vision game, it should be giving you a lot of difficult to grasp in the moment, but long term advantages that will win you a game.
Yeah, and that's obviously really important, especially when you're trying to play a more pick-centered composition. Do you see the Leona coming? Do you see the Malzahar and the angles that they have to try and find that suppressant onto you? If you do, then excellent, happy days. If you don't, that's then when you're going to find yourself in a little bit of a sticky situation, and when
Hmm.
problems will begin to arise in that aspect as well.
One important difference that I want to note between yesterday and today is that today's matches are best of three as well. If you tuned
Mm.
into the stream yesterday, A or B, you would have seen all best of ones. Today, we've only got two matches, but they're best of threes. And so this game will serve as not just, a chance to take a step forward in the series and a good win, but also an opportunity for the winning team to get themselves a small advantage, one step closer to the finals, and for the losing team of the first game to study up a little bit on what exactly is working and not. There's the chance to adapt, even if it is only one game long in this series, and that's going to be an important thing to keep our eyes on as well as we get into the first couple of games. I mean, yesterday we saw Tilt as a service steamroll teams pretty quickly. And
Mm.
one shot, one kill, it works out. But this time around, you notice something that's working for Tilt as a service. Maybe you're able to formulate a game plan in between games one and two as either Tilt as a service or questionable team play to try and strike back in the second round.
Yeah, especially you talk about this power of a best of series. It's really important that we can keep our eyes out and sort of look at how well they are able to adapt in between these games. Because if they end up with a really good team play, really good plan, but top lane collapses in on itself or the jungle collapses in on itself, they might want to try and do that again and just provide that small amount of support to prevent that same thing from happening once more. So there are a couple of really good options that we can see be utilized, you'd like to think.
Hmm.
Equally, we might end up seeing things that are a little bit more stompy in a best of three because they've got that game to be able to give something a go and then try and swing something back in the rest of the series as well.
Hmm. It is going to be, I think, the best test of synergy and problem solving in and out of the workplace. Because we got to remember, everybody here works together, and
Yeah.
so in between games one and two, especially if game one hasn't gone well, the way that you approach problem solving and maintaining good vibes within the team is going to translate outside of the rift as well. A quick note that as this is a best of three, as we've been mentioning, it is also fearless draft, which
Mhm.
means that all the champions that you've seen picked in this first game will not be available for the second game. In large part, this isn't concerning me, but I did notice that Shen was picked.
And if you pick Shen as Shen Pai and you don't win that, that does
Hmm.
feel like the ace up your sleeve may have been used suboptimally, is the way I'm going to phrase it.
Mm-hmm.
If you are one of these players who really likes to play on just one type of champion, you give it up and you lose it, um, lose on it, that could
Hmm.
then be a pretty big deal, a pretty big problem as well. So um, that's something to keep your eye out for. If Shenpai not able to succeed on the Shen, bad business. If they do find this first win, and I think that is going to be a tricky thing in any case. Trying to find a win up against Tilt as a service, but if they do it, very impressive. And then they've got to find another one on a champion that we're expecting to be slightly less comfortable for at least a couple of these players.
And it really is very likely to come down to top lane. It's not so much that top lane is the cornerstone, but when you see the way that the rest of the game plays out, it is definitely a fault line that is dangerous when playing against Tilt as a service. It may not be like the reason I say it's not a cornerstone is because while we saw an incredible amount of pressure come from top side, I don't think that it was the only thing holding the rest of the team up. Tilt as a service across the
No.
map do play very well, but what we definitely noticed in the second game from Tilt as a Service yesterday is that when their top lane is able to really pop off, it can single-handedly crumble an enemy team.
Yeah, it can. And you're exactly right that when we see a really big performance out of one of those solo lanes, it does end up being a big deal. Pepitch as well, really solid performance from yesterday in that second game. Didn't die on the Zoe in that second one and had a really good showing, sort of making a real display of what Zoe is capable of. So that's when it's the really good stuff that they're looking at. Obviously, there's an opportunity here for questionable team play to come in and rival that in certain aspects, or even just neutralize it, because there are areas of the map that could be exploited in other ways as well.
That's certainly true. I mean, thinking about it, we did mention the Kaisa combination with Malzahar and ability to rush into the map, but you're going up against Kaisa Leona in the bot side, which even into Ashe Braum can absolutely take control of the game. Leona especially provides so much in terms of skirmishes. Braum, very well known for level ones, but after you get a couple of levels under you, Leona is absolutely able to deal with that. And I will say right now, for those of you in the audience, Leona, one of my most despised champions in League of Legends. So Leona starts popping off, you're gonna hear some choice and work appropriate words from me.
Some choice and work appropriate words, exactly what everybody was looking for here. As we fly, hopefully I think into game, if I heard correctly.
Nice.
For game number one here. Nice and early, 1 minute in, and we're already into the laning phase. It's a Darius jungle. It's a Shen in that top side for Shen Pai. And as I do my quick check around the rift here, dear, we have no problems with people rolling that streamer mode. I can give everybody their full attention and full name they need.
Excellent, excellent. Good news for us. And the all right news in the top lane for both sides. Haki does have the slight sustain advantage on Trundle, with being able to take out the minions and get a little bit of extra health and healing. So these early trades aren't going to bother him nearly so much, but level 2 hit early, and he goes for yet another one. That's going to be the story of this top side, and I'm looking for Shenpai to turn this thing around.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tricky matchup regardless for the Shen. At a certain point, he'll get that W, which will prevent some of the auto attacks from going down, and you can maybe take a quick trade there. But this is once again, you know, Haki taking the Ignite, going to be looking to punish very early onto the Shen. And if you're able to do that, then great. But even if you're not, as this game gets later, there's just no way of a Shen being able to hold a Trundle in that side lane and being able to do that consistently. It's just not going to be tenable. And if this game doesn't get relatively quickly sorted in terms of how easily they can manage the Trundle, and I expect the later this game goes, the more difficult it becomes.
It's going to be another situation, much like we had in game 1 for Tilt as a Service yesterday, where specifically Paolu has the opportunity to shut down one person. Malzahar can ult once in a team fight. Are you ulting Yi? Are you ulting Trundle? Are you hopefully not ulting somebody else? Because between those two, you're going to need to shut somebody down. And with the way that Haki has been playing, with the way that he's able to snowball games, we may very well see a situation where he's the one drawing a lot of these Malzahar ults, and Aqua Sound is able to run forward unimpeded.
Already relatively low on that mana front, though, on the Malzahar, which is going to make this laning phase quite tricky for a little bit of time. Probably got enough to just fire one more E down, but Pepitch, you can see, having a pretty good run of things in terms of their mana pool. Both of these mid laners rocking the teleport, so it's not too bad to just go back to base TP to get your mana in. Oh, yeah, bot lane's going pretty well for questionable team play.
That really worked out. First gank off the Darius, and we are big chilling. We'll likely be able to interrupt this back, so it's a little awkward, but you grab first blood as a Darius jungle, and that is extremely good for you.
That is exactly what you want, then. Like, that's the go-to, really, is get a kill off of your full clear, then go back to base, spend that extra gold, and now you can look at maybe contesting the enemy jungler, right? Aqua Sound has full cleared, now working their way through their second set of camps as they respawn. Didn't manage to find a recall in that window, but did take the top crab. So he's going to have another full clear in before they have to actually go back to base and pick up their items. But if they do meet in the river anywhere, I'm expecting Hegel to be in a very good spot.
Especially with the boots. Like, I mean, you can really run somebody down as Darius with the slows that you're already able to put down. And then the additional boots to get the hemorrhage stacks going. Pro4 has shown back up on the bot side. He was the one to fall earlier. No fault of his own, really. You got 3 people in your lane. And now has to play a little bit safe while the wave slowly gets pushed in. You can tell that the bot lane for questionable team play would really like to take their back soon. Hegel flashing on the top side for Hacky, but forces a flash out of Trundle himself. Really nice gank, and Hacky on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, they've utilized this Trundle with no flash, no teleport early on really nicely. Force under the turret. Really try and make this a tricky situation for the Trundle, but with all these minions falling underneath the turret, gonna get a good amount of HP on back. You see Aquasound spots the Darius on the top side. I think this dragon is a little bit optimistic, if I do say so myself, and decides a better thing of it. Goes back away into his own jungle, but still hasn't recalled as bot side are fighting.
Yeah, and we're ulting with the Shen. StreamB shows up, double taunt onto Pro4 and Rosalie, and turns that fight around. Tepic, a little bit late to the fight, is still going to answer back with a kill on Vision Score. Flash forward from Rosalie, has the slows. Aquasound flashes for this as well. We're looking for some kills, and Aquasound almost finds one, but underneath the tower, 1 HP. Ken manages to live, and StreamB, the reason for it, turning that bot lane play into a 1-for-1.
Hey man, if your ult is not on cooldown, you're not using it, you know? so the second StreamB dings level 6 makes his presence felt down in the bot side. Now it comes at a cost. It comes at giving Hacky a lot of free time on that top side. So he gets a plate, he gets a free recall, and now has a timeout as well. So it's going to be in a position where that 1v1 might be in trouble.
Remember, little level 6, Darius is already first blooded, already accelerated. Alpha strikes the ult for some style points, but not a whole lot more. Yi is gone, and Hegel looks for a little bit more, at least grabbing the Q heal off of Pro4 and stacking 1 hemorrhage up. This is not a bad spot for quality team play, questionable team play to be in, but you can see why I went with quality, because that's certainly been the story of their first few minutes.
Yeah, they've done really well so far, and Hegel as well, just kind of dominating in the jungle right now, has gone for this very aggressive build path with the Serrated Dirk and the Rectrix working very nicely towards that first lethality item, and is going to look to kind of dumpster whoever they end up walking into. Darius known for being this juggernaut, but maybe with a slight alteration to the build path, might get to see him be more of an assassin with a very quick set of combos.
You say whoever they end up walking into, 50-50 on this, but you'd really like it to be topside. And fortunately enough, Hegel's reading that as well. This 68-37 CS really does tell the story here. StreamB has done a fantastic job of neutralizing Trundle so far, but it is just a neutralization game, spreading that advantage, or rather lack of disadvantage out, using Shen to impact the rest of the map. But at some point, Hacky needs to be addressed, and given how accelerated your jungle is, I'd love to see Hegel make some impact up there, maybe even with the help of Palu.
Yeah, and I mean, like we say, it is coming at a slight cost. He's 600 gold down. Is StreamB right now, so not able to make the most of that effort. But this time, Aquasound finds the dragon. The question is, can they find a way out?
Not sure that's going to be possible. Hegel unstopped as he walks down here, and this time, no Alpha Strike to save you from the Darius. Hemorrhage stacks already all the way up. It's a second dunk for Hegel, and might just be a third if he can survive. Yes, he can! Palu saves his life, managing to use the Nether Grasp just in the nick of time and give over another couple of kills. 2 questionable team play. 4-0 now on this Darius. Jungle is the place we are watching.
It's a really good ulti from Palu. It's one of those where you're thinking, well, actually, we don't need to ulti in order to find the kill, but the ult keeps his jungler alive, and that's the important part there. You preserve that shutdown. The Youmu's being picked up now as well. Finds a really good spot for the life preservation of their jungler. Taki on this top side does put down the Subjugate. Didn't commit the Ignite there. but is looking to try and find a bit of something extra onto Shenpai. Unsuccessfully so thus far. Journey back into the river, maybe for some honey fruit. There you go, and help out a little bit of Aquasound, who's doing a really good job at taking these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, just enabled by some really good map pressure and calls from the team. I know that that dragon was punished on the bot side, but objective stacking is still going to be incredibly useful when you've got a scaling composition like this. Yi and Trundle together are terrifying. And on the other side of this, I mean, Malzahar, Kaisa certainly have potential to carry late games, but it's nothing like that limitless potential that somebody like Yi will have.
We know that this game is going to be difficult for the Master Yi. Obviously has that opportunity and has the chance to do it, but finding a success story there is going to be really tricky. You're doing this into Leona, into Malzahar, into Darius and Shen. Lots of CC there to make their life tricky. I think so long as quality team play, questionable team play, we'll find as many different keywords as we can throughout the day. As long as they can find a way to manage this side lane as the game gets a little bit later, they are going to be absolutely fine. If that's not the case, though, that's then where the problem starts to arise. Worth mentioning as well that Pepich on this Malzahar, against this Malzahar rather, down 10 CS, but has found a couple of kills roaming with that ulti. Has done a pretty good job.
Beautiful, beautiful ult timing, and a little bit of CC layering going awry, but Aquasound should be able to get out of this. Flashes out, and I'll call that a win. I'll call that a win.
Ooh! Okay, Leandri's really almost did a nasty on to Aquasound there. Definitely feeling a little bit worse for wear in the current matchup, down relative to his counterpart. And also finding it really tricky. Hold on.
No flash on Palu. This is rough. He steps up one step too far, and Pepich will punish up towards top side. Shenpai has rejoined the lane. He is slowly but surely losing this tower, and it feels bad that he managed to ult mid lane. A great ult once again, and still end up losing pressure.
I wonder, is this going to be full item here for Haki? Yeah, there's that Ravenous Hydra, so now extra lifesteal. So, yes, there's the Grievous Wounds being picked up for Shenpai, but as soon as that has been worn off, you're just going to be able to sustain back to pretty much full HP on the wave as the Trundle here. So, it's a pretty tricky spot, pretty tough position to be in as the Shen. Hopefully, we'll see some sort of return to the top side for Heagle. Feels like that's where the majority of the gold lies currently and where they'll need it to. But look, you can see he's taking a lot of damage here just to try and get a little bit of poke, but pops the W down to increase the self-healing. Vampiric Scepter in that Ravenous Hydra means he's back to full health already.
Yeah, it's definitely a move that lets him just take more frequent trades. Ones that may even be disadvantageous. And speaking of trades, we got one going down bot side. Flash immediately out of Rosalie, but Killer Instinct follows that up so quick. It's a great ult. But Pro4 won't be able to save Rosalie forever. Vision Score does rocket on forward, and Aquasound showing up in the bot side. Hagel stacks that hemorrhage, slams down once again, and is still alive even through the burn. Goes down to single digits, and dodging the Xerath ult manages to survive.
Swifty Boom's doing a lot of work there. The Youmuu's out of combat move speed also going to be really nice as well. It's on this top side. Haki might be in trouble here. Got some healing.
You got to be careful about that. Subjugate will do some nice heavy lifting here.
And then another wave comes in. Heals back to probably 75% HP here. Oh, Paolo found Aquasound on the bot side. I don't think he'll be able to get out. Oh, they're going to find another.
Left. We've seen that, Leandrews, though.
Might be dead. Might be dead. Yeah.
Could do it.
Goodbye. Ocean Dragon.
That's
Ocean Dragon value.
That's actually pure calculus. Oh my lord, speaking of calculations or miscalculations, Haki falls in the top side, taking one too many tower shots. First blood in the top lane, drawn by Shenpai.
Yeah, and especially after you've ulted out twice. That's really nice to see that you're still able to hold that turret, is how I'm going to frame it, because I think in an outright 1v1 without turret intervention, Haki probably still wins, but the fact that the Shen is able to find that kill and put the brakes on this Trundle is pretty impressive, pretty necessary as well, given the state of the game.
Now, I do want to just illustrate this just a touch. Normally around 20 CS, we can call it equivalent to a kill. So what we're seeing, 1-0 and 1 Shen. We've got 50 CS up on the Trundle. This is basically a 2-kill Trundle.
Plus all the turret plates as well. So probably a 3, maybe 4-kill Trundle currently in terms of gold lead. But hey, you know, this turret probably not long for the world. It's got that Chrysalis on right now, so just walk up, try and find it. I don't think you're going to take too much damage from a taunt and a couple of turret shots, but as you'll see, Senpai's doing a good enough job right now just holding that.
Oh, does use the taunt though, and immediately Hacky goes, you know what? I'm just going to walk this one in. Hagel is here. We do have to find this 2v1. Hacky cannot be allowed to win this and is life-stealing off the wave in the meantime. Has Aqua Sound here, but already full hemorrhage stacked up on him. He's trying to back away as Hagel goes lower. Aqua Sound gets taunted. Hagel comes back for the swing and bleeding to death. Aqua Sound flashes forward for the Alpha Strike to secure the kill. Shenpi's still chasing him down and should be able to collect it with the last few autos coming through on the Meditate. It'll be another kill traded over, 1-for-1 top side, and Hacky gets collected by Palu on the back end in the river. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of questionable team play.
So a little bit of time for Pepic in the mid lane, but overall a really good roam from questionable team play, and Palu in particular does find a little bit of access. I don't think they're going to be able to walk back through into the mid lane the short way here, as Pepic does hold them at bay. But let's take a look at the gold, because that's really what we need to be interested in. It's dead even despite the kill score. It's 4 kills for the Xerath, bot side in trouble.
We're actually trying to turn this. Kiel in trouble, ignited as well, does use the killer instinct to get back onto Rosalie, who instantly pops the barrier. This is a calculated play out of Tilt as the Service's bot lane, and Vision score low will be allowed to escape. Pro 4 wanting to hit the 1v1, but that's not happening. Rosalie's not here, and the 1 kill in their favor is going to be enough. I'm noticing Hacky showing up in this lane, so I guess we're lane swapping.
He's found another turret, and he'll be taking that one. I'm sure that's the plan.
Let's see how it works out. Does end up popping the Subjugate pretty early on in this fight, which is keeping him nice and topped up. Hagel heals an absurd amount, and now Hacky tanking the turret once again will still pick up the kill on Vision score and heal back up to 60% HP just in time to slap this tower around.
Okay. So the turret stays firm, but the Herald falls for Aqua Sound once again, being pretty much on top of those neutral objectives, save for the earlier Chemtech Drake, which was taken. Do you think that Tilt as a Service just barely now starting to play that map just a little bit nicer? Shenpai spending a lot of time in that top side trying to recuperate on lost gold. We saw in the toggle of the gold that they're about 1,600 gold behind the Darius. Do close that to about 1,500 here, but overall, not the greatest of displays in terms of that 1 versus 1. Is up in experience, but obviously down in gold.
Up in experience on Pepic as well, which makes this trade a whole lot more comfortable. Pepic not going to have the most fun laning against a Shen who has a lot of tankiness to sustain through his poke, but also the ability to impact the map so quickly, especially with Pepic having absolutely no teleport. Palu does find 3 members of Tilt as a Service in the river, controlling the Vision right now, something that we talked about in the pregame. Vision Score has done a great job on Leona of finding engages and even controlling Vision around the bot side. The only thing that's really keeping them in the conversation against Tilt as a Service when it comes to these fights. Great Enchanted Crystal Arrow cancels the Nether Grasp, but Hagel is here, and Hagel wants to fight. Out comes the Rift Herald, and into it we are going to go, running straight up against the towers. Pro4 is left alone with the Darius, not a sign of good things to come. Aqua Sound now walking straight into the Darius as well, will fall for his hubris, and Palu will be dodging some Xerath ults on the way out. Shen absorbing some of them as well, but 1-for-0 in the favor of questionable team play. They do lose a few plates in the mid lane, but I'm not too worried.
No, down on that bot side as well, Hacky becomes the focus of the 2-person duo. Is he looking for this 1v2? No, just going to look to try and catch and absorb this wave. Now, of course, with the timeout not particularly open to freezing, but that's Dragon. Next Tech Drake going to be on the menu here. First strike on the Xerath does mean he can get a good amount of damage down over the wall.
It's just too many people here. from questionable team play. They're definitely going to take the dragon. The question is what comes afterwards. Veeam-Sport's gone over the wall. Will he be able to get out? That last auto not connecting to proc the stun off of Winter's Bite. And Veeam-Sport will manage to walk his way out of committing into the enemy jungle with a dragon to boot.
Really solid early game from Heagle, and a nice transition into this mid game as well. That dead man's play at the Swifty shoes. This Darius is just really quick. Rosalie not quite got the damage until that final auto under the turret. Does find the connect, and that's a really big pick to have. A little bit more time now.
Aki flashing away, but still falling.
Bramblevest doing a lot of work, I guess. I mean, it doesn't look like really any damage got put down. Looks like that was just a pretty much 100-0. And this Trundle, like we said, as the game gets later, might well be a problem, but not really any issues right now. They seem to have everything pretty much in check. Struggling at all to manage keeping him in check.
Yeah, they just looking so comfortable managing a top laner that, as we mentioned, has just completely torn apart games in their previous series. Hacky in this game has not looked bad on the Trundle in terms of the micro team play, but questionable team play have really managed to isolate how exactly to deal with him. I think it's worth noting that a big part of this has been their play with Shen specifically in the early game, being able to impact the map. And I'm very happy to see that in this first game. I want to see it come to its natural conclusion, where questionable team play should be able to turn this into an even bigger game for themselves. But we have to remember as well that this Shen won't be pickable in the next game. We've got an engage going off in the mid lane. Kill already zoned out of this one and still eating poke from the Xerath, but with Malzahar on the front lines, Palu desperately wants a kill. Does have Profor sitting in the middle of everybody just as Hacky shows up. Remember, we've still got Nether Grasp available, but Hacky not going to actually have that channeled on him. There we go. Nether Grasp comes out, and even still, Hacky survived for a bit too long. Finally, a snipe from Pepik comes in to take down the Kaisa. Rosalie gets pulled back as well. Last shot not going to connect onto Palu. Not nearly enough damage. And Shenpi and Palu both walk out of this sub 200 HP, but up 3 kills.
Very nearly a 4 for 4 there. And honestly, had Pepik not channeled the right of the arcane in sort of the faces of Palu there, could very easily have turned into exactly that in the back half. But a 4 for 2 overall. Questionable team play. They're down in gold, but they're finding the fights. They're finding the kills in these skirmishes, and that's what's important as they continue through this game. If they can keep on stalling this game out and getting items onto Kaisa, items onto Paolo, that's going to be really important here.
Shenpi returning up to the top side, actually stepping up pretty far forward. The vision from questionable team play, allowing this for now. Control ward in the top side, River. Good timing with the Baron that has now become a possibility. Tilt as a service may not be super far ahead in this game, but they have got some serious damage coming from their auto attackers, as no better showcase of that is Hacky finding a solo kill on Palu in the bot lane.
And now finding this turret, and if nothing happens here, maybe even finding a second turret down on the bot side. We've got Hullbreaker now on the Trundle, so that split push is now fully in effect. And that's sort of the concern for this game, is what are they actually going to be able to do to handle this Trundle? Shenpai seem to have a pretty good hang of things through the early stages of the game. I don't know if that's going to be the case as we move this a little bit later.
Their top side working super well together, and I'm liking that Hegel has built a little bit more defensively as this has gone on. We started off with the Yomus, which was awesome for snowballing, and as we get later and later, Hegel's ability to survive is going to be directly proportional to his ability to output damage. This perhaps not the best start to it, but he does manage to get away from the Trundle Pillar before being bumped back. We've got Dragon coming up pretty soon. 30 seconds on that. Would be the second one for Tilt as a Service. Would be sole point for questionable team play.
Yeah, the power here you got to see right there of this move speed Darius build. Obviously, Swifties, Yomus, and Deadman's Play all giving a really good chunk of change in that movement speed department. So getting away from a Braum Q, getting away from a pillar is really nice, really easy, in fact, in this instance. And it's also a really good way to build versus a Trundle. Obviously, if the Trundle can't stay in range of you, you're just going to kite him out. Should be able to win out in these extended trades. But Dragon has now spawned. It's a 5v5 looking to crop up on this bot side of the map. Shenpai does have ulti plus teleport to get involved. Might want to save the ulti until level 16, but sure it won't stop him from firing it off if needed. Rabadon's death cap is picked up for Pepic, and you can see already he's starting to put in some good damage.
Flash out from Vision scoring completely isolated on the Leona. Tilt as a service. Find a pick, and it is just what they needed. Enchanted Crystallero does come through on Shenpi, but team, a little bit hesitant to commit, is finally going to throw out the Glacial Fissure to do so. Kill now has been found as well. Shenpi gets dove, and Kill, not too comfortable either, gets flashed on by Hacky. The turret shots chasing him down, but he's confident he's got this kill into the tower, and the last auto will secure it. That is 3 kills going down for Tilt as a service, and the Dragon absolutely available to them.
And they'll take it here with no real ramifications. That was a very solid team fight. It starts off with Pepic getting some good poke, pretty much zoning away Paolu and Heagle in the fight. And now, see Paolu trying to make their way into that bot side. Can probably take Hacky with the ulti, but not too much else will come from it. Dragon picked up. They do lose a tier 1 turret on that top side, so Heagle looking to make something happen in the game, but currently just getting poked out a little bit too much. Pepic is starting to come into their own, that late game that we know from this player. Their ability to navigate these team fights, play these control mages really nicely. So once again, starting to come home to roost.
First time we saw Tilt as a service play in this tournament, the game went 45 minutes and 8 seconds. Will we go longer here? I mean, 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
We're pretty even.
We are, and that's the scary part here, is that even though the kills were so in favor of questionable team play for a good long while, we take a look at some of that gold. Now just small advantages starting to extend into much bigger ones. 2.7k in the top lane, 15 or maybe just 1,000 in the mid lane. But then we look at the jungle for questionable team play. They've got about a 2,000 gold lead sat exclusively on that Darius, so if they can do work, it'll be fine.
Well, here's 2.7k gold advantage, slapping your AD carry to death. Shenpai now is going to get a little bit of backup from Paolu. Out comes the Nether Grasp onto one of the Trundle and Yi, but killing one in a little bit of a posthumous service. Paolu will actually manage to survive through the Zanyas, silences the Yi as well. This teleport coming in handy, 2 for 1, but the fight's not over. Vision score low as we throw out the Glacial Fissure, and Hegel in the front line, surviving, thriving even as he stacks up the hemorrhage and slams down onto Rosalie, picks up a second kill onto Pro4, and walks this one out with a double kill.
And it's just so quick that these Xerath ultis have no chance of landing. Just look at how quickly they're just darting about the jungle here. That blue smite as well means that every time you move into your jungle, you get that extra burst of movement speed. I mean, this game is still on that knife's edge. It was a 3 for 4, I believe, in the total long run thing across the map. Epic, the one who remains standing for his team, has done so the entire game, 6-0-4. Yet to fall in this one, has not given access to the Darius just yet. Can you imagine if the Darius is able to get on top of you? That's when the problems start to come through.
Yeah, we definitely experienced that in the mid lane. You can have Rosalie and Pro4 together all you like. I mean, Braum meant to protect the AD carry, and Pro4's not doing anything wrong there. Standing on top of the AD carry should, in all likelihood, in most cases, be the thing that saves Rosalie, but she's not able to live when you've got a Darius on top of you.
Now, what I will say... Oh, hold on, I'll hold it. Let's see.
We will say soon. Shenpai going for the taunt and finding it. We're all on top of a blast cone, so we're all going to go our separate ways right now, but Palu's shown up and whips out the Nether Grasp to at least find 1 kill for the squad, and there's a second one found on the other side. Pro4's Glacial Fissure does find 3, but Hegel collects him for a triple kill on his exit. That's 3 kills, and now a Baron going the way of questionable team play.
What are they going to lose, though? Hacky is in the bot lane, working his way through that tier 3 turret. They will find that, and the inhibitor probably going to fall as well. The Baron's still a little bit high on HP. Hacky does end up backing away. So it's going to be the Baron picked up, and a 1-team fight there. Now pushing against the Baron. Very, very difficult for the Trundle. You can imagine in the comms all he's saying is you just don't have to fight, don't die, but Unfortunately, not able to hold up to that. The engage power of the Leona just that little bit too strong. Finds the Zenith Blade over the wall, and the team does get caught on out. Now with the Baron at their backs, they're going to look to pave the way to try and take down some of these structures.
Remember, it takes at least 2 people to kill Hacky, so he gets to walk up into the mid lane and go, you better have at least 2 of them here. And the nice thing is that into a Baron play, he gets to do the same thing topside. Walking his way up there now. If you can create a numbers advantage for your team elsewhere on the map, that is likely going to be the thing that pushes this to be a tilt as a service win if it is meant to be. If questionable team play, however, are able to manage their macro well with quality team play, then they're going to be just fine. Hagel does get spotted, but Hawkshot not going to be too much more consequential. Now we're thinking about Hacky, though.
Yeah, 2 people recalling there is really smart. Let's just see how quick this turret goes down. Yeah, that was a good little Chrysalis proc there, but Hacky doesn't have a Sheen just yet, so the stats that are going to be taking down the turret, not quite fully built up, and looking for a Spirit Visage as well. Isn't going to particularly protect you up against the Darius, but will do well versus the rest of the squad. As this dragon has now spawned, and you have to imagine that this is just going to be forfeit unless Pepik can land some really nice poke on some crucial targets.
Rest of the team for tilt as a service that we're going over. This is the second time that Vision Score has done this. Despite the name, is going over into very little vision, and this time is going to die for it. It is a 1-for-1, however, as Leona, just that busted, manages to turn the play around. Aqua Sound chasing down Hagel, almost gets dunked on, but will find the shutdown before being shut down themselves. Now Kiel, looking for the last kill, will pick up that final one, completing the near ace onto tilt as a service. But the important exception, Hacky in the top side, has slain Shenpi and is going for the second inhibitor tower.
Yeah, and they'll probably be able to find the turret with no ulti on Paolu. That Nethergrass not going to be available. Gets caught behind the pillar and might just start working through it.
A flash out of Paolu as well. Malzahar cannot stand in the face of a Trundle like this. It's not even anti-healing on the Malzahar, so in sharp contrast to their Shen, it's going to have a much more difficult time. Pro4 standing here is going to try and defend the inhibitor, and actually with the Unbreakable manages to stall it out, but last shot, one more auto would do it. Inhibitor stays standing for tilt as a service.
Pro4
MVP.
Doing a lot of work right there. That Unbreakable working incredibly hard to keep the inhibitor turret alive. And the inhibitor itself even stands firm. But in that fight that we saw down on the bot side, lots of really small interactions. And we're getting to the point now where actually Master Yi is a threat. Aquasound, despite these 10 deaths, has not relented in their aggression. You know, consistently full sending, pretty much as we'd anticipated. But for the good of the team right there, found the 1,000 gold shutdown onto Hegel, despite being 2 levels down. Actually had a really good time of things in that 1v1. Still 2,500 gold behind, but doing more than enough to make a bit of a statement in that venture. Hacky now looking for Shenpai on that top side.
There's no flirting about this. He knows he wins the fight. Shenpai.
The team get here though.
Yeah, doesn't have a whole lot of backup on the way. Finally, we'll get a little bit, and flashing away saves his life. Now Hacky's here, and Hagel's on top of him, stacking up the hemorrhage. First dunk is going to connect. Second dunk slams it as well. Hagel's turning this fight, uses the third dunk to stack things up onto Rosalie. A double kill picked up by Pepik over the wall. A triple even, but Hegel and Paolu still stand strong.
Yeah, so they're holding the defenses right now. The issue is that they've got 2 inhibitors down, so it's so tricky to get anything done on the map because there's constant side lane pressure. So they spend a lot of time through this mid lane pushing out to begin with, and then they have to go to the top, to the bot lane, to catch all of those minions that have been crashed into their base. Another successful hold, though, and it's a good look for questionable team play. Epic here does get that turret, probably not able to punish. We've got a dragon spawning in 1 minute and 50 seconds here, dear. If questionable team play can make their way down there, it feels like the Hex Tech Dragon might just be that thing that takes it over the edge and makes these fights just that little bit more convincing, a little bit too easy for questionable team play.
Yeah, they're going to get some insane procs on that as well. Questionable team play. Despite not having a whole lot of range, the extra burst would just really make it that much easier, especially to deal with somebody like Aquasound, who does an immense amount of damage, but doesn't quite have the same level of tankiness that you're seeing somebody like Hacky or Hagel have. Ready for this next Baron spawn in about 30 seconds, though. I think it's a great call from Tilt as a Service to get over here and set up early vision. Early, and I'll say exclusive vision. Quality, questionable team play. Can't see an inch of this pit.
The Kais is showing on bot wave right now, so Kailonko is going to be in the wrong area for this to happen. Going to have to start making their way up. Instead, pings that they're going to look to try and take the fight to the bot lane. It's an instant start here for Tilt as a Service. There's no cone for Hegel. He's got no flash. They've got to go in through the front door.
Baron's gone. That's 3, 2, and it's out. Hagel gonna have to walk this one away as well. The movement speed, Darius doing work, but will get caught by a stun and taken out. Jungler down means that not just the Baron, but the Dragon in less than 20 seconds will belong to Tilt as a Service, denying the soul.
Haki's just TP'd into the top lane. They're trying to make this as difficult as possible for questionable team play. TP's in with the Baron with the Hull Breaker to buff up those siege minions as well. It does secure the Dragon here, Haki. You can see we're playing with the amount of respect necessary, but that puts us to a 7-Dragon game here if we should be so lucky, dear. Haki going to be spending a little bit of time trying to get a little bit more gold in their back pocket. Although has been engaged on.
Yeah, gets punished, but I'll be honest with you. Vision Score and Shenpai shouldn't have the damage on their own to take out a Trundle, but Kiel shows up, and suddenly that story changes quite quickly. Killer Instinct is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, Kailonka just comes in. I mean, on this Kai'Sa has 4 items now at this stage, so definitely does a good chunk of damage and should be able to put some good damage out in these team fights if they're given the space to do so. And just looking across, you know, builds starting to be finished off. In particular, for Pepic has gone this sort of full penetration burst style build with the Ludens, Void Staff. We've got lots of long range, that Storm Surge as well in the back pocket. But Aquasound still running around, no shoes as the Master Yi. So is relying very heavily on that Highlander to get in and out of those fights and dodge these skill shots, but not too quick, not too nifty getting around Summoner's Rift. That's,
you know what? If there was ever an Aquasound choice to make via itemization, that would be it. Yeah. It is, I don't need boots because if I'm fighting you, I'm ulting anyway.
Yeah, if I'm getting in there, then that's the business. You know, I've done what I needed to.
See how well it works. I mean, the extra damage certainly not hurting. Tilt as a Service, I think, relying on having that secondary carry now, and I do mean secondary. I mean, Pepic's done some crazy work. Out comes the ult, though, and we'll see how much further that can go. Zanya's just in time from Kiel, though. Does the important work of saving enough time that the teleport completes. The numbers not so far in Tilt as a Service's advantage, and Hagel on the flank, making that even more problematic. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does come out, but not much will actually come of it. Tilt as a Service back away. One team fight going wrong, though, and their game is over.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I think that's the case for both of these teams at the minute, with 2 exposed inhibs as questionable team players. Tilt as a Service, that mid lane, ripe for the picking as well. There's not too much defense being put up other than those Nexus turrets. So if one team fight does go awry, then that is pretty bad news. I think the good news for questionable team play is that the Baron has been used and is now ran out. Tilt as a Service didn't really get anything for it. Aki getting caught on that top side pretty much slowed the entire roll, and it feels like we're just going to be sat waiting once again. Trying to get to something else, but Pro4 might be in trouble here.
A lot of damage coming out from Palu, and Pro4 unfortunately just can't deal with the dots now. Slowed and taken down. Big numbers advantage shift in the favor of questionable team play. Tilt as a Service have not lost a source of damage, but they've lost a source of safety, and that's almost as bad.
You know, probably lose the inhibitor here. You can see Haki looking to push through on that bot side. Pepic has right of the arcane, so might look for Paulu with that. You see good poke coming on through. Try and find that Malzahar, but you can see Haki now channeling that recall. You can see they're looking for the end.
Flash
think they
available
can
for
wait.
Hagel.
Good spacing from Rosalie, though.
Oh, he just goes down. Steps a bit too far forward, and questionable team play. They're losing the fight in the mid lane.
And now Hacky
Well,
as
they
well.
lose the bot side inhibitor. Their mid laner's already gone. Vision score slowed up, is sure to fall next. Aquasound does want to get a little fancy with this one. We're hitting vision score. That's all good. I haven't got a problem with it. Shenpai, however, shows up, and suddenly that's a big issue. Kyle rockets forward for the double kill. Double taunt to come in from Shen. And again, we've got a Kaisa unleashed on the map. Pepic, the only thing keeping her honest.
Got no
but
mana.
now, out of mana. And questionable team player going for the end, while Hacky goes for the end himself.
Oh my word, it is carnage in this first game of a best of 3. Paolu very barely able to limp away from the Trundle. Pepic has found it though, found the Kaisa, got the mana, and now able to push away the Shen. Oh my word, what is happening here? Just, it's on a knife's edge, dear.
This is going to be our longest game of the tournament. 40 minutes in already. Our record was 45 and 8 seconds. Hacky steals away the blue buff and walks this one out. The dragon in 15 seconds. Neither the jungler nor top laner can afford to make a mistake here, but Hacky's got the vision, got the teammates, and questionable team player on the way.
I think that they have to give this, unfortunately. They just don't have Kylanka, which is too much of their damage at this stage to be giving up and trying to look for a fight. Aquasound's going to be able to get in. Maybe Hegel looks for a smite steal, but actually they're ceding ground here. They've got the 4 versus 5. This is where Pepic needs to open up and try and ulti.
There's a bit of a pincer going on here, though. Hacky gets collapsed on instant ult, and numbers shift in the favor of questionable team play. Paolu's got Aqua all over him, though, and in the back line, Master Yi gets dunked on. Hagel finds a second. It's a double kill for Darius. Flash forward, tries to make it a triple, but that last dunk will connect onto Pepic, completing the ace as Kylanka shows up. It's an ace for questionable team play, and Rudude, it should be the game.
They'll be TPing into the base and they'll be taking game number 1 of this best of 3. The pincer didn't quite snap down tight enough, and questionable team play collapse on the weak side. Hacky gets taken out by the Nether Grasp, and game number 1 of this best of 3 goes to questionable team play.
From questionable to quality in the course of one game. This was a fantastic run by questionable quality team play. I love the way that they approached this first game from beginning, and I mean truly beginning, in the draft to the end game. They addressed the issues that Tilt as a Service threw at them with extreme grace.
Yeah, and they were, you know, not too deliberate in their intentions, but they knew exactly what they needed to do instead. They were constantly actually finding ways to handle the Trundle, which is crucial for this composition. We said that as that game gets later, handling the Trundle becomes harder and harder, and constantly fighting on that knife's edge throughout the entire game to make sure that they didn't give up the game, but gave up just enough so that they were finding things elsewhere. And it looked for all the world that both of these teams might have won a little bit earlier on into the game, but that's not the case here. It's questionable team play that come out with that game 1 win, which is really, really good. And now we have to think, right? Well, that's Shenpai Shen being used for the win. Excellent. But we're in Fearless. Does that mean that the next game is going to be a little bit more difficult? Does that mean that the next game becomes even easier or something else of that nature? Tilt as a Service, I think for me, not expected to have lost this game coming into the day, but have done so. And now questionable team play. We'll see what they're up to.
Yeah, I mean, that was a super impressive game from them. Like you mentioned, all these tools being off the board for game number 2 is a bit of a problem. However, I will note that Aquasound's Yi is also taken away.
Mm-hmm.
That actually could be really the thing that makes this a little bit more even. You know that top lane is going to be an issue. There are other ways to address top lane. Aquasound has looked like a different beast on Yi, and the fact that that doesn't work in their favor this game is maybe a point against Tilt as a Service. As questionable team play, you do need to close this out. Of course, you do need to win one more game. Whether it's the second one or not, I mean, who's to say? But we both know, Rude, if we go to game 3, it's an extremely risky position for any squad.
Yeah, and especially in these types of tournaments where comfort really does reign supreme, having to play your third, your fourth best pick, if the third and first are getting banned here, that could be a pretty big problem. So, for questionable team play, it's a case of trying to wrap this up in 2. Let's see them go into the finals and have a good shot at showing maybe a bit of vengeance up against whoever it is that they're going to end up facing. But Tilt as a Service, they're going to want to try and bounce back.
See what they end up doing, what they end up cooking up in game 2. We are going to give our players, ourselves, and you at home a very quick break. Grab some water, grab some food, be ready to cheer your coworkers on or root for their demise as we take a quick break before game 2.
Breaking apart, seeing the end. We have nothing to say. Maybe it's hard to understand that there's nothing left to fight for, and there's nothing left to say. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away. Lá sáng sơ rơi rụng ôm nỗi sầu thầm lặng hương sắc hoa sập hàng mặc kệ gió bấy ngàn rồi biết đi về đâu trôi theo áng mây phiêu bờ ai thấu lòng có nhớ ai thấu hiểu lòng thương lắm vẫn duyên lỡ làng ai thương thân này đời có ngước lên trời cao dang rộng cánh tay từng cánh chim bay lạ nơi nhưng nào ai hay có thấu trao chờ mùa xuân tới thân này chơi vơi chờ khắp thế gian im lặng hòa vào ánh mắt chụp lòng nhân gian ôi phần tơ duyên sao xa duyên sao xa phần tơ duyên sao xa phần tơ duyên sao xa sâu sâu được ta có thâu vai vai lượt được bao lâu ta cho một chuyến quá mau để tranh về ngập đau đầu con tim này ai dẫn lối chỉ mong đừng vô vấp tôi cứ chốc vài giây bối rối hay nghĩ suy đừng để ta chơi vơi làm chi dứt khoát đừng chắc đã từ bi thôi dứt khoát biệt ly buông đôi tay chấm mệt và đi khoan dung qua làm chi vì đâm sau lưng mà không thấy gì để đổi lại một chút nhân nghĩa phong thế có ngước lên trời cao dang rộng cánh tay từng cánh chim bay lạ lời nhưng nào ai hay
Welcome back, everyone, to Veeam's Weekend of Esports, featuring League of Legends in 2026. Rudude, we have just come out of game number 1 in our semifinals between Twilt as a Service and questionable team play. And questionable, I really have been alternating between questionable and quality they were in game number 1, finding the first win.
Yeah, they were able to take game number 1. It was 42 minutes long. They had to battle through Tilt as a Service and really make their lives made their lives rather really difficult, but nevertheless they come away with a victory, and we'll be rolling into game number 2. Reminder that this is Fearless, so you can see all the champions that are above the current bans. They are also banned from being picked in owing to the Fearless draft.
Shout out to our production team for actually making a little graphic for these. I can't tell you the amount of tournaments that I've come into where we're just keeping track on the back end, but you can see them all right now. Every champion that you cannot play in this game. Scion for questionable team play. I have to say this, Rudin. This is a flex pick. They played this mid yesterday.
Yeah. So you're excited, is what I'm hearing. Is
Yes.
This should be good fun. And it's a very big contrast, a very big difference, I will say, from the Malzahar as well. So it's going to be a different pace of game for questionable team play if it does end up staying in that mid lane. For Tilt as a Service, they opt into two very different picks here, with the Lulu on one side and then the Warwick as well. We may be playing some Maroon 5 later on in the day, but we'll find out if that's going to be necessary or not. As we'll see what the answer is. I mean, Warwick, as far as junglers go, does a similar thing to a Master Yi. I'm going to be honest, he runs forward, and if he has to run away, he's not doing his job.
Yeah, my curiosity is this where I guess it is Aqua Sun, right? Like it feels kind of Trundle-esque, so I was like, it could go top lane, but if you think about it, the Yi to Warwick pipeline must be strong.
Yeah. The correlation between ability to play Master Yi and ability to play Warwick must be like 1-to-1, if not very close to it. As the Zyra does get locked in the Pantheon as well, so lots of flexibility so far in this questionable team play composition. I've got 3 junglers currently already locked in. I've got 3 supports as well, technically. So we'll see where this ends up being played and who goes where with what. But the Zyra, I think, really good as a jungler, can be very quick, as we see the Aurelion Soul locked in here. So this time for Pepic, given the opportunity to be that hard hyper carry as we move a little bit later on into the game, as opposed to looking to be that pokey warfare style.
And Pepic was crushing it last game on Xerath.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I mean, so often we were focused on the Trundle Master Yi, but Pepic was playing out of his mind with the long range snipes on Xerath and really kept the game going for Tilt as a service. The Aurelion Soul just allowing him that extra avenue of scaling as the game goes on, especially if this one goes late. It'll allow him to have even more impact, especially in team fights. Warwick again going to absorb a lot of pressure, but as we get into the second round, note that Garen ban, questionable team plays top laner Shen Pai, who we mentioned is a fantastic Shen player, as per the name. Second most played champion is Garen, so this top lane could get pretty uncomfortable.
And this is what we were saying, wasn't it? In that fearless aspect, that once you've had one champion removed, if that second one gets removed, let's see if the third pick is going to end up being as important, or if we end up seeing some sort of flexibility here. Maybe that Scion ends up being moved into the top lane. Maybe we end up seeing it be something not quite as comfortable, but something that should be easy to execute on, as well as we see the Caitlyn locked in. So a good little pick that will give a lot of range as well over to Tilt as a service. And we are saving counter pick for that fifth pick. So it is going to be another instance where Haki going to have a fair game of knowing what he's up against. Whether or not we can see that turn into a victory for Tilt as a service this time around, we'll have to wait and see.
I like the Caitlyn pick. I liked the Draven hover even more, to be honest. A throwback to what won them their first game of the tournament. Draven, always a possibility, a pocket pick you must respect. We're going to get into the weeds of what we're actually seeing now that Zaya's been locked in. There's so much flexibility towards the top side of the map. These things could go anywhere. And last pick is really going to be the thing to cement this. I have to imagine that Zyra is going to be going support as Mundo gets locked in.
Oh.
Okay.
And then an instant Gwen.
I know that Mundo was played top lane in their ranked flex for questionable team play. So Mundo, and even no, not in the tournament. They played Shadow or God, but Mundo could go top lane here.
Mundo can go top lane, and that's really important. I think the other thing here, that's equally important, is that Gwen does really well versus tanks. And I'm looking at the tanks. We've got Scion, we've got Mundo, so there's a good couple that can be utilized here, and that can be sort of snipped down to size. That can be get given a trim, if you will, because it's a really tricky matchup as either the Scion or the Mundo to play against this Gwen. It feels almost inevitable that at some stage you will end up having to face her in the side lane. And really try and make something work from that. If we look at, I'm looking at what the mid laner is. If it's Scion in the mid lane, then maybe we see Pantheon up in the top lane to try and answer the Gwen. Could be the case. Mundo going into the jungle, or does Pantheon slot into the support role and Zyra goes into the jungle? Like, there's a lot of flexibility here for questionable team play that could be utilized. And I think until we are able to get into game and work it all out, that's where my sort of question lies, is where do these pieces go? Because I think putting the Pantheon into the Gwen might actually be a really good answer if they've got the capabilities to do that. Obviously, if that's something that isn't comfort-based, then that's then a problem in its own right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, based on their flex queue history, that we're getting a Zyra support, a Pantheon jungle, and a Scion mid. Just because those are the champions that they have most recently played in those positions. Like you talked about, the champions themselves can be flexed around. But when we think about the limited amount of time this team has had together, the limited amount of time they probably spend on League of Legends because they clearly have jobs. That's why they're here anyway. Flexibility is limited.
It is. Whereas, shout out to Tilt as a service, very vanilla in terms of flexibility, composition. aka there isn't any. The Caitlyn's going to be the marksman, the Lulu's going to be the support. Expect that the Gwen is going to be the top laner and the Warwick is going to be the jungler, but I guess there's an element of flex picks there that they could swap around, and then Aurelion in the mid lane. So we're not feeling too at ease, let's say, about making their presence felt, whether it's in the jungle, in the top lane, or for Aurelion Sol in particular. He's going to be loud and proud out in that mid lane, trying to do as much damage as possible.
I'm thinking about it right now, and like in terms of scaling,
Mm.
I've got to give this to Tilt as a service, right? They've got
Yeah.
Gwen, they've got Aurelion Soul, they've got a Lulu, a Warwick, and a Caitlyn. All
Yeah.
of this looks like a terrible composition to play into.
Yeah, in the late game, absolutely. I think that the small thing is there's a small opportunity that they just get blown up, and that if we
Mhm.
end up seeing honestly some really good team fights from Keeldon, that maybe this Xayah can just deal with the composition quite nicely, because there's a whole lot of melee targets for the Xayah to connect on. Xayah loves having champions that run into her so that she can pull the feathers through them. So
Mhm.
that there is that possibility that Keel can make a pretty big effort and make the difference in this game. Obviously, it's going to be pretty tricky. You do have a Gwen jumping on top of you still. You've still got a Warwick jumping on top of you, but it's not something that we haven't seen be successful.
And I will say, compositionally, this Xayah has the possibility to get pretty far ahead in the early game. Not because lading into Caitlyn Lulu is free, it's not. But because if you're Pantheon and you're ganking Scion and Dr. Mundo, that seems like a waste of time. But if you're ganking
Yeah.
Xayah and Zyra, that's really where the money is going to be made. So a lot of this game, well, we are going to be focusing on what Kyle is able to do. It comes down once again to what Hagel is doing, where Hagel is putting their time. Because if Pantheon invests correctly, the returns on that can be pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it can, and I think that for our money as well, or for at least mine, Hagel definitely the best piece of this QTP roster from game number one. Definitely
Mm.
looked like a pretty shining star there. Really good score early on the Darius, lots of impact as well. Found that full clear straight into the bot side, forced flash on top lane. So that early proactivity, I mean, much easier and much better to find on a Pantheon as well. So you would expect this to maybe suit Hegel a little bit more and fit a little bit more into their wheelhouse in terms of just the champions and the dynamics that are at play there.
Yeah, I'm very curious what sort of game we get now as well, with a Dr. Mundo in the game who has significantly less ability to impact the map. The biggest
Mhm.
victory piece for questionable team play last game was not in the top lane, but when they left the top lane. Dr. Mundo simply doesn't have that same opportunity, even under tower. If he is going to be playing a similar game as game one, Dr. Mundo has a much worse time because he can't do anything. He doesn't have CC. He can just live. That's the one thing that Dr. Mundo could do, is survive. And that's the one thing, ironically, that Hacky has been so good at denying his opponents the opportunity to do.
Yeah, and I think that this time around as well, I mean, the punish on a Gwen is going to be that little bit easier to find. I think, like in terms of just raw ability to take out a tank, Trundle might do better, but that's a question mark that I don't even know if is true, because Gwen is just such a fiend, such a menace when it comes to taking out these tanks, that all the true damage that you build up can prove to be genuinely devastating. So
Mm-hmm.
lots of questions still at play, and I'm not sure which side it is that's going to be able to take it. I think that coming into the day, if you'd have asked me, Tilt as a service should be coming in as favourites, but questionable team play from that first match, I think, are just going to be on a new high, and in a pretty good spot to do that, especially since they're coming in as the quote unquote second seed here. They're the team that lost yesterday. They're coming into a team with a slightly more stacked group, just rank wise, that
Mm-hmm.
they've now won in the first game. Like, that's going to give them a really good boost of confidence as well.
And if questionable team play are able to win this game, that'll be it. They'll go on to the grand
Mm.
finals, get their rematch against Rule 34. Urgot, one that I'm very excited to see myself. At the same time, Tilt as a service. I mean, I say that. Rule 34 Urgot, I'm just assuming that they go to the finals. I
Yeah.
haven't even looked at the other side. Like we've been over here on the B stream I haven't even thought about the possibility that DDD could move on given Rule 34's success in the past. I mean, as it turns out, Rule 34 did win game one, but we have to remember we have the second place team from last tournament going up against them, and there's
Hmm.
absolutely the opportunity for that series to go reversed as well.
And DDD were a team that held up really well in their series versus Tilt as a Service. Took 45 minutes for them to fall, which was a really good benchmark. And I thought for all the world that they could have even won that game at a certain
Yeah.
point, but Tilt as a Service were able to turn it back around. So very real possibility that that happens again, like you say, over on the A stream as well. Won't be too long now, folks, until we end up getting into the game. Just going through the last few little bits of spectating. The delay on that, if you've never played or watched League of Legends before, when you complete the champion select, there's a 3-minute delay that gets put in for spectators. So we have to build that in as well.
Absolutely true. And you know what? I can use this time actually. I've been trying to be a little bit more whimsical lately, Rude Dude, and trying to follow my curiosity where it takes me. So I've ordered shoes in the last
Okay.
couple of days, and
How very whimsical of you.
as it turns out, my shoes, you get to track them in today's day and age.
Hmm.
My shoes are currently stuck in Fuzhou, China, and I saw that and went, oh, fun. That's
Yeah.
that's that. And then I
I
went, you know
guess.
what? That's not very whimsical of you, Raphael. So I Googled Fuzhou. Did
Uh-huh.
you know that Fuzhou is the 10th fastest growing urban area in the world? They have 8 million people right now. And this is actually really cool. We're historically the first place where we found archaeological evidence of rice cultivation.
Oh, so they're the
Yeah.
first people that grew rice, allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah. Like as
Allegedly.
as
And the
as
10th
far as
fastest
the
growing
evidence
urban area.
suggests. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have a list of the other fastest growing urban areas in the world?
I don't, but I can get that for you.
Is
That's
that
see
something
Rooted? That's some
that's
whimsical
whimsical?
curiosity you got going on there.
In the spirit of whimsy, it would be nice.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna I'm gonna
hey,
find it.
this is a corporate environment. It's good to find those growing markets. Try and get some investment in early on.
That's
We're
absolutely true. I mean, who knows where Veeam will go next?
no, and maybe it is Fuzhou, and maybe it'll be
That's
because of us.
okay. I found it. A lot of these are in China.
Ah, I see.
Um,
Okay.
okay. So in 10th, we had Fuzhou. Then Ankara, Turkey, actually, is
Yeah.
experiencing 5.7% employment growth, 1.1 GDP per capita. Their population's at 4 million right now. It doesn't matter. Xiamen, China, 3 million people. They're growing fast. Hangzhou went there last year. Very nice. Uh, Kunming, China, also growing. That's 6th. And Dubai actually slots in 5th place. I'm going to skip a few places because I know that nobody wants to actually be here for the list. We're here for League of Legends. Fastest growing metropolitan area in the world as of the time this article was published in God knows when is Macau.
Oh,
Weird. Funnily enough, I think that's directly proportional to population size, right? You can be fastest growing, but
yeah.
like
But the
as
good
a
news is
yeah,
that we've got a game. Okay,
that's
we
true.
can talk about direct proportionality with regard to population growth and in urban areas in a later date.
Hmm.
We have got League of Legends, which is what people are actually here for, as you highlighted,
Hmm.
ready to go.
Yeah, we've learned something, and now it's time to learn something else. A bit of a different vein. Palu did end up piloting the Scion into the mid lane, and God, match histories, they just don't lie, man. Vision score, Zyra bot lane, Hagel,
Yeah.
Pantheon jungle, Aurelion soul lane for Palu. Perhaps not going to be the most comfortable, but you're Scion, so
I
eventually
mean,
you just don't die.
the thing is, yeah, he won't die, but eventually the Aurelion Soul will be able to manage that. And what also happens is the A Soul is going to be able to stack very easily on the melee unit as well. So it does come at a little bit of a cost. Getting that Stardust built up will be really easy for Pepe, especially since there's two massive meatballs that he'll be able to stack off of even in these team fights. So lots of procs of the Stardust will be coming on through, and you'll be able to get up to that upgraded ulti every now and then. That lift, as we can see as well, already happy able to get a good push in on that top side.
Wow, the flash away from Vision Score early on, but the Ignite dropped as well. Rosalie falls to just under half HP, but questionable team play. They're fighting for every inch of ground early on because you don't want to give anything up to Lulu Caitlyn. They will take an inch, turn it into a mile pretty darn quickly.
Combo here. The rough end of that trade against the Caitlyn at the Caliber net. And what you can do on the Caitlyn as well is if you buffer your EQ together, can hide the animation of that Piltover Peacemaker and then maybe find a little bit more sneaky extra damage in the 90 caliber net. So you press EQ really quickly together and the Q gets hidden. Rosalie landing on that Piltover Peacemaker anyway, making sure that there's a lot of pain being felt in that trade.
If any of you were wondering, yes, you have identified the AD carry main on this broadcast.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now let me pretend I know other interactions.
Yeah, exactly.
If you press R on Warwick, you go flying.
You know what? We actually might see that in game.
Yeah, we might do. Hold on.
Whoa!
Flash.
Rosalie flashes for the first blood. Knowing the numbers on Caitlyn, and unfortunately,
Eagle,
a bit too far of a step forward. Eagle ready to answer back. Rosalie should just be gone. We've got the complimentary flash here for the stun, and Vision Score will be the one to pick up the kill. Eagle not getting that. Bit suboptimal, but the 1-for-1. Things could be worse. A wave
Definitely
could be pushing into them.
The wave is not great though for Kielonka, which is not the best thing. Now I will say Pro 4 should have probably held this wave outside the turret so that Rosalie could get in and get the majority of that gold. But I think because it was a cannon wave, there's not going to be too much missed. But they are fighting in the bot side right now.
Yeah, there's a big invade, and Aqua Sound going to be the recipient of, well, the extra 300. It's not first blood anymore, but it's definitely comfortable for a Warwick, and staying true to his nature. Off of Master Yi, onto the Warwick. The game plan is the same. Run him down.
Yep. And I think especially on Warwick as well, you basically get Yi ulti when somebody's below half HP. So that's always really nice to see, and should be something that we get to see leveraged here as the game gets that little bit later on. Early serrated Dirk. Oh, yeah, that's the hope. Early serrated Dirk for Rosalie. Not going to be too bad. Early collector hopefully in the works for this Caitlyn.
Actually going to work out quite well, not just against the tower, but against the relatively squishy champions that she's faced up against. Lulu Caitlyn just incredibly hard to shut down. We've already seen that exemplified bot side, but Kyle has got their own answer to that, picking up the cull early on. It's not so much about the lane, just surviving it for now, and then eventually you'll get to do something else.
Well, these two mid laners as well do have a small amount of parity in their kit, in that they both just stand and channel their Q. So there's this really fun mini game of who's going to stop queuing first if you're both sort of taking the damage from one another. And this is what I didn't theorize, is that Paolu might actually build a Caulfield's Warhammer on the Scion.
Yeah, that is a departure from the norm. But, you know, we could, given how well the split pushing game almost went last time for Tilt as the service, we could definitely get Inting Scion. That would be stellar.
It would. It'd be very, very fun as well. Just go in, die, and then see how many turrets you can take. So the Caulfields, we'll see what it ends up building into. I mean, a Youmuu's feels right, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't even think it builds out of one of those anymore. So we'll see what it is. As we can see now already, Heagle back down on that bot side, looking for the root. Do find it onto one.
Ooh. Range on that pretty deceptively long, and in comes the pain train. Paolu hits level 6 and slams it down the river. Another kill picked up, and Paolu actually the recipient of it, getting value for his time as Dragon next on the menu.
A worthwhile roam there. Questionable team play. Again, proving to be anything but it. I mean, we can go one step further. Quite good team play so far. As far as this game goes and in this series as well, but Again, we have that looming threat, that looming presence from the top lane. Dusk and Dawn being worked on by the Gwen. 20 CS lead so far for Haki. Shenpai doing a very good job once again, just holding down the fort.
Neutralize everything, and it's going to be all right. That's what game 1 taught us. When Haki's not able to get a lead, it's not like he's playing significantly worse, but he's just not able to take over the game to the same degree. And Shenpai does seem to be, for better or worse, and it's our better right now, a top laner that is not going to make a whole lot of mistakes. Is not going to overstep many times and give over unnecessary kills. It's all about translating his income outside of the lane, but not trying to style in the 1v1.
Yeah, losing gracefully is the coined phrase that we look for. You know you're going to get behind. You know that this Gwen probably beats you, but you do what you can to stay relevant in this one. Now Haki, with a pretty good opportunity to try and freeze this wave, might begin to be able to find an advantage here. Never mind, queued the wave, broke the freeze, and it'll probably bounce back at some stage. But nevertheless, this Mundo being so far pushed up, definitely not the position that they want to be in. Alpha Sound.
Yeah, Vision working out for Aquasound right there. Gets a favorable trade, and Hagel doesn't actually get to place anything back, but he does know that up towards the top side, Aquasound is there, which means that the Void Grubs are in trouble. As Vision expires, Aquasound's going to fight a small battle over that, and given that we're spending so much time over topside, I've got to imagine that Tilt as a Service are thinking about those Void Grubs as well.
Yeah, and especially for the Gwen, you would imagine, again, as this game gets later, her ability to push onto a turret, definitely going to be something that you would like to think Tilt as a Service are going to want to leverage. Aki expending a bit of his HP to try and push that wave into the turret, but I see Shenpai actually holding it outside of there, so making it a little bit more difficult. Definitely always, or definitely a good way to go about things here. So we do see Aquasound finally starting off on these Grubs, finds the first one, and no real contest just yet. He finds all of them without any problems.
Yeah, especially on Warwick, you just get super comfortable taking objectives like this. Paolu, comfortable in the mid lane as well. Gets to chill out for a little while, and Sion, maybe not building the tanky stats, but still very difficult to kill. Aquasound finishes the Void Grubs and now can go anywhere. Mid lane's a bit overpushed, so maybe we see him walk over there, as indeed he'll show up in this brush one more time and likely start translating things down to the bottom side of the map.
Oh, Eagles just fired an ulti down on that bot side, though. He went the wrong way, and Rosalie not quite able to find a trade back. We'll be able to get a lot of this wave, though, and not lose out on too much. But it is a kill picked up for the Pantheon, which is really nice to see. The ability to try and find that little bit of extra gold, always going to be useful, and importantly here. Whoa!
First ults for both junglers, and Aquasound's does go a little bit wide, but it's exciting, and call it a transition gank. Call it a zoning ult.
that's one word for it, or two words technically. Zoning ult, and hopefully we start to dial in a little bit. We're allowed a little bit of calibration. That's fine. Let's start to lock in, dial in a little bit more as the game gets that little bit later on. Aquasound, on this Warwick, we're expecting that type of mentality. And obviously for Shenpai, who's found himself burning his ulti on the top side, might fall. There's just enough damage to get out of there. Both solo laners in a pretty rough spot right now, as in that mid lane as well. Paolu, pretty low on that old HP bar.
We'll be able to move back. Ult's actually really valuable for both these tankier boys, as you end up surviving with maximum dosage for a long time, and you also manage to survive, or rather get back to lane with the Unstoppable Onslaught pretty quickly. Doesn't actually use it this time, though. His teleport was up, which unleashes the Unstoppable Onslaught for another play across the map. Really important, as this dragon is coming up in 30 seconds, and it means Paolo can clear waves here, move top lane, move bot lane, contest whatever he wants at the press of a button.
Yeah, and that's really important. Just having that little element of safety, always going to be quite nice. And I think that for this bot side, once that collector starts to come online, you would like to think that Rosalie can start to try and force some plates of their own back. Very atypical to see this be the situation where Zyra is pushing in the Caitlyn, but I think it's a product of the supports more so than anything else.
Paolu's still chilling. Completed first item. The Eclipse, not something that you see every day, but is certainly going to make this Scion hit a whole lot harder. So be ready for that, guys. When we get into team fights, you do not want to be standing in this queue, especially the squishier members like Rosalie and Pro4 can quickly get taken apart. Aquasound again finds a nice trade onto Heagle. We've seen how this goes before. Stun into the shield bash. Always going to work out for Pantheon.
Good trade back as well. That's what you like to see. Oh,
whoa. Great trade back. Hegel gonna fall ultimately after finding the kill, and the flash into fear works out for Aquasound. This is what the world was built for, and the Caitlyn ult channeled immediately after will secure a double kill. Down comes the Page Train and slam with the Q onto the Scion. But Paolu's been followed, and Pepic ready to pick up this kill. Will take a long time to do so. Rosalie manages to step
get away from the zombie, get away from the zombie.
The Q, but here he comes. Rosalie, run!
No! It was written in the stars right there, and unfortunately it wasn't the ones that Pepic wrote. Could see that one coming, and Rosalie saves the summoner spells, but gets clobbered to death by an angry zombie.
We've all been there, especially with the amount of damage that is coming out of the Scion right now. I dare say I expect to see it happen a few more times, just because it's so difficult to keep track of Paolu once the team fight is already going, once you've already got people like Shenpai that you've got to keep an eye on as well. But as we look up towards this top side, it's worth noting that we've got the same situation that happened in game one. We may be sitting at 0-0-0. The kill participation may be low, but the CS lead is where you are really going to manifest these kills in a way.
This could be a problem for Haki right now. I mean, on the bot side, there are other problems happening as Vision Score's going to fall, but I think Haki probably dies on this top side as well, so... good timing, good window there from Heagle to make a play happen on that top side. Does look like a slightly more beneficial position for Tilt as a service, as Pepic this time down a little bit in gold, actually, currently, as we just see the really good play from Paolu. Spends the time that his laner was roaming, taking the entire turret.
Not bad. May as well. Picks that up, and as the dragon falls, we're at 1-for-1 again. A tied game, and that Q slaps.
And there we go. I mean, right now, Paolu, hits the slow.
Oh my god.
Shot.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Boom! There we go. That's the Scion combo. That's the full AD Scion treatment. And now there's nobody defending mid lane. I see some more plates.
I'm actually obsessed with this Scion build and play from Paolu. The way that he's going about this has been nothing but effective and comedy at the same time. Now Hegel, meanwhile, is doing his utmost in the bot side, constantly revisiting it, and it's simply not working out. Out comes the barrier. Rosalie does collect the kill, but finally, Vision Score will swoop in at the end, play the hero, and collect a double himself. Zyra gets 2, Caitlyn gets 2. The Rift is chaos.
The Rift is absolute chaos. You are exactly right. Everything is sort of, I won't say crumbling, but it's not going great right now for Tilt as a service. We are definitely struggling our way through this stage of the game, and yeah, Rosalie's got some good gold, but again, the ability for this Scion to just walk up, one tap of Caitlyn, going to be pretty high in the game as this gets later and later. Pepic opting for this Rylise means that we don't have the damage necessarily just yet. We are working more towards building a little bit of slows built in and a bit more setup for the team, as opposed to helping fully with how this game might progress.
He's built an Axiom aggro.
More ults!
Giga Chad Scion. Unfortunately, we'll watch Zyra go down, as he can't do too much about situations like that. But if we do start the Rift Herald, there's something Paolu can do.
There absolutely is, and I fully expect them to try and do it. To be clear, even if you die,
we go.
That's the beauty.
Pain Train comes in. There he goes. Control, Alt, Delete on Lulu, and he's chasing down Haki as well. Flash out of the pit by the Gwen as Paolu looks to re-engage on Aqua Sound. It is just a ludicrous amount of damage, and now he's running down Pepik as well. Fair's fortunately able to get out over the wall, but Paolu, he does what he's built to do. He punishes a team in one place.
It is a 3-for-2 overall, if I'm not mistaken, and Pepik and Haki actually probably able to take this. Shenpai, without that maximum dosage, going to have to struggle their way in.
That's that vision score on the way, but man, Pepik's damage is just out of this world.
Yeah.
Vision score, fortunately, is able to deny the completion of Rift Herald. What questionable team play we're trying to do the whole time. But Rosalie does not let that go unanswered.
They're still fighting for this Herald here. Does finally
Who gets
fall.
it? Worth noting, Tilt as a Service picked that up, but don't actually have the eye yet. He's going for it right now. Hagel blocks him, and the eye will stay there. Tilt as a Service finished the objective. But I think in the long run, questionable team play are the ones that win the fight.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That sort of analysis of the situation, dear. I'd much rather having the kills, breaking open this second turret in the mid lane, and getting that shutdown as well onto Pepik. I think that the game plan right now is very clear for questionable team play. It's kill Aurelion Sol, and if you can do that, then your game should be nice and straightforward. Obviously, if that begins to be a struggle, then we'll have our own conversations to be had.
Bit awkward here as Haki, still incredibly strong, can absolutely take this 1v2. Kyle and Vision fortunate enough to make it out of here, and Aqua Sound a little bit too late to the party despite the extra speed on Warwick. Has, to my dismay, built boots this game, but I can forgive a man for wanting to run it a little bit faster.
That is true. As long as those are boots for running in and not boots for running out, we will forgive this transgression, and we'll see hopefully something of a similar nature, hopefully out in the future. But for the time being, at the very least, those plated steel caps going to do a pretty good job, as now Haki looking for Shenpai on that top side. Maximum dosage used. No Oblivion Orb just yet. It's going to make their life a little bit more difficult, but you can see hopefully later on that will be picked up.
Nice thing is, Haki doesn't seem to mind the extended trade. Just gets to sit in the face of the Dr. Mundo, who is just happy sitting in their face as well. Hagel does find a nice stun. Remember that Q slaps Pepik 1 HP, but gets flash shielded, and he's still up. Out comes the ult from Vision Score, but same thing answered back as Aqua Sound survives for just long enough to take a full decimating smash to the face. Questionable team play, find another team fight, and now another dragon.
Yeah, Haki's on the way down to try and take this fight, but I don't think that's going to be too easy with the needlework. Even still not going to be the easiest thing. Dragon secured, but the Gwen gets caught by a comet. He's going to have to walk out. Hegel there actually with a really, really good snipe on the Q, which did take out Pepik, as it felt like the Aurelion was just about to be able to get away, but one spear from downtown was enough to secure the kill and make sure that that fight actually does go their way.
And as we'd expected, Shenpai sitting up here in top wave just uses that time to push in the wave, get a little further ahead. Back will be cancelled, and they know what's up here. Pepik actually may have stepped a little too far forward, but has Haki on the way, so backs away from the engagement, and now we're going to see a teleport channel. Does he make it out? He does not.
Very close there. Very nearly turned into a little bubble, but now Baron up on the table here. I mean, this is Gwen Aurelion. Like, you take this incredibly quickly. You don't really have the front line to be able to do it. I think they might end up in a pretty tricky spot if they'd have tried to. If they'd have tried to do it any other way as well. So maybe a wise idea that they didn't go for that in the end.
Yeah, possible, not always advised. And Vision Score in the area, certainly trying to spot out a play just like that. Rosalie, sitting in the mid lane right now, is also a player that we've got to keep our eyes on. She has been quietly farming up a storm this entire game. Currently really hurts, especially the squishier members. So if you get a little bit of time where Rosalie's able to fire onto people like Kyle or Vision Score, those health bars are going to disappear.
It's a very close game once again here, dear. We've got lots of different pieces, lots of moving parts, but the overall gold gap, only about 2,000, which, you know, by any metric, not a lot. We've seen lot scarier games. We've seen situations that have been much more daunting. In this instance, once again, we find ourselves in a position where either one of these teams could very easily take this game. Questionable team play, doing a great job on some picks that we didn't know if they'd be able to perform on, have proven that they are capable of. Now in this mid lane, a lot of trouble for Rosalie.
That's, you just get deleted. I'm sorry, you just don't get to play the game. Pro4 feeling that right now as well. Wild Growth gets popped to let him survive, but Hagel with an excellent Aegis Assault just completely negates any damage coming from Pepic, and it's 2-0 in the favor of questionable team play. And Rooted, that means they run the map.
And it's all really off of Paolo here. This Scion is just turning up in pretty much every single situation needed. Makes the play in the mid lane, made a load of plays down on the bot side, and now it's actually questionable team play that are turning and heading for the Baron.
This guy's Scion mid is simply goated. Vision Score, once again, doing great work to set the team up for success, just making sure that they have, not exclusive, but definitely more vision in the area. The reason I don't say exclusive is because Tilt as a Service see this Baron going down. Aren't going to be able to do anything about it.
That's a Baron, and let's see what they can do with it. They only really made any headway on the turrets down on that mid lane. You see a little bit of baiting here from between the two on the top side. Pepic wise to it, doesn't get drawn in. But still, this game right now feels as though questionable team play may be sending us to a quick 2-0 here, dear.
Tilt as a Service need to find some way to reverse the course of things, and a lot of that has to come off the back of Aqua Sound. One of the things that we mentioned from their draft in Game 1 was how many tools there were to fish for an engage. In Game 2, it's just not the case. Hacky does still manage to find a chase down in the side lane. Absolutely a good news story for Tilt as a Service, but also absolutely not nearly enough.
Yeah, it's a good start, and it probably stops the majority of this Baron push. They might lose a tier 1 turret on that top side, but they're not going to have that ever-present threat happening with 3 lanes. And actually, somebody needs to go and answer Hacky now. It looks like 2 people are going to have to be there. Hegel, Vision Score could make their way down for that. This is a very, very, I'll call it tight, but tense situation for Tilt as a Service. They find a little bit of a reprieve there in Hacky. Really well-timed, really important situation as well. But Paolo, you can see, ever-present, just looming. This full AD Scion. I think the one pitfall that this falls into is that if it doesn't find its mark, it gets roasted and is very, very squishy. But if it lands anything, it's going to do so much damage.
Yeah, like a guided missile running through the middle of the rift. We've once again got a pincer situation. And Paolu doesn't use the ult. The Vision Score steps a little bit too far forward. Hacky gonna get knocked up here, you have to imagine, but even in more trouble is Rosalie, deleted on the left side of your screens. Paolu now being chewed through by Hacky though, and this Gwen is turning things around, looking for the fight. Paolu's beaten down on Hacky, but Pepic is there to back him up, and Shenfi going to be taken down as the last order of business. Gwen, sitting untouched in the middle of the team fight, makes up for a whole lot of damage on the part of Paolu.
Yeah, Gwen is immune, and Pepic as well, standing free firing on the Aurelian Soul. There was no focus on to the Dragon, and he was able to just reign supreme throughout that entire team fight, constantly getting these rotations off. That breath just far too devastating. Aqua Sound, you can see, starting around the jungle, trying to find a little bit extra, some camps to steal. That's the tier 1 turret in the mid lane falling. A little bit of a reprieve there for Tilt as a Service. And now you start to think, is this game going to turn back on its head? It's back to dead even here, dear. Gold leads across the board. Very, very mismatched. 2,000 for the jungle and 1,500 for the AD carry of questionable team play. But Tilt as a Service, they've got Rosalie with a massive gold lead. They've got Hacky, 2,500 gold lead as well.
Down to execution right now. Rosalie walking it up into the top lane. There's honestly been so much of a focus in this game for questionable team play, and I think they're likely starting to realize that as problematic as Caitlyn can be, they've got to start looking elsewhere. Pepic and Hacky need to be taken out. And to be honest, we've been praising Paolu, but Kyle has to be the one to offer the majority of the damage. Has to be the one
Yes.
stepping up with Paolu, with Hegel.
We do need to see, like you say, just that little bit more, but now Shenpai in trouble.
Already,
Oh my word,
Haki's
Haki.
all over Kyle. Aqua Sound knows where his bread is buttered, finds the ult. Kyle completely eliminated from the fight, and Hegel now left alone after the Grand Starfall.
I think, dear, we could well be going to game number 3. Maybe not now, but maybe in the short term. As now with 4 members strong, 5 members even as 1 TP's up to the top side. And what Paolu's going to be able to achieve here. Maybe just securing this wave, but you can see it's far too much damage already. Rosalie lands a good trap and takes a small chunk of Paolu's HP bar out, but they're taking tier 2s top and mid. There's no response here for questionable team play. They lost the fight and they have to stand and watch themselves lose their structures.
Voidgrove's really putting in work as well. Aqua Sound's early secure of those, making late game punishes all the more devastating on questionable team play. Tilt as a service. Know their time has run out. They start backing off. Paolu doesn't think so, though, and follows up, unfortunately landing nothing. This is going to be punished. Aqua Sound's all over him. Haki's now on the front line on top of Hegel. Vision Score is zoned out behind.
Oh,
and
Pepic.
Kyle just shows up to the fight. Starting to find the first kill on Aurelion Sol. This is turned around.
Hold on.
As Shenpai shows up in the back line. Haki gets rooted and taken out. And just like that, questionable team play turned things around.
Yeah, Pepic went for a 360 no-scope on the Aurelion Soul and then ended up getting torn asunder. Kailonka finally shows up to the team fight, gets some good damage down, and Shenpai was able to sustain through the entire thing. Similar to what we saw from Haki in that first fight, but now with 20 seconds on death timers, how much can questionable team play get from this? They've got 1 wave with them, 1 more coming up in the rear. I think the inhibitor is doable. Anything extra is a bit of a stretch.
Their read, much the same. Inhibitor goes down immediately. Questionable team play, walk out. You mentioned how much Shenpai was able to sustain through. I also want to throw out there, this team fight had one really notable feature, and that is that a lot of cooldowns were burned to try and eliminate members of questionable team play that were not Kyle. When Xayah is alive, now almost at 3 items, she's going to be pumping out insane damage, especially with Hegel to hold people in place. This Baron play, though, a bit risky.
Yeah. They now don't have the cooldowns or don't really have the HP bars. They want to go back, spend that gold that you've just earned, let the super minions that are going to start spawning generate some pressure for you on the map. Oh no, Paolu, get out of there.
Doesn't manage to escape. That is a rough pick. The Scion, incredibly potent, but in a 1v4, able to do very little.
And now it could be the Baron over to Tilt as a service. That ebb and flow of the game swings back towards the red side. They will start the Baron.
This looks pretty uncontestable, if I'm honest. Next thing you really got to focus on is Dragon. 15 seconds until that. If questionable team play do this right, maybe they're able to sneak that objective, put themselves on Soul Point, but it is a strong maybe, as we've still got 17 seconds on Paolu. Teleport is available for the Scion. Vision Score on the side is going to try threatening Haki a little bit. They find the pick on Lulu, though, leaping from the brush. It is a big A-Soul ult that comes down, but Vision Score finds a huge knock-up as well. Shenpai's in the back line, but Aqua Sound has no cares, nor does Haki. The bruisers of Tilt as a service are unfeeling as they run down
base.
questionable team play. Into the base we go. What are we doing?
There's a Scion that's just TP'd in now. Shenpai is holding 3 people currently. Haki just cuts Paolu down, though. Stops that assault right dead in its tracks. The Dragon will be secured. I like the theory from the Paolu there, but overall not quite able to execute on it. Haki reads it, gets back to base nice and early. It's going to be Dragon Soul Point picked up for Tilt as a service.
Okay.
Let's take a minute.
Yeah. We have had multiple back and forth team fights, and that last one especially messy. Everyone's super spread out. Brewster's going in 8 different directions, and Pro4 on a gray screen the entire time. This Lulu has been the recipient of some extremely harsh treatment.
Yeah.
But it's working out.
That's what you'll find in certain situations that, unfortunately, you are just going to be the brunt of it. If you're the ward support who has to walk forward and put those wards down, you need a little bit of help from your team to do that. But equally, if they're spending all of those resources trying to catch you, not spending those on your Pepics, your Hackies, your Rosalies, all three of which at this stage in the game are doing immense amount of damage. I think just by nature of the champions here, we need to start focusing on taking this Gwen down, taking the Aurelion Soul down. A Caitlyn with no Infinity Edge doesn't quite bode as much of a threat as an Aurelion Soul who's stacked up to Oblivion as Haki goes in.
Does force flash and ult out of Kyle. He's likely gone, and there goes the Infinite Duress to secure it. Tilt as a Service finds 2 picks, and they have access to whatever they want, but they already picked up Baron. They already picked up Dragon. The macro play has to be there for Tilt as a Service.
At the minute, it's just not quite there. I mean, 35 seconds on their AD carry. Maybe we see Tilt as a Service move this into the bot lane where they've already got a wave prepped, but maybe they've got a little bit of a timer on this mid lane. They'll probably find the inhibitor here.
Okay.
Don't think that Shenpai nor Heagle have the ability to stop this from happening.
Turret just melts.
He's going to try.
Aqua Sound knows exactly what he wants. Down goes the tower. Hegel CC'd and taken down. The extra pick could turn into a whole lot more as the inhibitor does fall. Vision Score shows up here a little bit late, but right off the respawn, and is just here to make sure that no oversteps happen for Tilt as a Service. That damage from Rosalie Ghostfire, though, just extraordinarily punishing when you step up a bit too far.
Haki's got that ulti back up again, so needlework goes out. Paolu had to go back, now running through the bot side.
In we go. I mean, you do a lot of damage, but at what cost? Haki's just assassinated your AD carry for the 3rd time. A double kill was picked up by Pepic, who on A Soul is unstoppable, and Vision Score is the only thing standing between you and the end of the game. Tilt as a Service move on forward, and down Vision Score will go. This is going to be game 2, going to Tilt as a Service, who find an answer to questionable team play, who manage in the late game to unleash Haki and Pepic and tear them apart, leading us to a game number 3.
Yeah, and you look at the scoreboard there at the top, of 10,000 gold lead, you'll think this was a convincing win, but Tilt as a Service, they took probably 30 minutes before they were able to wrest control of that game, before they were even able to put themselves in this position to win this game. Very back and forth once again, looked for all the world as though it was probably going to be Paolu just absolutely dominating this AD Scion, coming out of the gates and doing so much work. At a certain point, though, Haki turned up on the Gwen, Pepic turned up on the Aurelion Soul, and Rosalie on the Caitlyn. All 3 of these crucial pieces just going blow for blow in the end game and doing just enough to keep themselves in this series.
And we mentioned how much adaptability mattered. That was an incredibly impressive adaptation from Tilt as a Service. Find themselves something that scaled a little bit better and that honestly let Haki ignore a whole lot more things. Trundle's incredibly strong in the side lane, but you get a Gwen who can team fight so much better because, as you said in the middle of the game, she is simply immune, and all of a sudden you've bought yourself a whole lot more space. This 1-1 scoreline now leads us to a tense game 3, where either Tilt as a Service or questionable team play will get to move on. The loser will stay here with us up against DDD, who have lost on the other side of the bracket.
They have, and we're going to find out who it is that goes forward to the final, who we're staying with on the B stream after this break, folks. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself some water, get yourself some snacks. We're going to be ready with a banger game 3 on the other side of this break.
Blinding lights, lost in your eyes, feeling the pressure. You and I, spending the night, chasing forever. For you, oh no, I'd be your one and only. Don't let me go, don't leave me lonely. Say you'll stay through the pain, say you won't go running. Let me in through your veins, get off of my loving. Holding on to words that you said back in the beginning. All along, they stay in my head. I'm feeling you shifting. For you, oh no, I'd be your one and only. Don't let me go, don't leave me lonely. Say you'll stay through the pain, say you won't go running. Let me in through your veins, get off of my Say you'll be here when your head starts to clear. When I'm drowning, just say you'll jump in. I just wanna. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feel like Shaq, I'm shacking. That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm dead with bomb, 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 bomb. Feeling I'm massive. Feeling like bomb, 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 bomb.
I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feel like Shaq, I'm shacking. That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm dead with bomb, 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 feeling I'm massive. Feel like bomb, 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 bomb. Dip, slide, when I wanna dive. Hit it to the rhythm all day and night. Raising the vibe, ain't no wasting the time. Gotta shoot my shot till I get what I like. Shawty really wanna fuck and I'm on one. Little homie looking bad, never got long. When I pop some, girl go pop off. When we count that beat, 2K go.
just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I kill her like Shaq, I'm Shaqin'. Bad little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 bomb. Yeah, bomb, 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 feeling I'm massive. Bomb, 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 bomb,
It's like a glitch I can't control. Someone's fucking with my dough. Kinda voodoo shit, you know. You know, you won't find me tongue-tied. No witness on my side. Harmonies when I cry. This stuff makes me nauseous. Losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. But I go back to default. I go back to default. I go back to. It's like a glitch I can't control. Someone's fucking with my dough. Kinda voodoo shit, you know. You know, but you won't find me tongue-tied. No witness on my side. Harmonies when I cry. This stuff makes me nauseous. Losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. I go back to default. 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 I go back to.
Hello and welcome back to the Veeam Esports Cup. This weekend featuring League of Legends. We are 2 games into our semifinals map over on this side of the bracket, while on the other side, we have already determined who will be moving on to the finals. DDD will be joining the 3rd place match, which will be happening over on this stream, And before we even get there, we've got to determine who the team next to them will be. We are currently 1-1 between Tilt as a service and questionable team play, Rudude. Now moving into game 3.
Yeah, we are. Tilt as a service struggled in game number 1, had a bit of a back and forth, didn't manage to come out on top, and then questionable team play were able to successfully take that matchup. But in game number 2, despite a really strong opening for questionable team play, they weren't able to see it through to the very end and did end up struggling their way into what is now game number 3. We will see who it is that's able to come out on top. Questionable team play already with a very heavy emphasis on that mage role, with the Ziggs and the Vel'Koz both being picked up early on.
They've definitely taken notes and gone, well, let's pick champions that don't want to be anywhere near the opponents during this next game. We've already seen who's likely to be playing these, especially Pepic is likely to pick up one of either Ziggs or Vel'Koz, but Rosalie bringing back the Draven that took over her first game of the tournament. Certainly a good look, and an Amumu paired alongside that is looking like a very standard, easy to execute composition for Tilt as a service.
Yeah, I mean, this is just range. This is poke versus engage right now. The Ezreal gets locked in. If Tilt as a service can get in, then they'll win. If they can't get in, they'll get poked out and they'll lose. Now, obviously, we've got 2 picks left on either side. There is an opportunity for these compositions to change slightly, but the core identities of these teams isn't going to shift. Tilt as a service have got great wombo combo. They've got a lovely little team fight that's going on between the Draven, Nami, and the Amumu ulti to round it all out. Maybe another big circle, like let's see maybe an Orianna in the mid lane, right? Like let's just see something that can go in with the Amumu, put the ball on his head, and then a big tank on that top side, and make things even easier, even just a fighter, Renekton's a hen, something like that. To really round out this composition. But for questionable team play, they do need a little bit more physical damage. They also need some semblance of a front line. They're going to need somebody to stand in front whilst they're throwing all of this poke out.
And Garen banned, we mentioned the limited top lane pool of Shenpai, whose Shen was fantastic. Last game ran with the Mundo, also favors the Garen. But having that banned now leaves us going, well, what realistically comes next? We've seen some Poppy from him in the past, but Poppy into this composition not going to be giving insane value. Although I will say, there are worse things than a bit of disengage for questionable team play.
There are. That's not wrong. I'm looking at that and thinking if you can get people away from you, if they do manage to find their way on top of you, that's a pretty beneficial spot to put yourself in. It's questionable team play, though, now that are looking for their pick. Looking hopefully to round out something on that top side, something to act as that front line. The Zehen gets locked in. It is a flex, can be played top, can be played jungle, but looking at your face, dear, I'm guessing there's not too much in the history of either of these two.
I would.
Zehen.
I would definitely. This feels like a takeaway, right? You remember we had that interview on the first day with Hacky where he mentioned wanting to play Zehen.
Yeah.
We don't really have Zehen players on questionable team play, so who knows where this is going?
It's one
but
of them.
At least it's not going to Tilt as a service's top laner.
And that's Zoe getting locked in here. This is a pick that we've seen from Pepic before. Game number 2 yesterday went flawless on this, didn't die a single time, but was in a matchup versus an Aurelion Soul. I think that this time round, up against something that has even just the slightest little bit more laning presence, this could be a little bit more difficult. Now, of course, you're likely to take the Ignite. You're likely to be able to bully out either the Ziggs, most likely the Ziggs in this case, as the Vel'Koz most likely to slot into that support role. And the Jack's locked in as the answer to the Zehen. Definitely a pickup that is good versus Zehen itself, but if that Zehen ends up in the jungle, does make this a little bit more questionable, as that top lane matchup into a Malphite for Shenpai could be very good.
Yeah, the Malphite matchup actually going to be all right for both ends of this in different ways. Like you talked about, the early section of this definitely favoring the Malphite. Later in the game, Malphite has so much more value in team fights that this feels like a run back for game 1 for Tilt as a service. Put Jackson a side lane, see how much he can do, because to be honest, looking at questionable team play's roster, I don't know who's stopping him.
No, there isn't anybody who can particularly stop you. The thing is that Malphite can probably wave clear against the Jacks, and that's the win, is that they can maybe just wave clear, and make sure that you can never get too much time alone with the turret. There's no taunt this time, so it is going to be difficult to try and get that turret aggroed onto the Jacks without him goofing and messing up slightly. But they've got a really good front line. We were asking for them to they needed that here. Questionable team play. They've got this really good poke, Vel'Koz, Ezreal, the Ziggs as well. And then after that, you need to start thinking about, well, how is it that they take the team fights? And finally, you've got the Malphite to stand in front. You've got the Zehen to stand in front, absorb a little bit of damage. So those questions have been answered, and that's really important here for both of these sides, or rather for questionable team play. For Tilt as a service, though, they had this really solid team fighting core, and then they rounded it out with a really sort of pick-centric split push composition as well. Jax is really good on side lane. Zoe's really good at picking out just one target to try and focus. But in terms of actual ways to take a full-on team fight, those two champions themselves, not the absolute best.
That's certainly true. I mean, I'm really excited to see Pepix Zoe again. This was such a good grab in their second series yesterday that, I mean, you just got to imagine that they basically see how much value he was able to put out there and went, why not do that again? This does feel like from the bottom side of the map, it's the greatest hits. Zoe, Draven, Nami. It's a great core. And Amumu, for as much as Aqua Sound typically likes to just pick auto attackers and run at people, Amumu running at people maybe a little bit less scary in isolation, but when you back it up with Draven and Zoe, it's terrifying.
Yeah, it's less scary in an auto attack sense. It's more scary in a team fight sense. Like Amumu is going to provide more to the team, than a Master Yi or a Warwick ever would have done, or a Nocturne even that we saw previously as well. So in terms of that team fighting capability, this is going to be really solid for Aquasound. It means that he's now very much reliant on playing with the team and making sure that you are going for plays as a duo, as a trio, as a core of 5. There are plenty of options open to them. So we'll see if they can do that, and whether they do that successfully or not remains to yet to be seen.
Keeping an eye on what Hagel has run so far. I'm trying to search through the solo queue history, see when the last Zehen jungle was played, and it is technically something that he's played before, if not super frequently. But we have to keep in mind this is the same player that we saw in yesterday's games whip out an Echo jungle, so is very willing to take the odd thing into the jungle. We saw him pick the Darius earlier today as well, and this player, Hagel, seems to be able to make just about anything work. It's a question of how much Zehen is going to be able to do from the jungle position, and that's something that Hagel is going to have to sort out between him and the Rift.
Yeah, is there enough familiarity there? Is there enough sort of knowledge? Because Zehen, he's our newest champion, right? So definitely need, the amount of time that you can put in on Zehen is much less than the time you can have possibly put in on the likes of an Echo, something like a Darius that you can try and pull out because you've got that deep pool of knowledge from having played the champion for ages. Zehen, that doesn't exist because you can't have played him for ages. He's not been out long enough. So there's a couple of question marks there as to whether or not the comfort is going to be ready. But obviously we're this far into it. We're game 3 fearless now. You kind of have to resort into those deeper pockets, hope that you've got them, and try and make those work. We saw Rosalie able to get her pick of the Draven, which was the first pick we got to see her play. So you're expecting that to be a pretty comfortable setup for them. And maybe they can do some good stuff out of that bot side. So far, Rosalie, very stand and deliver as a marksman, has been quite confident to step up and sort of showboat damage if it does end up costing a lot of the HP.
Yeah, I mean, Draven definitely has the ability to snowball fantastically. That's something that Rosalie made great use of in their first game, despite its length, as that game did go a ridiculous amount of time. You definitely saw an accelerated AD carry, and one of the things that has stood out to me about the way that Rosalie has been playing is that so often Rosalie's really not the focus of the composition. Tilt as a service very rarely are setting their AD carry up for success as a comp. But when it comes to the team fights, Rosalie's got to manage a lot of stuff herself. And Draven does do that really well. He can be sort of a one-man army running through, finding picks. And accelerating the pace of game based on how much individual success you're able to find. That, at least for me, is really heartening, especially because Rosalie has been a little bit on the back foot for these first 2 games, despite the win they found in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, both of these marks, or both of these bot laners, I think, have been sort of struggling their way through the games as the top sides are seemingly taking over in different facets, right? Paolo in game number 2 was making Rosalie's life miserable. Haki has been doing the same thing to Keel for the longest time for this entire series. So neither of these 2 marksmen have had a pretty good time of things so far, and we'll have to wait and see if that can change here in game number 3 with an Ezreal, a Draven, 2 champions that do very different things, but do them very, very well. The Draven very good at being aggressive. The Ezreal very good at staying safe and staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, very, very well could. I'm excited to see the way that poke gets managed here as well, especially because when you are running poke compositions, there's a lot of emphasis placed on how you are positioned before fights. And one of the things that I noticed, especially on the Zyra for Vision score last game, was that as the person responsible for Vision, often Zyra was entering into brushes around upcoming objectives a little bit late and starting fights with their body. This game,
Yes.
that's not really something that you can do, that you can afford to do compositionally. You have to have vision set up early. You have to be at the objective 30 seconds before it spawns.
Yeah, and that wasn't really something that they could do last game either. And they found that out the pretty hard way in that they did end up losing. And we're not expecting this to be the top tier of League of Legends, but we need to see some hopeful growth being made between games 1 and now 2 and game number 3 that we will have in not too long a time at all. Both of these sides obviously want to go into the final. They want to play for a spot in the championship final and make sure that they are the team who can challenge Rule 34 Ergot, make sure that they are not getting a second back-to-back championship without too much ease.
Yeah, right now, I mean, focus for these players is going to be on making it to the finals, of course. You've definitely seen some incredibly try-hard performances from both of them, and we are going long, we are staying even, we are playing great around objectives. I mean, a lot of these games, we are going even in Dragons through the early game. 2-2 Void Grubs are a focus. We're making plays as silly as we got last game with the full AD Scion. Even that was built around finding an avenue of success for the squad. And it's been really exciting so far to see the different ways that these teams are approaching, trying to find their way to a spot where they are victorious. But we got to remember as well, should you win here, final boss is waiting. Rule 34 Urgot, the victors, the defending champions of the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup are waiting.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a surprise in itself that those 3 roster changes that came through have, allowed them the same luxury, right? That they find themselves still in this position where actually they're able to find themselves up and in that final once again. A couple of people, including myself, might have thought that those roster changes would have been enough to turn the tides of the game around, but not to be the case. They found themselves back in the final, and whoever it is that wins this game will get to challenge them for it.
I mean, very excited to see how it works out, especially as office dynamics are certainly going to be impacted by who has the most bragging rights coming out of this one. It's been a sweaty tournament so far. I mean, people are definitely giving it their all, and it's nice to see that. And even nicer to see that in this series, we talked about it, teams are able to adapt and work things out between themselves, limited champion pools, limited game time for some players, and yet we are finding our way to success on the Rift that we will approach once again for Game 3, our final game of Tilt as a Service versus questionable team play.
Alrighty, already in onto the Rift. You can see third game of Frank Duty for Shenpai, but this time he's got a little bit more engaged onus as well as the Malphite will be able to make things happen in that late game as well.
I'm really glad to see Shenpai put back on something that does more during the fights. I mean, his taunts in game 1 off of Shen were really good. It's clear this is a top laner who knows where to be and when. And Malphite, as opposed to Mundo, can reward that in such a more tangible way.
Yeah.
your ability to push it will definitely be present. And we are seeing here in this mid lane, small things to note, but perfect CS to begin with. One of the small things that I always look for is who's getting 19 from 19 and then immediately misses a creep, but that's on me. Spell Thief steals a ghost from a creep.
It's all good. Nope, it's not all good. Palu, 1 auto, first blood, Pepic gets that ghost,
Yeah.
runs it.
And unfortunately here, for the Ziggs, if you're not going to flash the bubble, you will just die. So I respect the fact that Paolu held on to the flash after the fact that they'd been hit by that Sleepy Trouble bubble. But yeah, Zoe W is one heck of a drug. You do not have to land any spells to have kill threat on this champion. Now, obviously, Pepic did land those spells, but the usage of the Ignite there gets a little bit of extra movement speed, forces Paolu to realize I can't just stand in the minion wave and not try and make a getaway. As soon as you leave the safety of the minions, you get hit by the bubble, and as soon as you get hit by the bubble, you die.
Aqua Sound's moving top, Hagel's moving bot. Pro 4 doesn't quite land the Aqua Prison, but should be able to walk this one out. Rosalie, the one in trouble, and hooked right back in by Hagel, does take quite a bit of damage. These junglers get active. We trade scuttles and immediately go to lanes.
Summon a heal and barrier used there on the bot side. Looks like Rosalie was forced to use flash much earlier on in the laning phase as well. So no summoner spells now for the Draven. Definitely an area of the map that you might like to return to and try to make something happen there. But I will note as well here that we've got a no Ignite on the top side for Hacky. It is an exhaust. And when I'm looking at targets to exhaust, I don't know who we're looking for in this instance. Maybe thinking that they were going to be playing against the Zehen for this match, but nevertheless ends up against the Malphite, and it'll find some access, it'll find some goodwill, it'll make it really easy to sort of take somebody out later on, keep them within range, using that slow, lower down their DPS as well, but I'm thinking about its presence in the laning phase so far. Probably not going to be too great up against a Malphite.
Maybe the game plan is, you know, I know that I got so ahead in game 1 that people had to come to my lane. This time, if Hagel comes to my lane, I'll just exhaust him and kill him, and then he won't come back.
Oh, well, yeah, he'll think twice before coming back, at the very least. You are quite right. I dare say he'd probably go back anyway. You know, can't just leave the Jax to go on his own. And they didn't leave the Trundle too, in fairness, in game number 1. They had a pretty good answer for that, but off of Shen, obviously expecting Shenpai to be a little bit less confident. We'll see if that ends up actually being the case, though. Good early trades down on this bot side, and you can see the mid lane roam now starting to have a bit of an impact. Pepic finding that first blood, walks down to this bot side.
Oh my god, he hits the bubble. That movement ability used already, and the ult comes through from Pepic. That is a lot of damage. Vision score low as well. Rosalie, 1 auto away from securing the kill for herself. Will still be able to walk this one out away from Hagel. Aqua Sound is here. Another bubble lands. Pepic goes for it, and underneath the tower, forces a barrier, and still chunks Kyle to just above 300 HP. Still no kills coming through for Rosalie. Something we've got to keep our eyes on, but a big trade in the favor of Tilt as a service.
Pepic, though, going to have bubble available for Paolo here. If he steps too far forward, double bubble lands.
Aqua Prison and the Sleepy Trouble bubble. Paolo's not too happy about that one. Dragon gets started up and will be completed as well. I'm not seeing any contest from Hagel, who's up to clear his red buff.
I will say as well, this Amumu pick, especially with a Zoe, so powerful. You can just sit on a target with your W because it's damage over time. It doesn't break the bubble, but it will apply the Amumu passive, which gives you true damage on any magic damage that you deal. So as far as duos go, it's a really powerful one if they can utilize it appropriately.
Likely to see that combination come through in the next couple of minutes. This duo likely to be roaming around together, especially around the edges of the mid lane, especially once first tower falls. Something that Paolo, I think, has been doing a good job of keeping at bay. Not too many waves crashing against the tower, but it's stuff like this that makes that a little bit more difficult. This time, after flashing, Paolo's going to walk this one out, as is Pepic, but into the other side of the jungle.
I think he might have done enough. He sent Hegel on a little bit of a ring around the rosy.
Suppose so.
All right.
All good.
Just to make it out. And as well on that top side, Shenpai able to absorb the first exhaust plus ulti from Haki. So a good couple there of cooldowns used by the Jax that do not result in anything lucrative from that top lane.
A little bit of extra tower damage laid down by Kyle and Vision Score. There's not too much that can really be done about that by Pro4. Aquasound is here, however, if the bot lane of questionable team play gets greedy.
You need to try and play just that little bit more reserved. I mean, you highlighted this a little bit earlier on, dear, that Rosalie's gold spike is going to be what we're looking at. That Draven in pretty much every game can become so warping of a feature. Like, who's going to get that kill first? Is it the Draven finding first kill, or is it going to go on to taking Rosalie down? And outside of that first blood, there's nothing really to separate these two teams. A very small gold lead for Pepic in the mid lane, but that's matched up by the slight advantage that Vision Score has been able to accrue throughout the remainder of the lane.
Void Grubs are a great pickup, though. All three of them going to questionable team play. And Pepic still positioned forward without Vision. Does have Hagel thinking about a gank, but ultimately not going to pull it off. Rosalie gets to step up in the bot lane with the backup of Pro4. Makes Draven all the scarier when he gets the slow and is able to run you down. Vision Score's already taken big chunks off those axes. And a reminder that that is with no stacks cashed in, currently sitting at 149 of them.
Yeah, and one of the changes made to Draven in relatively recent history is that the amount of stacks that you have on your ulti, or the amount of stacks you have in your passive, makes your ultimate and execute for the same amount. So, the bubble lands.
Might actually be relevant right now. Nice face tank by Kyle. Keeps his support alive.
No summoner heal for Vision Score as that paddle star was coming in, so could have been fatal with an auto attack and an electrocute, maybe an ignite in there as well. Could have sealed a not too great a fate. And on the top side, first use of Curse of the Sad Mummy takes down Shenpai, and he does use the ulti to try and get out as well.
I like the use of the Ziggs bomb. Go, you know what? If my top laner's going to die, they're not going to be using the CS. Collects a little bit of it, and will reduce the amount of damage that Haki's able to do here. But Pepic's chasing down Paolu inside the jungle. Fortunately enough, Krugs come to the assistance of Paolu. He's able to get out of there just fine. Bot lane, however, could be a disaster. Rosalie low, no summoners, one auto away from death and will fall. Kyle picks up the kill. Hagel stays alive through the tower, and that is a tough blow to be dealt as a Draven going down.
Yeah, so all of those stacks that we were talking about, maybe giving an execute on the ultimate. Now, unfortunately, in the dirt, 3/4 of those lost on death. And now the Draven going to be in a really tricky spot trying to catch up in this game. But this is the first time that we actually see Haki come away with a kill, some sort of advantage from the laning phase. With Dusk and Dawn already picked up, this is the more AP Jax geared toward taking down one-shots as opposed to this split push style.
It's a tough thing to fight into as Shenpai as well, who's largely built armor. I mean, Malphite is Malphite. It's a tanky guy, difficult to take down, but the damage from Haki can be so much more effective in this matchup, and we're already seeing it right now, chunking Shenpai down to just about half HP with the extra AP that Dusk and Dawn gives to Haki. It translates into that much more pressure during the early stages of this game.
So you want to be looking for the third auto attack on the Jax ulti passive, as well as the damage from that E. The helicopter motion that he's doing right there, that's the magic damage. That's where all the burst is. Oh, it's mid lane. Great gank angle.
Bandage toss does go a little bit wide.
Bandage.
Second one does also go wide, and Paolu, thankful for both of those, gets away with sub 100 HP. Pepic not nearly so lucky as Aquasound has to burn his own ulti just to get away from Vision Score, who channels an ult on top of him, maybe even taking down the jungler. Aquasound, 1 HP, will survive. Scratch that, 43 HP, my bad.
I mean, that's a close run thing there. And one where, if you'd have landed that extra Q as Vision Score, that would be a kill. You've had the true damage from the start. There's no chance the Amumu survives that one.
Looking for the dragon here, but it's not going to be given over without, at the very least, Rosalie and Pro4 sticking their heads in. That's all that they're going to do. They're going to look at it, they're going to watch it, and they're going to accept, actually, we can't do anything about this.
May as well just check any low health members sticking around in the area, anyone awkwardly positioned. That may even be Rosalie as she steps up to the brush and confirms that everyone has indeed hung around. Back up to 129 stacks right now. It's not the glorious Draven that we could have seen, but still absolutely possible to get a snowball going. Could even happen right now. Kael is arcane shift away, and Rosalie is going lower and lower. This is a very awkward fight by Tilt as a service, who do have to back away. And despite how even the game has been so far, questionable team play, they're the ones that running the game a little bit harder right now, picking up even dragons, all the void grubs, winning the bot lane. It's looking good.
It certainly is. I think that a large amount of this has come from sort of, oh, goodbye.
No.
Never mind. No. Barrier and heal used there. I mean, a lot of the successes for questionable team play feels like they're coming from Eagle just being able to be that little bit more mobile on the map and make just a few more things happen. That in tandem with the fact that Shenpai has been so good at keeping Haki at bay. We identified this crucial player for Tilt as a service who's just not really been able to get off to the races in the majority of these games. Obviously, game number 2, we did get to see that Gwen become unleashed eventually, but it wasn't through Shenpai sort of flubbing on that top lane stick. It was more so just because the Gwen got to the late game than anything else. We can see that Haki looking to try and find these trades. Has gone for the W max as you would do with AD Jax, and I think importantly this time round it's the Shenpai W max on the Malphite, which has given a lot of armor over to them and maybe incentivized Haki to opt into this more magic-oriented build.
And I do expect that at some point this top lane is going to be a lot more difficult for Shenpai to walk up to, but while you've got the turret so close, I was going to say it was safe. Shenpai discovering that it isn't 1 HP underneath the tower. Vision score shows up a bit too late, and it'll be a kill going over to Haki. Vision score here to clean up the kill, but certainly an indicator of how this lane is meant to be.
Yeah, Rosalie needs to be careful down on that bot side. There's no turret here, and Mega Inferno Bomb do stop Heagle.
Almost gets
flash for flash trade. Eagle's still searching down there, does eventually back off, but showing up there does mean that Aquasound has a bit of free time now to try to take this Herald. It's currently only Vision score, sniffing around to try and stop this. If anyone else shows up or not remains to be seen, but I'd like to think that Aquasound can get this, and maybe even a fight as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're killing. Pepek shows up, actually is the one to collect the gold, which very useful on your mid laner. Flash as well on a Zoe. Never something that you want to be facing up against. Has the opportunity to throw out a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, maybe find themselves an Ezreal, and comes up just a touch short.
Oh, that's not great. Paolu finding a solo kill down on the bot side. The Draven once again falling, losing even more of those stacks. And free time with a turret as a Ziggs is always something that you're going to look for. That short fuse passive does mean that you take it down incredibly quickly. Once you get it to within that final 25% HP as well, you can just obliterate the turret itself. So, really good position for the mid lane of questionable team play. Obviously found it a little bit tricky earlier on in the game, struggling up against the Zoe, but here in this time, able to find the 1v1 versus the Draven.
Aquasound's all over him with a Nami. Not much has changed about the way that Aquasound likes to play the game. It's see champion, kill champion, but Paolu will be lucky enough to get out of this one, despite that nicely angled bandage toss. Almost connects. Rosalie steps up solo in the mid lane and actually doesn't get too punished for it either. Fancy feet she's got. I don't know if it'll be enough to save the tower, but it'll be enough for now.
Aquasound thinking there about flashing forward. Decides better of it without the ulti. Not a really easy way to lock down the Ezreal, but I'm going to put the Herald down and we're going to charge it into the mid lane whether they like it or not.
I think he dies.
Get away.
Flash out. I mean, it damages damage, I guess, and he goes back in. Rosalie does get zoned out for a moment, but Pro4 is here to back up Aqua Sound. They need a little bit more damage on the front line. In comes the Whirling Death, and a shutdown goes to Rosalie. It's the big gold off of the Ezreal kill, plus the cash in on these stacks. Rosalie 0 to hero in a second as Pepik collected a kill moments ago and is looking for a little bit more. Paolu does dodge the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Pepik's got the exhaust, but uses their own flash to get away and get close to the team to try and take down this dragon.
Yeah, Paolu now looking up. Again, 1 versus 4 in this position. Can't be too easy for them to actually step up here, especially with an Amumu Bandage toss lurking off in the wings. Best efforts of a Mega Inferno Bomb aren't quite enough to stop the dragon from falling, and it's Tilt as a Service who now find themselves a little bit of time and a little bit of tempo in their favor.
I do want to note that Rosalie backed and immediately picked up Hubris. Same thing as what happened last game. Although I think at the time that she bought Hubris, she still didn't have a kill, which made it even more hilarious. This time it actually, comes with something.
Yeah, that kill that they were able to snag with the Whirling Death, I think there was a bonus sort of 400 gold picked up from the passive, which was always quite going to be nice. And now a couple of stacks on there as well. So Hubris sort of works. I mean, this is a throwback as well as a very mini Sword of the Occult, as Haki now have been baited into a 5 versus 3.
Doesn't have the exhaust no more. And unfortunately, even with the ult, not going to survive this play. The question is really what else is happening on the map. Paolu grabs that kill. And elsewhere, we're honestly not seeing too much from Tilt as a Service. Rosalie consistently able to dodge everything, though, is, I'll say, impressive.
It is. And with those tier 2 boots, we're expecting that to be the case, especially without any layered CC to begin with. Vel'Koz E, one of the more challenging skill shots to land. But down on that bot side, a little bit of free time over to Pepik, who we've seen be a bit of a menace in games gone by, with that sort of secondary carry role that is present for Tilt as a Service. So let's see now. Will they be able to take this turret? Feels like there's a little bit of an overextension if you go for that. The rest of your team not particularly around. You don't have any vision down on that bot side, so it's not going to be the easiest thing to try and find.
For the minions, it was calculated. Nice work from Pepik, and backs away, manages to find a reset and a second item to come through on top of the boots. So a little bit more burst going the way of this Zoe. Our third game, 20 minutes in, and we are even Steven. It's worth throwing out here as well that in yesterday's stream over on the A stream, as we were doing interviews throughout the whole day, Katsi from Rule 34 Urgot was interviewed and did predict that questionable team play would be the squad to advance to once again face off against them in the finals. We're no closer to seeing whether that's true or not, but 3 games in, it's definitely a possibility.
It is, and I mean, I start to think a little bit fearful.
And then just sticks the ult and dies for it. That's unfortunate, but Haki picks up the kill, and sometimes I don't know exactly what to call it, but it is sort of the Lee syndrome of Vel'Koz supports.
As they get ulted and then die. Hold on, Shenpai in trouble as well.
the ult out of Malphite, well used if anybody had been able to back it up, but I like the proactive use of the Curse of the Sad Mummy from Aqua Sound. I think just isolate, kill. Doesn't matter who it is. At this point in the game, Malphite's going to melt as quick as anyone else.
Especially when they've got so much magic damage. And this Malphite, it's all armor right now. So, yeah, Rosalie, good luck. You're not killing the Malphite, but Pepik, Aqua Sound, Haki, you've all got pretty decent odds, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. A lot of damage, specifically AP. On the side of Tilt as a Service. I mean, if Shenpai does continue building this way, it's cool and all, but realistically...
there has to be some and all.
Yeah.
I mean, this is technically damage for Malphite. The scaling on the W does scale off of how much armor you have. So that auto attack, that thwap from your first W does scale off of the amount of armor that you build up. So technically, Shenpai going full damage Malphite here.
That I can appreciate. That, you know, Aquasound can appreciate. Maybe appreciate it with the Bandage Toss as that actually gets thrown out towards Kyle, but does have a second one should he want to engage. Pro 4 steps a bit too far forward, hits the tidal wave and hits nothing else. However, it gives a huge opening for a Curse of the Sad Mummy. Bomb does answer that right back, however, and Rosalie is being chased down by Shenpai in the backside while Hacky is 1v4ing and winning it. Does unfortunately miss the stun, but commits for a second kill and gets one. Double kill going over to the top laner of Tilt as a service, while Pepic re-enters the river and finds a lot of damage onto Paolu.
Banshee's there doing a lot of good work. Bubble goes wide, and now surely Heagle just finds this kill. Ignite goes down. We're spell thieving. We are Zoeing right now, everybody. Flash forward, a stolen spell. That's going to ensure the downfall of Heagle, and maybe with Rosalie at their side, these two might be able to take a dragon.
We've got Pro 4 coming back again, the first to die, but that means the first to respawn. Maybe try and deal with this Ziggs as well. The zoning from this Nami should be enough, and the healing you have to hope will be enough, but Paolu, no Mega Inferno Bomb, really wants to find a little bit of extra burst to secure this dragon. Will not do so on the Drake, but will manage to grab the Zoe meanwhile. Shenpai likely going to isolate Aquasound here. Almost has the Unstoppable Force back up off cooldown, but the Aqua Prison will land. And it'll be one for a dragon to Tilt as a service.
And that is sole point here for Tilt as a service. Oh, Aquasound, I don't know that those Krugs are possible.
Same.
Be able to limp away.
Hacky's 1v2ing. Pro 4 and
Gets
Aquasound
ulted.
are walking away, but Hacky is still 1v2ing. He's almost got it back up. Yes, he does. Counter-Strike comes in. Big ult. The Curse of the Sad Mummy, though, not enough, as it is just going to be a 1-for-2 favor of questionable team play.
I mean, it looked really good. Aquasound there found a pretty big ulti. But again, this is the... If they had a mid lane pick that, like Victor, you know, something that could put an ulti down on top of that massive Amumu ult, you're thinking that it's just a wipe every single time, but this Zoe just doesn't quite fit that brief. Feels very individual, very much a case of playing to yourself, and not necessarily to the rest of the team. It's currently down 400 gold despite this, 5 kills in his back pocket. 5 kills for Paolu, though, needing to do just as much work. As they head up towards the Baron here, they're dancing around it, teasing us with it, but I don't think they're going to be able to take this.
They do get a teleport out of Hacky, which is pretty free, to be honest. They didn't even have to start the Baron for this, and now it's a lot less cross-map pressure for Hacky. One team fight for either squad, and Baron is a possibility. Credit to questionable team play. Like we said with their poke composition, they are setting up early. They want to think about taking the Baron. They get here first, lay a bunch of vision down, and get to play their composition out as intended. Pepic going to go for a trade. Does not actually find damage onto vision score.
Power of terrain for Zoe. A little bit of a double-edged sword. It's really good to get a long-range bubble, but sometimes you can't walk all the way around it to get the Q down, which is the exact position that Pepic found himself in. Right there, Vision Score able to buy enough space and get away. 3 items each for Paolu now. I appreciate the pit stop at this Banshees. Obviously just keeping yourself a little bit more safe. But now has gone straight back to damage. Luden's Shadow Flame, about as upfront damage while still having mana as you can get. Hacky takes a quick Q from both of the bot laners actually, as it turns out, but a lot of dancing going on around this top side. Both of these teams quite nervous for the Baron, and I think that what's going to happen is we're just going to see them dance around here for a couple of minutes. And then that dragon's going to spawn, and we're going to start to slowly focus our way down that side instead.
Certainly seems like the case. Counter-Strike does help out a lot, though. That one shot coming through from Jax has an Amumu with him. Curse of the Sad Mummy does connect, and Shenpai doesn't really get to play League of Legends. Dies with both Flash and the ult up. And 2 picks turns into a Baron lickety-split.
And we'll see if it actually ends up being a full Baron take here. Ezreal Ziggs still alive. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb for a good bit of poke. Good redemption here to heal all of them off. Can Zahen get into the pit here?
Paolu finds a kill. I mean, the poke is extremely punishing. Kyle does have to flash away, leaving Rosalie in the front lines. Double kill, triple kill for Paolu. but Baron was secured by Tilt as a service. If they can make it out with 2 of these Barons, I mean, I hesitate to call it a win, but it's at least not a full loss.
It isn't. You're quite right. My typical mantra for Barons is if you get away with it on 3 people, it's worth. If you get away with it on 2 people, it depends on which 2 it is. And we're probably calling this one even, to be honest, because it is both of the solo laners. It's probably the best 2 people to have the Baron on, especially Haki. If they can make their way out to the side lane, you would expect them to be able to take down some of these turrets. But obviously, it does slow down their role a little bit. With regard to that dragon and setting up vision around this bot side. If they can't get their way into the bot side and can't set up around this dragon, that could be a denial of the soul for the time being.
Pepic doesn't quite get to land the damage, and perhaps Tilt as a service, losing the vision battle. I mean, vision score doing quite well so far. Just making sure that these objectives are set up ahead of time. And they've got a full trap laid out. In comes the Unstoppable Force onto an isolated Amumu. This red buff being challenged and ultimately picked up by questionable team play. But now Curse the Sad Mummy comes in, and into the back line goes Hagel. Shenpai and Hagel sitting in the front line right now, trying to take down the Amumu, but Haki is all over them. It's a double kill, likely to be a triple for the Jax, and Paolu lucky to walk away from this relatively untouched because their front line got messed up.
Yeah, the back line of questionable team play was zoned away by Haki. Paolo and Kailonka had to both step away, and now they're the ones that are brazen enough to start up this dragon. And they know that they're going to lose the soul if they don't, but I think they're just trying to stall here as long as possible. Use that poke, use that range. If they get engaged on, it is curtains.
Oh my lord, that Counter-Strike just does so much damage. The AP build from Jax chunking through the members of questionable team play. Another double kill, and I mean, if we add those together, you know what Haki's
That's a
just done.
penta.
Yeah.
That's a penta kill for Haki. Obviously the time frame in between, not owing to the glory of a title, we'll be able to take this dragon. Doesn't quite connect there onto vision score, but not too much time. Yeah, just prevent any ideas of a steal. I respect that from vision score. Unfortunately, not going to be successful in their attempts. Rosalie even walking forward, taking down a tier 1 turret in the mid lane as well. Tilt as a service, even up that gold graph. Despite the best efforts of Paola here, 9-1-5 prior to that death. It's not quite going the way that they'd want to.
This is just looking fantastic for Tilt as a service so far. They have taken this mid-game by the horns, and with an Infernal Soul now picked up for them, I'm not nearly as worried as I was in the mid-game. When questionable team play had an even game, when they were able to lay out poke and set up at objectives early, because now I think of this and I mean, yeah, you still got a poke composition. Yes, the gold is relatively even, but with a full Infernal Soul, you eat a little bit of damage from Pepic, you eat a combo from Haki, or even a single auto from Rosalie, and all that poke is negated.
And they just will be equivalent to one another. Obviously, the extra ratio is going to feel pretty good for everybody on Tilt as a service. Pretty much everybody picking up that little bit of extra damage. So 3 Infernal Dragons as well, providing a lot of extra statistics there as well. It's right out for both of our junglers. Our marksmen working their way towards their third as... Oh, Shenpai.
That's all good. Sometimes you ult and it...
don't know that it's all
a
good.
zoning ult that gets them the tier 2 tower. Ooh. Now Pro 4 does almost fall, and Shenpai importantly survives the engagement. Well, Rosalie steps forward and discovers that she may in fact be alone, backing right off after losing the tier 2 tower.
All right. Well, you know what? Calculated. Shenpai knew the numbers, knew he was going to live. And that's all that mattered. I definitely thought they were sending it into their own demise, but fortunately enough, that was not the case. Pepic looking forward menacingly, and with that stolen flash available, I was concerned a little bit for Kailonka's life, but not with any real reasoning. As we take a look at those mid lane matchups, they've got pretty much the same item build path, except for the fact there's an extra spare Banshees in the back pocket for this Ziggs. So Paolo, you can see, quite happy to stand in the face of Zoe. Oh my god,
That's
double
too
land.
much damage. That is too much damage. The auto secures it. Pepic lends the sleepy trouble bubble, and that's all they need. Hacky looks for Paolo, flashes for the kill. It's a 2-kill combo picked up for Tilt as a service, and now looks like they'll be answering back with a tier 2 of their own. Ult does come out from Veeam-Sport, but quickly interrupted by Rosalie as the Curse of the Sad Mummy goes down. In comes Hagel, picking up 1 kill, but now alone with 4 members. Rosalie looks for the kill on Veeam-Sport, zones out the Vel'Koz, and tier 2 should belong to Tilt as a service.
I mean, maybe even more here. They might look for the third also, with Rosalie still high on HP, still quite ready to pump out that DPS. They would take a couple of plates for the Draven. But they've got their eyes on the Baron here. It's just spawned on up, and they might want that for themselves. It'll be great timing as well. With the Elder spawning in 2 minutes, this will wear out just as the Elder comes alive. It's all starting to seep into place here for Tilt as a service. All of those problems that they had previously slowly start to fall away as you go back to base, sporting purple.
Down. I was waiting for the Mega Inferno bomb, hoping that there would be some sort of challenge for questionable team play. Unable to approach. Now we're falling further and further behind. This tower going down, nice for them, but not going to save this game as the top lane wave will be collected by Pepic. Meanwhile, questionable team play. Their macro still not bad, but we are seeing some crazy killer instinct out of Tilt as a service. They are finding great fights. They have huge burst, and it's working out for them.
And Aqua Sound on this Amumu has landed multiple very, very important Curse of the Sad Mummies. So much so that it's been winning these team fights. Now Haki works his way up toward that top side, pings on the minimap are that he's going to go there. Pepic maybe begin to group back up with the team. They've got the Baron here. I'd like to see them put good use with it. Pepic doesn't have TP, so any fights that happen down on this bot side are going to be without the Zoe for the time being, and with an Elder spawning in a minute's time, it's a question mark for Tilt as a service. Do they want to play for this Elder? You'd imagine so. Or are they going to force to end the game before it even becomes a point?
One of the awkward bits for questionable team play is that they've got a Malphite whose success is landing a big ult, and everybody else can't really step up to it because their success is kiting out people like Haki, who right now, you can tell, underneath the tower just gives no hoots. Haki and Pepic gonna back away from a broken inhibitor tower and right into the arms of Hagel, but that doesn't seem to bother them so much. Veeam-Sport will end up collecting a kill, and maybe, just maybe, Haki will go down, but ends up whipping out the Counter-Strike and starting to walk this one out. The rest of the team pushing down the tier 2. Haki gets out. You trade your mid laner for even more pressure in the bot and mid waves. Break the inhibitor top lane. And Tilt as a service, they stay in control.
And I think that that's a really big trade. You have no frontline now to walk into this pit. Aquasound able to tank it up. Haki does a good amount of damage. Rosalie going to do a large amount of damage too. And this Elder, it's melting very quickly, and QTP can't get in. The Mega Inferno Bomb, just as a formality. It's the Elder Dragon now for Tilt as a service.
Credit to Aquasound, who has been on it with these smites, because Paolu is contesting almost every single objective with a Mega Inferno Bomb. The timing is there. It's just Tilt as a service. Their jungler is locked in.
And I mean, even in their series yesterday, up against DDD, stole away a dragon, which would have been the soul for the enemy. So, Aquasound, consistent with these smites. Very proficient on that timing, and with the Elder now in their hand, I would just like to see Tilt as a service embrace the Aquasound mentality. Full send it under the turret. Let's start ulting. Let's start taking these structures out, and let's start taking out QTP by force.
Haki, still powered up, is going to be moving against Hagel. Has a 3-level lead on Hagel, so you really cannot leave this Zahan alone with Jax.
It's dead.
That's fine. Oh my god. That's an acceptable amount of damage, I suppose, Riot Games.
That was a Draven auto attack plus
Zoe Auto, I believe, with the passive. I mean,
Oh
you're
my
dead
God.
too now, surely. Okay.
Shenpai knows his role.
Yeah, walk in, protect the Vel'Koz.
Ends up
Not
working
made any.
out.
They've made some good legway through the turret, but they've still got to do a little bit more. Next
Shenpai
wave
does
coming
have
in, you'd
ult.
like to think that's what they'll go for.
You step up a little bit too far and things get tricky, but Hacky's playing with the Elder Dragon right now, goes on top of Hagel, and with the Zanyas should actually be able to survive this last turret shot on him. It's a nice free kill. Pro 4 does get flash forced out of them as Pepic goes back in, trying to secure a kill on Vision score, but numbers advantage still for Tilt as a service. Hacky slowly healing back up, and the mid lane inhibitor tower falling just now as Rosalie gets to start hammering away at this objective. Shenpai waiting, knows that you have one unstoppable force to throw out, and as soon as you do, if you lose that fight, you lose the game.
Also numbers advantage there for Tilt as a service, but importantly it was defenders advantage for questionable team play. They could just absorb the poke, go back to base, heal off of the fountain. As long as the wave got cleared, that was all they were worried about. They even keep a hold of their inhibitor. I mean, when the enemy team has an Elder Dragon and all you lose is an inhibitor, that is a really, really big win. Especially when you're in a numbers disadvantage as well. Kailonka falling a little bit unceremoniously in the mid lane there, and they are still able to hold on. I think it's a testament to the strength of Paolu, of the threat that Hegel and Shenpai have.
You and I were talking about this. Another Hex Optics C44 picked up for Rosalie.
We were, and I love this pick, especially for ranged champions. I mean, it's pretty daft not to take it on ranged picks, but the Draven ulti in particular, obviously going to be at a pretty high range, and definitely a nice pickup for this Draven to find a little bit of extra damage from those ultis.
See exactly how much work it can put in, since right now Tilt as a service have done a really good job of finding what would now become procs for that particular ability. That is a needed dodge by Kael, who otherwise would absolutely have fallen to whirling death. Out comes the true shot barrage, but doesn't find much. Commitment from Shenpai does get stymied as Hacky once again moves in 1v3 to pick up 2 kills. Rosalie grabs one, and it is a wipe on questionable team play. They don't find a single kill. Tilt as a service manhandle their way to an ace, and now are looking for the end of the game.
And they will book their spot in the final. Questionable team play. They won game 1, but couldn't round it out in the best of series. This is why we do the best of 3s.
It's a nice win and a well-deserved one. Tilt as a service, convincing game 3. Now we'll move on, as you say, to the finals. The best of Group B up against the best of Group A. These two teams, Rule 34 Urgot and Tilt as a Service, have not played each other the entire tournament. And I'm extremely excited to see how that works out between them. The other thing is that we get to keep on with questionable team play. They are going to be going up against DDD on this stream right here.
They are indeed. That third place playoff game almost. Who gets the bronze? Who gets to go home and lift that inter-office trophy of a bronze medal here in this instance. Definitely something to keep our eyes on and be excited for as well. Obviously, the finals over on StreamB. We've got the real heavy hitter matchup, though, here. I think questionable team play have been so fun to watch. Have been so exciting, really, just throughout the entire day, entire tournament as well. With Scion picks, with niche fringe picks that are going into the mid lane as well. I really wouldn't rather be anywhere else.
And as we mentioned earlier, we've got the rising challengers in this semifinal that we're sending on. Tilt as a Service, now potentially unseating Rule 34 Urgot as the champions of the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup. But on the other side of this, DDD, who placed second this time, now have to fight against questionable team play to even make the podium. And questionable team play are not an easy team to beat, as we've already seen.
No, they're not. They battled. I think it took, on average, 40-odd minutes. Like, this game was 15 seconds. The last game took a good long while as well. And we will have DDD up against questionable team play on this side to confirm.
Obviously, they took game number 1, questionable team play, the power of Shen and Shenpai, but unfortunately, the rest of the team weren't quite capable, and the rest of the picks weren't quite enough to see them all the way through here. Obviously, that is the semi-final now. Signed off. The third place match, though, still to be played. We will have an interview for you guys in not too long a time. We're going to quickly just make sure that we've got everything ready for that before we bring them in, and just talk us through a little bit more of the post game.
Yeah, I mean, this series going all 3 games is a fantastic thing to get an interview on, whether it's with the winning side or the losing side of it. You're getting such insight into the way that the adaptation works, something that we really didn't get yesterday, but that was really heavily emphasized in today's series, both in between games and actually in the games themselves. It was really fascinating to watch the return to the like halfway split push win con with the Jax, but then pivot back into the team fight with the Gwen sort of look. The fact that we had so many different angles and avenues of success, we brought back a Zoe as well. Like these teams were both running out of options with Fearless Draft, but also trying to figure out what on earth was going to work best against their opponents, who were hard to shut down.
They were. I mean, on both sides, there was, competition being met. I think that Haki probably having his toughest matchup so far in the series, up against Shenpai. Shenpai maybe even the same sort of thing. Obviously, Rue 44 Ergot's top lane are going to now have to try and contend with that as well. But I think that on the bot side of the map, lots of really important parts there where Rosalie had to try and battle up against a really, really powerful top side. We had the same thing being mentioned for Kyalonka as well, as they're playing up against this sort of Thanos top laner from the majority of the games. So a lot of really good competition and a lot of really difficult positions that these players found themselves in, and yet we're still able to navigate so well and so adeptly almost.
I mean, the shutdown in the top lane was something that I wonder if other teams are going to be able to emulate. DDD, in a way, had that yesterday. You remember that up against DDD, Tilt as a Service ended up picking Ornn. And so we didn't really see the bruiser top lane that we got in every other series that we saw from Tilt as a Service. But I now really wonder, going into this next matchup, where DDD will now be facing off against questionable team play, whether we stick with that style for DDD or whether they try and whip out some bruisers themselves, because Shenpai has been so good at neutralizing lanes like that. If you're able to do it against Haki, you should be able to do it against anyone.
I think that's the really core part of this, is that we obviously pretty much of the opinion that Haki has been one of the best pieces here that we've seen on this stream, and now that Shenpai is faced up against that, it can't really get too much more difficult, really, moving into this next game, this next series. Obviously, we saw a pretty rough run of things for the DDD top laner. I think they played a Poppy game that was less than inspiring as well in the next game that they played, but lots of things that for both of these sides, I mean, DDD and questionable team play coming into this third place match, they'll need to look at, and that they will need to have improvement on. Don't get me wrong, from their last series, obviously, but lots of things that they can take and continue with as well.
I mean, Hagel, also a player that I'd really like to keep my eyes on. The Darius in game 1 from the jungle position, not something that you see a lot of junglers feel too comfortable on, but made that look really good. And to be honest, I know that they lost the next 2 games, but Pantheon and Zehen really looked quite good as well. I think that in the early mid game, Hagel is such a fantastic jungler, and it is in the late game where it could be a bit of the picks that he's going for. It could be a bit of just the comfortability overall. We do see Hagel fall off a little bit, but in terms of like the early game vitality of the team, Hagel is where I'm looking for sort of a temperature check on whether the squad has the opportunity to win that game or not, because it seems directly correlated with how well Hagel is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the I guess that's a really big part of this. Is if Hagel is able to get off to the races, then typically we see pretty good things for questionable team play. He was, like you say, the one who facilitated a lot of the early leads through that Darius in game number 1. If that happens again in their next series, then we start to get excited. That's when we can start to think about all of these good things that can come. Still hoping that we'll get ourselves a quick little interview here. I know that these teams have got to prepare as well for another game between the third place matches and the first place matches as well. So we'll not keep them for too long, I don't think, in lieu of preparation. But it's going to be, like you say, really good to get a little bit of insight in how a best of 3 is different, maybe from that best of 1 as well.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. We've got an interview. Aqua Sound, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much.
I will say
right.
you've quickly become, I believe, one of our favorite players in the tournament that we've seen. With the way you play, it's just really fun to watch. Like, it's honestly very entertaining. The picks that we've seen from you have always been really entertaining. I want to ask you, because I feel like this is the case anyway, but I'm going to ask to make sure: are you a Master Yi main?
I started in Master Yi initially, yeah.
Amazing.
I started playing League about 2 years ago or something. I started in Master Yi, then I switched to Warwick. Now I started playing more Nocturne, but for some reason guys decided to punish me, even though I'm the lowest elo player in the team. So I get my Nocturne ban all the time. And I'm like, okay, I'll try to pick something else.
That's
I
really
mean,
good.
the Amumu looked really good. And I think it really worked with the style that you gave us on Yi and Warwick. Like, you're so willing to engage with your face that Amumu just like makes a lot of sense, because if you do end up in melee range of an enemy, all of a sudden you're providing a lot of team fight utility. How were the comms behind that? Like, when you were preparing for the draft of game number 3, it was Fearless already. 2 of your champions had been taken away. What were you guys drafting for?
That was exactly that was the idea. We were thinking something more about like first game we thought about more damage in the jungle. Then we saw that the Darius push was like really painful, and he really had us all. And we decided, okay, we need someone to tank and go face first. I can do that with Warwick. I'm not afraid. I have a ton of heal. I can R and then Q and sustain for a lot of time. That's what we got for the second game. And for the third one, we were like, okay, we need something similar with similar amount of CC. So Amumu came as another option. So it went really well. Yeah, no, a lot of not much kills on Amumu, but that's not his job. His job is to be face first and give a lot of CC to everyone else who does the damage. So
yeah.
I think that's exactly right. Obviously, you've got another best of 3 coming up now. How are the vibes in the team camp? Obviously, after a good comeback, what's the general feeling in the call?
Emotions are through the roof, because after the first game we were a little bit. I would say for myself, I was a little bit okay. We were 2-0 yesterday, so we were like, okay, we can do this. After the first game, it might be hard. Okay, the Darius peak was really painful for every lane, not only for me as a jungler, for everyone. But after the second one, we were like, okay, we can turn this around. And halfway through the third game, we were like, okay, we can definitely do this. We just need to be a little bit careful, pay more around objectives, and try to pinpoint and pick someone before going for objectives or stuff like that. So that's what we did, and it worked.
Yeah, I noticed that you brought back Pepix Zoe, so I imagine that was part of the whole pick someone strategy. Make sure that you have like a lot of tools, a lot of options with which to do that. You have your bandage
So
toss, but you've also got, a bunch of other things.
Jax, we have Jax CC, we have Zoe CC, we have Amumu CC. So a ton of CC. We combine with Zoe's and Jax DPS. It's perfect.
Mm-hmm. You're going up against the reigning champions next. How are you feeling going into this matchup? Have you watched any of their games?
Haven't watched them. Unfortunately, didn't have the time. We're feeling pretty good. If we were able to turn around this game, maybe we stand a chance for the next one. But definitely the next one, it's called the final for a reason. So it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard, and
Well,
we need a lot of commitment. But
we will
so
let you go and get prepared for that. Obviously, over on the other stream, for those wanting to watch that, we are going to wish you good luck, Aquasound. Have a wonderful best of 3 over there. We are going to throw it to a quick break before we can prepare for our third place match. Obviously, questionable team play up against DDD, going to be coming on the other side of this break here. So I hope you all have a wonderful afternoon, and good luck to you, Aquasound, before we let you go.
thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. What a nice guy. And like you said, Rudude, it's time for us to take a break before we move into the third place match. This is going to be a difficult one, as we know, for both sides. Questionable team play have yet to play against DDD. The same is true the other way around, but they are both hungry for a victory after being pushed to the third place round. So take that quick break, grab some water, grab some snacks, be ready to cheer on your coworkers, and we'll come right back.
I swear I'm hitting the floor. I could swear that my stomach just sunk a meter. I'll be dead if I take any more.
ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Put through the fire, break the fire, chasing something true, caught in a bind. Maybe undo, cause when every call felt off, and the silence could be better, every motion falling flat, had to leave you. Caught beneath the canvas of a burning sky.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup in 2026. We've got some League of Legends going on this weekend, and in this particular stream, we are covering the third place match of the weekend between questionable team play and DDD, a team from Group A and a team from Group B. Let's go ahead and head on over to the draft as they've already begun it. Questionable team play, fresh off the back of a defeat that went 3 games where DDD ended up losing in 2. It's a tough series for both teams, but you got to imagine questionable team play a little bit more drained.
Yeah, and I think especially up against their previous opponents, Tilt definitely put on a pretty good show of things. Showed them how a best of 3 can be played and how tricky it is to come back from those situations. So just because they won one game doesn't mean that they're going to win the second as well. I've got that draft now underway. DDD looking to really focus out on that jungle area, right, with Darius taken off the board, Viego taken away as well. And the first pick of the Udia here, another attempt to maybe a bit of a denial.
DDD were the team that gave us Nasus top lane yesterday, so we know that this team is willing to go with some crazy stuff. Seraphine Brand whipped out by them as well as a bot lane combination. And questionable team play are not messing about either. Early Hui and Kaisa lock-ins almost catching me off guard given what we saw from them just last game.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I agree.
Okay.
These are not things that we saw from them at all. I mean, Shen is still open, and we imagine that Shen for Shenpai is the way that you'd want to go in a series like this. As the Vel'Koz gets locked in, a lot of Vel'Koz play in this tournament, which has caught me a little bit off guard, but definitely something that I am here for. Big fan of anything that requires a protractor. And Vel'Koz definitely one of those kinds of champions. As we look at the rest of the composition that it's being built around, it's definitely a Vel'Koz most likely in that bot lane, and even more likely as a support. And we'll see whether or not they are able to find a way to have some better successes than that of what they had previously. Obviously finding themselves in the third place match as opposed to the final. DDD with a pretty swift 0-2 down here puts themselves in this position where they're going to need a pretty good run of things in order to claim that bronze medal.
I will say that for Neffy, the mid laner of DDD, the Veigar yesterday, the Ori yesterday, it does work with the Syndra, and I really liked the way that they were playing generally. Syndra can exude a lot of pressure on the map and can be a pretty darn good matchup into the likes of Hui, which I imagine they'll be playing into. Like you said, there's a little bit of flexibility with some of the picks that we've seen today, and this draft is certainly no exception. However, big questions around the top side again. We've got Nasus and Poppy picked up by DDD in yesterday's games. We've already seen a big focus on Shen and on teamfight utility, on neutralizing lanes from questionable team play, and I do wonder which direction we're taking things in.
It could really be either at this stage. I mean, the Xerath getting locked in here. I mean, we've seen some good things from Xeraths already today. They've got a large range composition as well. A lot of poke that we can look at and maybe expect to be played around. Similar, really, style to what we had from them previously, just maybe with a couple of different pieces around it to make it stick this time. The Kai'Sa obviously a very poke oriented champion if she gets to the late game, but doesn't have anybody to go diving with her just yet. So maybe an ulterior motive for the rest of the draft here from QTP if they can change how they want to play it out. Got locked in here for presumably Shenpai on that top side.
Yep.
To answer what is maybe an Urgot top, could be an Urgot jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Urgot was played by questionable team play yesterday. Didn't expect to see it today, but perhaps up against a top laner that you're a little bit less afraid of taking over the game, Urgot feels like something possible, something a little bit less risky, and certainly can exude a lot of pressure himself. Hecarim actually locked in here.
I like it.
Udyr, Hecarim, what's going top here?
It's the Udyr, most likely going to head into that top lane. The Hecarim in the jungle, I'm a pretty big fan of. We've got 2 immobile control mages, whether they're one of them support, one of them's bot lane, or one of them's mid lane rather, and one of them's likely to be in the support role. As for which way round, I don't need to know yet. Probably the Xerath support, but we can wait and see and decipher this one as we get a little bit later on. But I really like the Hecarim pick here. It's going to be really good at disrupting. It's going to provide another person to try and enter that backline and cause chaos for these control mages, because if they're left unchecked, they are just going to start raining damage down on you. So it's a good way to try and find a little bit of access to that backline. Questionable team play. What jungler are they going to look to take? Obviously, one of their crucial players from the previous series, the Pantheon, gets to a return. And Hecarim, a champion that doesn't have the greatest early game in himself. So having a Pantheon who really, really does will bode very well for them.
Yeah, and Hegel's Pantheon did look really good in game 2, even if ultimately they did lose that series just a few minutes ago. This Pantheon pickup now shifts the focus for questionable team play. I would say that they are much advantaged in terms of the early mid game, the first couple objective fights, but you can see a world where scaling gets to us and Hecarim, Udyr, Syndra, Corki. How do you stop that team running over you?
You hope that your Kai'Sa is the GOAT. And then Kai'Sa can handle pretty much all of those. I'm going to be honest, there's very few champions Kai'Sa can't handle. But Kai'Sa's a really good pick at being able to sort of manage that situation in particular. So we do get to see the return of one of the best portraits that we've had, 2 of the best portraits maybe, with Neffy. You know, we gave the vibes of walking into your jungle, planting tea mushrooms, and Demon Chinchilla with the axe. Definitely a really nice pairing here. And they get to play up against QTP, who, much more, I'll call it reserved with the portraits, but Dua Lipa, like we mentioned, much nicer background than the majority of these. And I will say Shenpai with a lovely little picture in their hand as well.
Mm-hmm. An artist, both on and off the rift.
True.
I it's been a joy watching these teams play today. Now I will say, because we were on stream, I didn't see what was going on off stream, or over on stream A for what actually DDD were playing. So I'm gonna go ahead and check right now.
Well, you do some research. That's okay. We'll go find out what was happening. Now, my question, and this is my very selfish question in terms of broadcast focus, is has Narcia remembered to turn off streamer mode? Because yesterday they were the guilty victim, or the guilty party rather, of all of that. But if you say yes, I will trust in you that's the case. A quick recap of the day's games already. Obviously, Rule 34 Urgot found themselves with a 2-0 victory to put themselves in the final. They bested our team here, DDD, who weren't quite able to make it. They play up against Tilt as a service, who on this stream we got to see go in a pretty bare-knuckle brawl to take themselves in a 3-game best-of-3 into the final, where they play up against questionable team play, who, like I say, bested Tilt as a service once, but weren't quite able to take it all the way home.
I've got some updates for you on this. So, as it turns out, DDD did end up having a few repeat picks. they whipped out the Vel'Koz in that last series, but also ended up repeating the Nefiri that they had in the first day, the Nasus that they had on the first day, added a set to that, a Silas jungle, and a Nivea mid lane, and a Cog Maw bot lane throughout the course of their last couple of losses, but games.
And that's the final pick there. You've saved it till the last. The Cogmore getting locked in, something that we're definitely hoping to see. Dia, for those of you unfamiliar, a bit of a Cogmore aficionado himself.
Big fan.
Sure that you've got a lot of time there on the Cogmore in previous weeks. And now for what we got to cover. If you are joining us following DDD over from StreamB, first of all, welcome. Second of all, good luck to you, because QTP are no slouches. They are no pushover. They will make you work for this game. Obviously, 3 games up against Tilt as a Service. They even took one of them. So a very tricky outcome here, I think, for DDD. But they pushed Tilt as a Service in their game yesterday. So I do think, once again, we could be in for a pretty big heater here, dear.
I imagine so. And I mean, I really like the whole topside draft from DDD. I think Udyr fits Yeti really well. Hecarim fits Demon Chinchilla, who you'll remember from his Nefiri play on the very first day. I mean, this is a jungler who is really good about engaging, about snowballing games. And Neffy picking up Syndra as well just makes so much sense with the champion pool that they had. We've seen their Orianna do some incredible things, and they really know where and when to lay down burst to conclude a team fight decisively. On the other side of this, really curious about Shenpei's Urgot. Like,
yeah,
what's going to happen topside, given that Shenpei in the last series, we basically just saw back way off.
Yeah, I mean, up against an Udyr, you really can go a little bit crazy with it, I will say. Urgot is a champion who loves to kind of get in the mixer, get down and dirty, and try and do that damage. Try and find a little bit of a snowball, which will be nice if that is successful. If that's something that can be, repeated, it would obviously be very, very solid. And as well, really does well versus champions that are melee. So this Hecarim, the Udyr, they should struggle into the Urgot. I think that the problem is that Urgot is just a little bit immobile. Yes, you've got the disdain to gap close initially, but I do think unless you land all of your spells on the Urgot, which is innately very difficult because he's so quick, you are going to be sort of chasing your tail a little bit, really struggling to get through this game without putting yourself in a pretty tricky position.
One of the things that we've touched on quite a few times throughout this tournament as well is the amount of options that you have when it comes to how you start fights, what sort of crowd control you have. And when I look at these two compositions, I do favor DDDs that much more for when they start fights. Hecarim's really good at it. Syndra and Vel'Koz can both fish for or even layer engage over what Hecarim's got as a really simple go button. When you look over at the other side, questionable team play. Urgot starting a team fight, not really what he's known for. Pantheon, yes, can do it. Does tend to have to walk at you. Hui, not going to do it. Kaisa, Xerath, not going to do it.
Yeah, it's going to rely very heavily here on QTP's jungler, on this Pantheon to really make it work, and maybe a Kaisa following in off the top of that. Now, you will have Rite of the Arcane, and you'll have a really, really long ulti from the Urgot as well. Fear Beyond Death is a pretty deceptively long chain that you can launch at people, so their pick in their ways that are theoretically possible to follow up do exist. But that's in the perfect world, trying to pick out one target. If you Kaiser ulti into the backline in the face of 5 without support, you're just going to fall. You're going to die. And if you try and throw the Xerath ulti out without having any adequate support, or where they can just interrupt you again, not going to be too easy. Obviously, Hecarim, this champion that can just run so quickly, be so active on the map as well, that even if you think you're safe, he might just be able to gap close you that bit too quick and make your life pretty darn difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited about this particular matchup as well, because Demon Chinchilla and Hegel have looked like the driving force behind their teams at different times. Hegel specifically, of course, we mentioned coming off of last series, really critical in the pace at which his team is able to play the game, and the success of Hegel does seem directly correlated with how QTP are doing. On the other side, Demon Chinchilla sort of bringing an element of the last series that we had into this. Aqua Sound and Demon Chinchilla, two. I don't even know. I'm gonna say what I was gonna say just because I think it's funny, but
Yeah.
it's definitely a mixing of metaphors. Two birds cut from the same cloth.
Oh, yes.
Hecarim can definitely do a similar thing to what Neferi can do, and Demon Chinchilla absolutely does that thing, which is see a hero, kill hero.
Yeah. I want somebody dead, ergo I will kill them. And
Mhm.
whether or not that's successful or not, we're just not sure. But either way, it's a good look for Demon Chinchilla here. I am excited to see what the Hecarim is looking like. I'm excited by the build path as well, because without having seen any Hecarim, I am very curious as to what it is. Are we just going old school? Are we Trinity forcing? Are we looking for something more tanky? I mean, my memories of Hecarim are back when we used to go Hecarim Home Guard boots TP top lane, and you would you still had to buy home guards. You didn't get them for free, so you had to buy those for 475 gold from your boot enchantment man at the shop. And then you would TP top and you would like do a super gank on somebody with the movement speed. Obviously, Hecarim Z scales with movement speed, so you get faster, and then the damage that you deal is based on the amount of movement speed that you have, which is a really fun interaction. Especially if you're in a mobile target and can't run away. But the home guards change used to be really fun for that.
Yeah, on a mobile target, like say Urgot, Kaisa, Zareth, Hui,
Yeah.
people who are drafted against the Hecarim right now.
Quite literally.
It's this could easily be a game that Demon Chinchilla takes over, is I think the picture that we're painting here, and one that we'll actually get to see as I hear sounds of the Rift, and that means that we'll be heading on to it just about now. Third place matchup decider. First game between DDD and questionable team play.
Yeah, he's taking a pretty rough trade already. I can't imagine that he's just from one or two Xerath queues, but either way. Probably one of the better pieces of the roster alongside Eagle. It felt like somebody who could show up in this series if necessary, and did it quite well on the Scion game. Obviously wasn't able to carry that through to victory, but definitely looks good doing it.
And up in the top lane, I mean, excited to see what Shenpai is able to do when not just focused on not losing. At least in the early game, the ranged melee matchup definitely favoring Shenpai, and it's clear that he knows how to use it.
It's very funny. Because you're correct to do this, by the way, before I go any further. Labeling Urgot as a range champion. He has just short range.
Oh! It's not even first blood going down up here. Little Nasia ended up picking that up in the bot lane, which we should note Hui went into as a support.
That is true. I hadn't recognized that. Oh, I had, but I hadn't called it. So, either way, the Hui in the support role ends up falling. It was a very, very early gank by Demon Chinchilla, and one that is not going to be punished. Shenpai has flash, doesn't use it, falls.
All good.
And honestly, I'm okay with the fact that they die there. Because this wave is crashed, like, look at how disastrous, how many minions are being lost by Yeti, who did take the Ignite, so has no TP to get back up here. All of these minions are going to be ready for Shenpai when they make it back up to that top lane. Maybe they'll lose one or two melee creeps. But Yeti just lost like a wave and a half.
And honestly, is likely going to be at risk of dying again. Double longswords picked up by Shenpai with a wave on their side as well. This could very quickly turn into a situation where Urgot once again bursts you down. You can't step up to the freeze, or rather you have to choose between stepping up to the freeze or living.
It is really tricky, especially as the Zudia in this situation. Like right now, the lead won't be felt, but when all of these minions have died, that's when the real XP is going to start to be showed, as now Heagle down on the bot side has flash.
Might even end up using it. Aegis Assault does go down. Warne is low. couple more autos do need to be thrown out, but Little Nasia will not be letting that happen for free. Picks up the 1 kill, doesn't have barrier, but doesn't seem to care. Walks up to Kyle to pick up a double kill. Little Nasia may even pick up a triple kill in the bot lane. She goes off at 3 minutes into the first game.
And I saw the runes, I was like, I've never seen lethal tempo on a Corki before, and that is not anything to snuffing my nose at. A triple kill for Little Nasia that would not have been possible with any other Keystone. That was incredible, just turning and facing, recognizing exactly the damage that was left available, knowing that Vision-Sport doesn't have anything left over, knowing as well that they can find a lot of damage onto Kylonka as well. It was such well-played performance. As long as you don't end up falling here, I'm very happy with that.
Little Nasia gets out of this. Wave not exactly in the best spot, which I think is why we saw that awkward positioning. Much like we mentioned in the top lane, this time we got the same situation bot side. Lil Nasia's got the wave pushing away from her, and fortunately enough for them, Kylonka and Vision-Sport have recognized this and frozen the wave on their side. But you back with 4 kills, and somehow that freeze is not going to hurt nearly as much as it might otherwise.
And the thing is that they've got Demon Chinchilla here as well, so they can just walk up, break this freeze, and if any fight ensues, you'd like to think that you're Hecarim. He's going to be able to back you up. Good night. Told you, deceptively long range. And now look at another wave being lost. That's quick maths, about 10 minions that are dying to the turret there. 11, in fact. Yeah.
And you remember when we mentioned the whole like CS translating to kill things? 2 kills on Urgot plus a 23 CS lead right now.
It's pretty good. It's currently equating to about 800 gold. Now, the actual good thing is that because it was a cannon wave, Yeti actually gets to receive a good portion of those minions because the cannon took up so many shots. But in terms of what Shenpai is getting, he loses 1 melee creep for all of that. So again, the disparity is just overwhelming. With Yeti just hitting level 5 and Shenpai being, you have to imagine, well into level 6. I don't know how this gank on the top side is going to go, but they're trying it anyway.
Shenpai goes down here with flash, by the way. It would be a huge blow to be dealing to the top side, but fortunately enough, holds on to both summoners and walks this one out just fine.
I think the thing with Urgot, and even more so exaggerated at the moment, is it's going to be very difficult to freeze. Just because of those shotgun knees. It's really tricky to try and hold minions in one spot. He's opted to the Tiamat as well, so definitely not something that's going to be done easily, as he's looking to stop the invade right now. Demon Chinchilla is on the red buff trying to steal that away.
Doesn't actually manage to finish it. Shenpai waste his time.
Unless...
Yeah, like, Hagel's right here. Demon Chinchilla could just get one shot. Neffy did roam over, but can't stick around through the right of the arcane. Last shot is going to land, and over the wall, Shenpai hits the snipe.
Again, this thing has a really, really long range, and it catches Neffy right between the uprights. And that's a 3rd kill now for the Urgot, who does have to base. It does give a good amount of time for Yeti to catch up in the experience in that lane. But yeah, that's a rough blow.
Meanwhile, Little Nasia stepping up in a 1v2. Knows what she's got on a 4-kill Corki this early into the game. This is a yin and yang sort of game. We've got 3-kill Urgot taking over the top side and 4-kill Corki taking over the bot side. Eventually they will clash, but until then, it's a matter of who snowballs harder.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, as Little Nasia here, what you have to do is recognize the state of the game. And the state currently is that the rest of the map is crumbling. So it's going to be on you to be the carry. So you have to get a little bit volatile with it. Try to take plays that are going to extend your lead that little bit further. If you're not able to do that, that then becomes a problem because inevitably Shenpai is going to descend from top lane. Inevitably, Paolu is going to start to roam on this Xerath a little bit more. And if you're not fed enough to be able to handle that, you're just going to lose and all of your advantage will mean nothing.
Yeti hanging on for dear life up here, has not let the 20 CS lead extend itself too much more for the moment. Demon Chinchilla still hanging out towards top side as well, has all his camps up, but is going to go see what else can be done in terms of a mid lane gank. This dragon clearly available in the focus for questionable team play at the moment. And so Demon Chinchilla, rightly so, is going to move on up and take the Void Grubs in response.
It feels a little bit counterintuitive here. DDD are the team that should be playing around their bot lane. This 4-kill Corki. Similarly questionable team play should be looking to facilitate this Urgot snowball, but they're the ones that are sort of splitting the map right now. And actually with that pink ward in the back of the pit, means that questionable team play aren't going to do anything, and DDD do secure themselves just a free set of Void Grubs and maybe a kill on Shenpai too.
Shenpai does have Flash and Ignite available, so might be able to burn through somebody, but the burst out of Neffy is incredible, and Demon Chinchilla brings just enough CC to pick up the kill immediately afterwards. 3-man gank on the top side, plus the Void Grubs, and all of that completely unanswered by questionable team play.
Yeah, and now they've spent so long trying to set up for this dragon that by the time they actually take it, very real possibility that DDD try to contest this as well. Yes, they have no unleashed power on Neffy, but they've still got the unstoppable onslaught, or the onslaught of shadows as it is, for Hecarim. You can see Warnace as well, stepping forward.
Ooh, there goes the onslaught of shadows, and Hegel will just fall, just like that. The burst still absolutely potent for DDD, and they move right back onto this dragon. Picking that up. Void Grubs, Dragon, kill on the top laner. These last 2 minutes have worked very well for DDD.
And for Hegel as well, a complete detraction from what we saw in the previous series, where actually he was doing very well at controlling the pace here of the early game, but a little bit of lacking decisiveness when it comes to trying to take down the neutral objective. Definitely cost them there. Nausea sat with low mana, but enough to try and take that plate. Working towards that Trinity Force, has the Cull in their back pocket as well. Killer Instinct was available there for Kailonka, but won't be able to find their way into the Corki just yet. 8 stacks from that Cull being finished. It feels bad to recall on such a low number, but if you want that Trinity Force, you're going to have to.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Just, man, you'd really like that extra 8 CS. And fortunately, with Warnace coming up into the area, it seems like that's the call. Nasi is going to stick around, see if this Cull can be popped first, as it'll be an even bigger power spike, excuse me, for DDD. Once that item comes online, Demon Chinchilla likely going to want to pay a little bit more attention to this bot side in the next few minutes, accelerate them even further, as Neffy does take an unfavorable trade in the mid lane and actually might go down, as we got a right of the Arcane channeled and finished. Paolu picking up a kill, solo bolo.
We'll be able to take a little bit of a turret plating as well down on that bot side. That's just a dead Vel'Koz. Warnace falls, and unfortunately Vision Score not quite able to land the spare Q onto Lil Nausea, but she did finish the Cull for what it cost them. It's going to be the support's life, and maybe their own as well if they stick around for too long underneath this turret.
Credit to Hegel. Did make a Grand
TP
Starfall work,
behind.
and now we got a play cooking here for DDD. Teleport right behind Kailonka and Vision Score. Flash over the wall from Vision Score, but Onslaught of Shadows takes Demon Chinchilla right to the front lines. Neffy is here. Hegel actually ends up hitting a nice stun and an Aegis Onslaught. Whatever that's.
Oh, wow.
I'm missing it right now. Ends up saving Hegel a bunch of damage. Everybody from questionable team play does Aegis Assault. Gets
just
out,
got away.
and Kailonka walks right back up into Demon Chinchilla, losing their support for it. Hegel answers back. We are still getting aggressive onto Warnace, and I'll be honest with you, Rudude, DDD have stepped a few steps too far. Questionable team play, strike back in bot lane, and in the top lane, so things seem to be going their way as well. Yeti, very low HP, taken down now.
Yeah, I mean, Nausea's going to be able to probably narrowly evade this. You can see Paolu just journeying them back all the way through their bot side. And honestly, I've got to give credit to Kailonka for the escape initially on the Kai'Sa. Very heads-up play. Landed some early plasma stacks using the Void Seeker onto the Hecarim, who then ulted behind the Kai'Sa, thinking that was going to be the way to steer her back into the team.
But actually, Kylonka used that as an escape, used the ulti to get out and keep themselves alive. Then the overcommit happened. Neff flashed under the turret, missed everything, and then pressed R on the Kai'Sa, who fortunately was able to survive at this stage in the game. I can't promise that you'll have the same outcome a little bit later on. But then they were able to turn it around, turn it back for a re-engage. Paolu comes down, is now 3-0-2 on the Xerath, and feels like an absolute fiend.
That does even up the gold significantly. Like you said, Paolu, a player that we want to keep our eyes on, but that yin-yang that we were talking about coming to a head as Shenpai moves down towards the bot side. 4-2 Urgot, 5-0 Corki, and questionable team play. Want to look for something. Out comes the ult from Vision-Score, hitting the nice slow, and Warnace gets sniped over the wall, instantly chewed up, but Kylonka gets punished for it as Little Nasia rockets forward with Demon Chinchilla, picking up a double kill, 7-0 on this Corki, and now wants to take down their opposite number, Shenpai, crushing through the health bar of this Corki. Little Nasia bit off a little more than she could chew.
And that's just top lane versus marksman moment right there. That's just never going to be winnable for a Corki, no matter how fed you are. At this stage in the game, the 2-level lead is just a little bit too much. And unfortunately for Lil Nasia, she's not quite able to hold her own. And you can see in the gold, right? It's just a 1k gold lead over Shenpai. Top lane diff, unfortunately. And as a marksman, she'll know that all too well down in that bot lane. But a really good turnaround play, though, I will say, from Nasia. Again, just recognizing exactly what this Corki can do. Moved into that bot side, took that 2v3 with absolute, no concern at all.
Really excited to see what she does in team fights, because that sort of recognition can translate extremely well into a mid-game. Now, Demon Chinchilla does unfortunately get chunked out quite a bit. Tries to dodge the right of the arcane. That last shot is going to land, and Kylonka secures it with an auto. One pick goes their way, and now questionable team play, looking for the dragon as well. Kylonka extremely low, and you still don't want to play the fire that Little Nasia can spit out, but Shenpai is joined up now, and this Urgot can do ungodly things to any champion on the Rift.
Unfortunately, it's just a numbers advantage here. They already took down the jungler. Yeti's on the top side, trying to claw back a little bit of that lost gold. And they do end up having to concede on that dragon, but good little bit of free time for Yeti, like we've mentioned. Might even be able to take this tier 1 turret in the top lane. Doing it very slowly, but there's nobody too close just yet. Maybe a turret secured, and a little bit more gold in the back pocket of Yeti.
Being able to keep things, again, still within that 20 CS lead that was generated earlier. Yeti has done a really good job of playing safe on the Urgot after a pretty disastrous early game, if we are not mincing our words. The Udyr has recovered quite well, and as we look forward in this game, with top lane tower now gone, has just about the same roaming ability, but I'm noticing an early Hullbreaker picked up. Perhaps Yeti's plan is simply not to join the rest of the game.
It certainly looks that way. Let's just be as uninteractive as possible and then see what happens. It's a bold strategy, and we'll see if it pays off for them. Oh my word. Goodbye. Yeah, you get hit by a Vel'Kozi, and then the entire range of Corki spells afterwards. That is not going to be good for you. But they are going to secure the Herald on the top side. Kylonka, unfortunately, they're not able to live even with the barrier. So it's another bit of gold going into Little Nasia, but the rest of the team, are they going to be crumbling at the seams? No, it looks like Yeti's able to get out.
Crazy speed. Does have Swifties, and if there's one thing Udyr is going to be able to do, it is draw multiple people into a lane and then scooch on out of there.
Bear turtle, bear turtle, bear turtle, bear turtle. It's Nabram now, isn't it? It's not even bear.
I know. What have they done to our boy? Shenpai does get stunned, and we've seen this 3v1 before. No surprise that he ends up going down. What is interesting is what happens after. Hagel, unfortunately, not long for the world, as he does move a little too far forward, but Vision-Score is able to keep his AD carry plenty healthy, and with lots of time to rocket on forward with the Killer Instinct, picking up a double kill.
Not bad for the Kai'Sa, especially after the struggles of the early stages of this game. Nasia, hello!
That's all good. 8-1.
Yep.
That Corki is gonna fry.
It's going to rocket forward occasionally and is going to absolutely mince you up. You fire your CC spells and they don't connect. I'm loving this from Nazia. Such an aggressive set of plays. And really starting to take this game over on this Corki. As long as there's no Shenpai nearby, feels like Nazia really can control pretty much whoever is left over.
I want to see her Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
When, you know, the Corki looks like this. What are you going to be cooking up for us next? Kog'Maw. Definitely, the champion that I'm missing.
Personally
I'd like
invested
to see it,
in seeing.
Yeah, exactly. You've hit the nail on the head, Rudude. Now, Nasia does have to keep things going this way. As Corki, you are incredibly powerful, but the ability to overstep is not something that belongs to any single champion or League of Legends player. Anyone can do it, and for Nasia, it would be devastating for DDD.
It would. I mean, 500 gold bounty on her head right now. Like, this is ultimate protect the president situation. You need to make sure that Nasia doesn't die. If she goes down, it's 800 gold to whoever picks it up, and I mean, pretty much everybody is going to be grateful to take that at this stage.
I mean, there's not a single person on questionable team play that couldn't do with a little bit of extra damage. This isn't a sort of like Sona situation where you're like, oh, well, I guess they got the kill. Like, anybody from questionable team play who grabs gold, that is going to hurt your bottom line. And DDD have to maintain exceptional control of this game, something that they may very well do in the next couple of minutes. I know that the Barons just spawned, but what I'm really looking at is the Hextech Dragon that's going to be spawning in just under a minute.
We'll pick the second dragon for whichever team does pick it up. Obviously not a large emphasis on this through the early stages of the game, more so geared toward making sure that they could find a opportunity to get those top side objectives and maybe a little bit more focused on gold as well. She's now got a rapid fire finished for Nasia as well, so she's got the ability to play at just that little bit more range also. Make the lives of their opponents even more difficult than it already was. But I will say RFC in this build for a Corki, it makes sense later, but this is 25% crit chance. This is exclusively for the range. Not so much its ability to be a crit strike item just yet.
Not going to be blowing people up, but tickling them, perhaps, from range. Now, little Nasia does get a little too close for comfort, but Demon Chinchilla is comfortable taking that responsibility right over. Shenpai does get pushed back, but very happily will accept the kill onto Demon Chinchilla. Hagel goes low. Neffy dodges most of the right of the arcane. And to be honest with you, Rudude, it's an even fight. One that I'm even concerned for DDD on, as Nasia steps too far forward, gets shot down by Shenpai. And that is all that you could ask for as questionable team play. You get 800 gold on your Urgot and a dragon.
And that is just a little too close to the sun there for Nasia. She just feels it. And when you're this far ahead, you absolutely do. But it costs them dearly. Now, what I will point out is that entire fight was 4 versus 5. Yeti, with TP ready, went, nah, dog, I'm good. I'm taking these turrets. And did exactly that. In fairness, there is now an exposed inhibitor in the top lane for questionable team play. But DDD decided that they were sacrificing that fight before it even begun and still looks like they could have come out on top.
That's absolutely true. I mean, I'd love to see how much further they can push this, assuming that they are able to balance a little bit more on the knife's edge that they are keen to play on.
Swifties for the Syndra as well. That turret's going to fall, but... oh, never mind. One auto attack takes it down.
Surely it does.
I mean,
everybody on DDD is definitely coordinated around at least protecting that particular objective. If not, there's Xerath, who does get a little bit of alone time with Hecarim. Vision Score not too happy with this either. A double kill goes the way of Demon Chinchilla, and to be honest, Rudude, I mean, we're 22 minutes into the game. There's a Baron on the table.
There is indeed, and now Yeti. Oh my word! Hello.
Where's this damage coming from?
Oh, he's been sniped. He's been taken out. And now, can Shenpai do more?
Sort of gone an awkward direction for the Baron. Are we Valkyrieing forward? Did we already Valkyrie? Looks like either way, Shenpai is going to get away with this. And towards the bot side, questionable team play. Get a little bit more gold on Kael, who grabs the bot lane tower, still enabling DDD on this Baron.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be a pretty fell swoop, but instead there's a TP in from Paolo, who does have Right of the Arcane ready, and actually this is a little bit too close for DDD. I think they need to back away. Demon Chinchilla might have just thrown themselves away there with that snipe in.
A little bit too much damage, and the Right of the Arcane absolutely connecting. Double kill for Veeam-Sport as he uses the Baron to his advantage.
And now, questionable team play. They're going to pick it up. They've got 3 people dead on the opposite side. Yeti, wrong side of the rift. TP is available, but I don't really think they're going to be able to do anything with that. It's just going to be a Baron picked up, plus a mid lane tier 1 turret, plus an extra bit of damage onto the tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, this works out really well. Look at the timer as well. 2 minutes left until the next dragon spawn. It'll be sole point for questionable team play, and right on the line as their Baron buff expires.
Yeah, Baron can be a throwing magnet, and unfortunately for DDD, in this instance, they've thrown what was a pretty good position in the game. We'll see whether or not questionable team play can do anything with it. They're currently trapping in the brush, but they get spotted. They get Nausea.
Oh, that's it. Little Nausea hits the face check, and that'll be it for her. Neffy now 1v1ing Kyle, gets away, but we've got Yeti in the front lines, shut down by Paolu. That is a bloodbath in the top side, but one that still ultimately goes questionable team play's way in a 2 for 3.
It is a 2 for 3, and again, importantly, it's a 5v4, but this time it's QTP who didn't have all of their members. Vision-Score has taken up the mantle of split pushing top laner and was pushing in the bot side the entire time, as the support no less. So without that vision and without that setup, you were expecting that maybe DDD could get something from this, but no, the stats, the gold, the team play, questionable or not, able to find themselves 3 kills in that top side, and still haven't yet broken open the base, but we'll be able to probably take this dragon that spawns in a minute as well.
That first tier 2 going the way of questionable team play. I know they'd like a second, but are really focused on this dragon right now, resetting and spending some of their hard-earned gold to make sure that the next team fight goes even better for them. Such a funny thing about MOBAs. I mean, I know that we all love fighting in any MOBA, but it's so economic the way that you set yourself up for victory. So much of the game comes down to, of course, positioning, of course, your micro, and like 75+% of it is just how much gold are you getting at any given point.
Yeah, it really is. Like, are you catching this wave? Are you not? Right? And I think that is a very classic oversimplification. Again, very important. Let's take a look at the top lane, though. Yes, Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds, but with that hull breaker, again, has TP ready. Doesn't need to come here. This isn't a soul for QTP. It is soul point if they get it, but we'll see if they end up committing to a fight or if they commit to the inhib.
Well, Nausea is actually almost 100-0 just by Right of the Arcane. Fortunately enough.
Recalling yet. They might be able to fight. Yeah. They did have the Baron recall, so they're actually fine.
From the man who brought you NASA's top lane.
May we present Udia?
Yeah. I mean, it's really working. They've just got an inhibitor, and I didn't even see DDD break a sweat.
No, they didn't. And I think that's the important part here, is that no sweats were broken, really.
Do you think that Shenpai can still 1v1 Yeti?
I'd like to find out. But if you ask me,
I don't know if Shenpai would,
analytics, probably. I think it's probably still got favored. If you hit the shotguns, then yes. If you don't hit the shotguns, then no.
I'll take that. I'm excited to see it happen. It's got to happen at some point, because in some way, there's got to be a legend assigned to who takes down Yeti.
There is. Well, you'd like to think that there would be. And currently, Yeti's grouping up with the team, so that can be shared across everyone.
Brent Starfall. Neffy's just simply dead. The assassination mission by Hagel going off without a hitch does ultimately fall, but the Right of the Arcane that follows that up, devastating for DDD. Now, Vision-Score is going to be left alone with the Hecarim as Kyle flashes onto Yeti. Demon Chinchilla doesn't finish the kill on the support, but Yeti is right here trying to finish it off himself. Does get feared and shut down. A little bit of hubris on both sides. And now it's Shenpai who's split pushing into the base.
Interesting. I'm curious. Is this just a top lane thing, or are other lanes involved? It seems like for the moment that both Shenpai and Yeti are both in this sort of who can split push better mode. It seems like for the time being, at the very least, Yeti with that inhibitor down does have a slight edge over that. But the fight down on the bot side, favourable for questionable team play, and we're seeing the power of Xerath here really starting to stop bodying fools, for lack of a better term. Right, if the Arcane did a sizable amount of damage there and was very, very, very instrumental in the takedowns.
It's disgusting. Like, Paulu's like 8 screens away from you, and all of a sudden your AD carry is just chilling at 25% HP on the verge of death. You haven't even smelt an enemy champion yet.
Okay, now the actualizer, I think, being started here by Paulu is a very, very fun item. Basically, get damage when you ulti is exactly what Xerath wants, and it takes Xerath from being this insane poke machine to almost an assassin in the way that he can just open up with ulti from a few screens away and then still take you down.
I'll tell you what, if they're able to get this Baron, or even the upcoming Dragon, that amount of damage and space that the ult will buy you is even better. I mean, next, I know that I said Baron first, but that's a Hextech Soul that's on board for questionable team play if they're able to secure it. Now, Yeti does try and start a fight, immediately bursted down, but Demon Chinchilla is able to answer that back with the help of Nefi. Out comes the Red of the Arcane, though, and it is time to put people into the blender. Shenpai unfortunately enters it first as a double kill comes through for Little Nasia, but she gets feared and bursted down by Vision Score. We've got 2 people left on both sides, mid and support.
It's the battle of skill shots here. This is just what these players want, where you have to dodge the enemy skill shots, you have to hit yours. Looks like there's going to be a recall for Vision Score. Paulu, level 18, has a 2-level lead over the Syndra, has that death cap as well, but gets caught by a stun.
Flashes that as well. Nefi's still looking for this. Flashes to follow up, finding the pick onto the Xerath. A shutdown going the way of Nefi, and great timing on it as well. 55 seconds on the mid laner for questionable team play. Dragon, Soul for questionable team play, up in 30.
And you have to imagine that DDD here, with the run of the Rift, they could go to the Baron here if they wanted it, but it looks like they're playing it safe, they're playing it reserved. I think Baron is a good idea, but if they can't get back out to this Dragon, they probably don't want to do it. Nasia, though, Infinity Edge picked up now, a little bit of MR in the back pocket as well. With that Negatron cloak, they need to get their way into this river, though. They need to deny some sort of vision. Dragon is spawning. You'd like everybody to be here and ready before Pauli respawns with TP.
Demon Chinchilla does manage to make it out. On the other side, Hagel not so lucky. The jungler being down, like you said, makes Dragon a foregone conclusion. And if I may add, I think Baron as well.
Well, we'll see. 40 seconds still on that death timer. There are no pings on the minimap just yet, but you'd like to think that they'd be looking for it instead. It's going to be a case of trying to steal away a blue buff, steal away some of these camps. I do think they've missed a trick here, DDD, and that they might want to go for that, but Shenpai's just going to one-shot Warn Ace. You can't be face-checking like that. Your spells don't have any wards left, but fire some Qs into a brush, and now it's Demon Chinchilla who's getting routed. And Tekram, he's probably going to be fine to get away. Oh, no!
Vision Score still doing a decent bit of damage, but Kyle is all over Nefi. Demon Chinchilla does come in to try and save Nefi, but is going to be pulled right back in to the meat grinder. Vision Score looks for Little Nasia, does a lot of damage, a deceptive amount of damage on this way, and actually could take this 1v1 if he plays the range right.
No Valkyrie, though, now stuck in the pit. Might just have to force a recall in there. Oh! Vision Score. Okay. 6-pet Quay inbound.
Nasia has Valkyrie again.
How many skill shots
and
can she
surely
dodge?
dies.
Oh, I think they're a little bit lost in the sauce right now.
She's
Corki
crazy.
Can do that. Well played. So Shenpai wins the 1v1
Yeah.
versus Yeti. That was with Yeti using Ignite. It didn't even look particularly close, I'm going to be honest. The Baron's picked up for questionable team play. And it feels like order has been restored. We now have a team winning in some sense or other. And poor Nausea just doing absolutely everything she can, but still not having it be enough.
It's a situation you often get into as an AD carry. You're
True.
like A-clicking and using your cooldowns, positioning in the right place, watching what everybody's doing, and then, you know,
You get hit by one skill
team
shot
falls
and you
apart,
lose the game. Like
yeah,
that's
exactly.
the sad reality right now is that if Nazi gets hit by any piece of CC, she just dies, and then the game most likely going to end. If she dodges everything, she probably kills everybody. But even still, like, that's such a high bar of execution to have to play to so consistently. If ever you take your eyes off of Vision Score, off of Paulu even, off of the Pantheon and where they are, and even if you get flash disdained, like, are you ready? Are you watching for that? That's so many things to keep your eyes out for, whilst still dodging all the other skill shots that aren't CC and trying to keep yourself alive and do damage.
And currently just flanking the team with Demon Chinchilla. Two-person army over here.
Don't hate it.
And Little Nausea does get spotted. Hagel
Oh, I hate the
knows
split,
how
though.
important this kill is and is looking for it. Does find the stun. Shenpai does get the Fear Beyond Death flash out of Nausea. And Neffy's able to collect the kill on Hagel. It's a numbers advantage, but quickly Shenpai is turning that around. Vision Score is here. Little Nausea has to dodge everything. Right of the Arcane interrupted for now, and Nausea steps back up. But in the face of that, we've got an inhibitor going down in the mid lane. This ends up working out in 2 lanes for now. Not too many more people falling, but with 2 members dead for DDD. Nausea comes over to the mid lane just to watch the inhibitor fall.
Yeah, I think Neffy there maybe saving the game with that stun onto Paulu. That right of the Arcane could have easily taken down both Nausea and Warnace, and then that's a 4 versus 1 on the map that probably isn't going to be favourable, let's be honest, but good scatter from Neffy. Keeps the game going, flashes in.
One pick would be good. In comes the stun. Barrier comes out, and a great timing on the Zanyas, but not quite great enough to fix that situation. Good ward for DDD, and now a couple seconds of advantage. 40 seconds, as the dragon will come up then. Might be enough.
They need to be there on the spawn, though, and that's what's important. We've seen a lot that DDD are just trying to play a little bit too close in that sense, that they try and get just a little bit too much. They have to spend this time taking control back of this river, walking in together to make sure that they can get in here for the spawn, take it, get in, and get out.
You'd really like to find a pick right now while you have a numbers advantage. Vision Score does take a decent bit of poke, but it's got to be people like Yeti and Demon Chinchilla in the front line and keeping people like Shenpai at bay. In goes Demon Chinchilla, immediately getting melted, but it works out in the favor of Little Nausea, who's able to walk forward onto Hagel. Fear Beyond Death drags Shenpai back into the front line, and Kael arrives just in time to almost take out Little Nausea. 2v2. Still a possibility, but the health bars are too low on DDD to feel like contesting this dragon.
Yeah, but they've got the smite still here. Demon Chinchilla, if he can get in at the right time, should be able to steal this away. They have to know that this is a possibility. Trying to hide away, but instead decides that it's just not worth it. They're going to give soul.
That's devastating. I mean, they're so close to winning that fight. Kael showing up just in time is the thing that really saves it. But
And
giving
Shenpai
up
as well.
the Hextech Soul.
That's brutal. Shenpai in that fight was a bit of a fiend, an absolute monster, in fact. And that was a good start for Demon Chinchilla. I want to credit them for the engage. Finds a double fear onto both of the backline mages. Vision Score never really gets to play the game. Paolo able to flash out and try and do a little bit of damage back, but ultimately ends up falling still regardless. As we get to 38 minutes here in game number 1, dear, everything on StreamB is just far superior to anything that StreamA can have to offer. I'm just convinced. As we've just got bangers every single time. 38 now, 39 minutes almost into this game. Baron live in about a minute. Yet he's not quite able to get any vision down, but you see Vision Score making a pretty good hand fist of making sure that they instead are in a good spot to take these fights.
I'd be quite worried about Shenpai, like you talked about. Huge player in the last fight. Right of the Arcane does get channeled early on to lay out a decent bit of poke, but Neffy's got fancy feet, dodges all but one of those.
Yeah.
And just like that, I mean, you're kept in it as DDD.
It was the Malignance here for Paolo. Oh, early stasis. Don't think you were meant to pressing that button, but oh no, the stun.
One stun!
And Nazi is able to live. That is wild. But look at the build here for Narcia. Wit's End, yeah, cool. Kanik Rukken? Huh? But it's needed. It's needed here. There's so much magic damage and so little ability to sustain it.
Flash disdain from Shenpai, wants to assassinate Little Nasia, needs one more auto to do it, and will complete the kill. But Yeti is able to answer that back with the help of Neffy. Meanwhile, however, Demon Chinchilla did fall, which leaves questionable team play in the winning position. Yeti flashes forward to correct that mistake, taking down Kyle. The answer back from Palu on Neffy, and a grand starfall looks to be sending this the way of questionable team play, as they have got one more right of the Arcane to pick up the final kill, complete the ace on DDD, and send questionable team play towards the Nexus.
And they should take game number 1 here. A back and forth affair once again, dear. Absolute carnage in the mid lane this time. But it's just one slight overstep, one skill shot landing that maybe shouldn't have done, and QTP secure game 1.
This is a difficult game to call, a difficult series to call, as we kept it so close, but in the end, it does come down to some nice clutch performances. Quick inhib respawn does actually give us the potential for another fight. Demon Chinchilla is up, and as much as we were ready to conclude the game, now we are fighting over this all over again. Nasia's here, picks up the kill on Vision Score. Demon Chinchilla gets out, and Hagel is down. Rudud, are we keeping this going?
We definitely are, and look at the timings. They thought they could end. The Baron wasn't taken, and now they've got a 5 versus 3 on the map. DDD may have just been given the absolute gift of a century with that inhibitor respawn. Nazi's going to lead the charge here, and you have to imagine that Baron is on the cards for them. They need to take this. They need to find this as some sort of a stalling tactic, if nothing else.
Nazia's got Flash and Ghost. Shenpai has neither Flash nor Ignite, nor access to this pit. Look out for that right of the Arcane. Nasia almost gets taken down, but Demon Chinchilla does hit the smite just in time to secure a Baron, giving a lifeline to DDD. Keep your eyes out as well. 2 minutes left until Elder Dragon. Baron should be in the hands of DDD still at that point.
And I really thought we wouldn't have needed an Elder to close this game, but at this stage it feels a little bit inevitable that this might be needed. Baron now for DDD. They've got a little bit of time where Shenpai is not on the map. Nausea, you can see, just itching to get involved, wanting to do as much damage as possible. It's got so much MR at this point that the lack of Void Staffs is actually going to start to hurt these mages. You can see even still with that, a couple of bits of poke and damage will stick.
Not a whole lot of long-term sustain on Little Nasia. It's more about, you know, doing your damage and dodging the skill shots, but you get hit by a couple of them and you're not going to be healing that back up in short order. Now with the Valkyrie out, Little Nasia is relegated to dodging skill shots once again, but Neffy continuing to dodge these as well, doing a great job. His Vision Score does get chunked out. We are balancing this game on a knife's edge, and Yeti may be stepping a little too far forward in the top side. Very careful on this Udyr, who just has move speed to get out.
Oh my word. Dear, we're going to go again here. There's another one. There's another fight to be had, and I think the good news is that it's around the Elder, so it's for most likely all of the marbles in game number 1. Again, folks, this is a best of 3. We are guaranteed at least one more game of this, if not 2, with how close this game and this series so far has proven to be. At this point, 88,000 gold, and the fact that these two teams are still even, it's mainly just about who's getting to those breakpoints sooner. Is everybody full build? And at this stage, we're just waiting for items on Yeti. Our junglers need a little bit more gold. The support's looking to finish off their final items, but we're 44 minutes in. Our Elder Drake now having been spawned. Nausea can't be the one to face check.
And yet, she do. Valkyrie over the wall saves her. Shenpai moves into the front line. Out comes right of the Arcane, right on top of Warnaze, forcing him to cancel the ultimate, but Yeti is the first one to fall. Demon Chinchilla still in the front line, playing in a 2v3. Buys time for his backline to flash forward. It's a double kill picked up by Nasia before she goes down, but Kael going golden just in the nick of time. Finds a double stun by Nefi, and Palu, living
It's
for
so
now, might still
close.
find an answer.
There's another one, dear. There's no way either of these two can end. But nobody can take the Elder because they're all so low on HP. Another fight that comes down to the absolute wire that nobody comes away from victorious enough.
Now, because we are getting another one, we've got to check in on summoners. Kael, Vision Score, and Shenpai, even Hagel, all have Flash.
Yeah.
On the other side of this, it is only Yeti. The advantage going to questionable team play in this next engagement.
And again, this is the team QTP that we thought had already won the game, but an inhibitor saves their game. It's all on Palu here to just hold the fort for just a little bit longer. Now Shenpai's respawned. And at a certain point, I'd like to see Palu just open up. If you see Nefi here, look for the play, look for Warnace even. Try and find a little bit of a pick. Try and do that poke. I want to draw your attention to the top lane wave. That is a sizable set of minions. But if it gets broken down... Oh, hold on.
Nefi steps that second too far forward. You see how the flashes get used. Warnaze next up on the charcuterie board as Hagel flashes over the wall to zone out little Nasia. Maybe find a kill. She will survive. Question is how long, how much is that going to matter as this dragon in full vision of DDD will be started up, and I don't see DDD finishing it.
Demon Chinchilla has to go crazy, has to dive into the pit here. Even if it costs you your life, you need to get in there. You can't just give over the Elder. Instead decides that that's the best course of action, even with the vision. I think martyring there would have been okay, giving your Corki the opportunity to maybe do something wild. That would have been the best play, the best course of action, but Nasia's gone one step further. They've built a Guardian Angel now, done away with the Wit's End. An extra life may be going to be the thing that turns the game in their favor.
So it's a 50-50, right? If you get assassinated by Shenpai and the team cleans them up, then great. But if you die in the middle of 4 people anyway, that Guardian Angel is going to do remarkably little.
Yeah, if you're the last one left, it's very useless. If it's the Ulterior, then it's the opposite. But now, only one of these Right of the Arcanians needs to land. He's just going to burn out. It is 2 ultis. But again, they've still got the Elder Nefi playing off on the side here. Stacking up balls beforehand. Oh! I mean, that's a boatload of damage. Just anything here.
Oh, and going golden just in the nick of time. Vision Score survives the outplay from the support. Nefi does manage to at least get 1 kill and answer, but Hagel's in the back line now. And I find myself asking, what back line? Who's even alive? Little Nasia gets executed. Not even last. It's Yeti who manages to survive for now. But questionable team play return to the Nexus for a second time and will be picking up their victory in Game 1. 48 minutes. And the Beast Stream delivers banger after banger.
100,000 gold for questionable team play at the end of the game. That's an average of 20k per person. That's not too bad, but that is just Game 1. wrapped up between these two teams. Questionable team play after a Game 1 victory in the earlier series in the semi-finals. We'll be hoping that history doesn't repeat itself and that they'll be able to best DDD in their second game. I mean, that was 48 minutes of pure and utter fun on this side. So I'm so content with having two more of those. Sign me up all day, every day.
Yeah, that was a fantastic first game, and really excited to see what it looks like as we continue, because it was an extremely close game as well. QTP showed us a different side of themselves, especially looking at the top lane. Really impressed with what Shenpai was able to give us after a series where so often their job was simply not to die. Little Nasia popping off on Corki as well. Nearly had it, and I loved the look from people like Demon Chinchilla and Vision Score, who on Hwei support made such a huge difference, Rudin.
Really did. Multiple instances of those fears being the thing that catches Nasia out and costing that fight in particular. So Vision Score on that Hwei. I mean, we've seen a lot of mages in that support role, and this is kind of why you take them. It's to be that secondary, tertiary, that backup carry that can land that one piece of CC that'll turn the game in your favor, and Vision Score this time around did exactly that.
Mm-hmm. This was an impressive game one, and it looks like... Oh, okay, I was wondering if we had the other bracket. We're going to get you guys an update on the other bracket as we go to a quick break and then come back for game 2 of DDD versus QTP.
It's always darkest before the dawn. It's always quiet before the storm. We are not afraid. We journey on the road unto tomorrow that hope has made. Oh, put me deep in your ocean. Drown me in your touch. Let me show you devotion. Let me light you up. I just wanna show you the dance of my love. Let me enter your ocean. Are we in your love?
I've been drinking water for some time, picking up the parts of all my lies. Didn't get to solve it this time. How am I to break apart? Don't tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. I've been seeing farther in dark skies, bringing me for fire, not for a time. Following my heart, can't deny. Show you how I play my part. Ghosts in the night don't justify the love we lost, the love we hide. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn, I follow you to carry on. No mountains too high, no oceans too wide. I take a leap of faith for you. I touch the sky. No cities too big, no rivers too deep. I cross the universe for you, my love. I would die. I don't know when the way lost control. Stuck in my same old place, trying to make some sense. I don't know when the way lost control. Stuck in my same old place.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup featuring League of Legends in the year 2026. Rudude and I have taken you through all of the coolest 40-minute bangers that this tournament has to offer, and we're hoping, Rudude, that we've got another one. The draft has started for DDD versus questionable team play for our second game between these two. And see that none? Yeah, I don't know what that is either, but we're going to get production to update us, and then we're going to tell you what questionable team play went with first.
I'm going to try and do some investigating. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but I'm going to try.
All right. W.
Okay.
You heard that?
I did hear that. I
Go
didn't
on,
get to
give
do
the
the
people what they want.
investigating. So those of you curious, what crazy picks are we going to get to see? Well, the unknown champion is currently Garen, and will remain Garen for the duration of this draft. So we see Wukong on one side. It was responded to with a Garen Aatrox pick for questionable team play, and then a return for DDD to the infinitely scaling solo laners of Nasus and Vigar. All we're missing is a Seraphine
Seraphine.
from DDD, and we've got a pretty much repeat of what we saw from them just yesterday. Seraphine's banned though.
It's funny that like we were in the same place. Like, okay, this draft is looking mighty similar.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side of this, for questionable team play, they have not run a draft like this before. I mean, obviously we've seen them play Malzahar, we've seen them play Zaya, we've seen them play Zyra, but a Garen being whipped out here is actually the first time in this tournament that we're seeing it for questionable team play. It is, however, one of the favored champions for Shenpi in their solo and ranked flex games.
And again, the idea or the fact rather that we've not seen Shenpai take Shen, baffling to myself, if I may say so, especially as well as it's a. I mean, he took it first, so was obviously operating under a blind pick. But not a bad matchup into the Nasus, I would say either. Now, I'm not too sure about the Garen into Nasus matchup. This is like very old school Season 1, Season 2 kind of top lane matchups where it's very linear what the champions want to do. These are like the age of champions that are probably next in line for full reworks at a certain point. But they do the good stuff right now, and that is bonk, typically.
Very good bonkers. I actually have to write this down. Not the bonking thing, the whole
You should
draft.
also write that down.
Also, I'll also be sure to put that in my notebook. Thank you.
And write bonk just in big letters. I'll let you write it down.
Thank you.
Bonk in big letters, and then the rest of the draft. But for the most part, right, these scaling solo laners once again, we saw it yesterday. DDD had a really good time of things with it. It's actually how they won their game from yesterday. And they kind of steamrolled the opposition. They got to a point where they'd had just the smallest of an advantage and then kind of took over. In particular, that Nasus on the top side, we saw a triple kill come through that nearly need me to have the Heimlich performed on me. And from there on in, the game never really looked that bad afterwards. So any small advantage that you give over to DDD this game, expect them to run away with it. On the flip side, if that doesn't happen, quality team play, they've got a good couple of champions themselves that might end up looking quite scary as the game gets later.
Yeah, quality team play, definitely a team that I'm worried about, especially with the Aatrox pick, because Hagel looked so good on Darius that you've got to imagine that the Aatrox has a similar feel when it comes down to how exactly you jungle with it. Malzahar is well worked out fantastically for them in the first game that we saw today. The ability to isolate, destroy, and importantly, stop somebody who's getting a little too far ahead of themselves. I am going to draw some focus towards Lil Nasia this game, though. The Jinx pickup is actually on paper and given what we saw in game one, a really good pick. Because if Corki was doing that, imagine what her Jinx can do.
Yeah, now Jinx does need to play a little bit differently to Corki. Your points, your premise is exactly right. The Jinx just needs to be, or it doesn't have the same aggressive options. And as such, you do rely a little bit on people sort of walking into your ranges. Yes, you can go aggressive and try and look with Ghost, with Zap to try and take them down. But you don't have the same safety tools as a Corki does, right? There are a couple of times getting caught out by a scatter, getting caught out, not by a scatter, by a stun. Having the Valkyrie to get out to safety. As Jinx, you don't have that. As Jinx, you have the ability to get stunned and then die, right? Like it's not as easy as it would be on a Corki. But Nasia, for me, one of the standout players, absolutely, from the last game. I think that she did so much hard work on that Corki and just wasn't quite able to do quite enough. That it cost, obviously, the team, but the team were also largely at fault other areas of the map as well, right? Like Nasia did as much as I feel would be reasonable to ask of somebody.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And one of the things that I'm excited about changing in this game is the fact that Wukong's been picked here as well.
Mm.
Wukong, a lot more survivable than Hecarim in a lot of ways, is slipperier, has a little bit more immediate CC, as much as we know that Hecarim is a great engager to a team fight, but also has what is it? The passive Stone Skin that should
Yeah.
allow them to survive through a lot more of the damage, specifically that Garen, Aatrox, and Xayah put out. Malzahar and Zyra, maybe not so fun,
Eh,
but
when the Malzahar and Zyra are hitting that, then they're doing something maybe a little bit wrong. But Malzahar, in fairness, a very front to back centric champion. You want to get the kills on the first targets. Actually, one of the best sort of tank shredding mages that you've got, weirdly enough, because if you're able to constantly apply the Malefic Visions, Malzahar's E, then you can do some pretty scary things and obviously cause some rather dangerous team fights to go your way. But if that's not the case and you can't successfully take out that front line, then you start to struggle and get taken down by them instead.
yeah. And honestly, when thinking about what we're able to do with Palu on Malzahar, one of the things that is standing out to me is that last game, the pressure from Palu was insane on long range.
Yeah.
And while I'm excited for the Malzahar, the fact that that's not here anymore also makes Lil Nasia's job a lot easier.
It does, absolutely. I do think that the Jinx outranging Malzahar is going to be pretty decent. We've seen as well some really good interruptions of Malzahar. Now, I want to look and sort of glean back any of the composition, think of interruptions for the Malzahar ulti. You know, things like Vagar Cage aren't great at interrupting Malzahar ult. You kind of have to have it positioned perfectly and within enough time for it to not really make too much of a difference. Things like Nasus don't actually interrupt it. We're relying very heavily then on that setup, on that Wukong to be there and in time. And once the double cyclone has been used, you have to imagine it's a pretty free channel um, in that case to get the Malzahar ulti off without being challenged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am a little worried about having that amount of space available for questionable team play, given how willing Demon Chinchilla is to take up space, given how willing Yeti is to get into team fights when they do eventually join. And that's one of the things that I'll be watching with great curiosity here as well, is, you know, we joked about it in the first game, but from the creators of Nasus, we've got Udyr, and now that we've got actual on-brand Nasus, there is a good chance that we don't see Yeti until 25 plus minutes into this game.
From the creators of Nasus, I give you Nasus 2. You know, like this
Yeah.
is the bread and butter that we saw Yeti do so well on yesterday. Going back to that pick and hopefully having some successes with that as well. It should be a pretty good lane as well. I mean, the Garen, once it reaches level 6, definitely has some kill threat on you, but you have the Wither to try and get away. There's this game of chicken that you have to play with Garen and Nasus in this top lane matchup, where if the Garen uses Q first, you're okay to Wither, but Garen's Q breaks slows, so if you slow him with Wither and then you Q afterwards as Garen, you basically immune the Wither, which is a pretty weird interaction and a very favourable one for the Garen. Just one that we do need to see Yeti be aware of, really.
That is going to be exciting, and you know what? You've broken free of some of those AD carry main
Allegations.
The allegations, exactly. I mean, top lane matchup is actually going to be one that I'm very curious about, given that we saw such a crazy standout game from the Urgot for Shenpai last game, when we had only seen him play tanks in the previous series. Now you pick up Garen after a great Urgot performance, and I'm going to be real, like there is a world where this Garen is just sprinting people down. I am going to note as well, we've got it on screen, Rule 34 Urgot did lose their first game up against Tilt as a service. And now that we're here, questionable team play also found their first victory up against DDD. Our two podium defenders, our two rising stars from the B stream, end up actually being on the verge of a victory here. I mean, if Tilt to the Service win, they deny Rule 34 got the three-peat. And if questionable team play win here, they knock DDD out of podiuming entirely. So we are changing things up as we load onto the Rift for our second game of the third place finals.
Yeah, I can hear the things going on in the background. We should be spinning over to the game, hopefully any second now, I'm going to be honest, as various different E's are being heard at the minute. Malzahari, sure I've seen a Garani at some stage. And Yeti. Yeti is as Yeti does. Bonk.
I'm excited. He's going to bonk. And he's going to stack. His stacks got kind of crazy last time we saw Nasus. Vagar as well for Neffy. Going to be an interesting pick. Gives a lot more safety to Jinx of all people.
It absolutely does. You're not wrong there. And it does mean that you can have that, I mean, well, like you say, safety, but the freedom to go for this cull early on as Nazia, not something that we see typically, but something that Nazia has been very big proponent of, even in yesterday's games, starting on the Seraphine with a tier, just going pretty early on into that stacking and then going for a cull afterwards.
Demon Chinchilla early gank forces a flash in the mid lane. That is a great use of your time because it costs you almost nothing. But think of what it's just done to Palu.
Yeah, I mean, it's a window where you can walk through mid lane to secure the rest of your camps. No flash means that hopefully on that level 6 marker, flash will still be down, and you'll be able to try and punish that with your Vagar dinging level 6 as well. Obviously need to see that be revisited. We do need to see it happen. But if not, even if not, it gives a little bit of safety over to Neffy.
I like the way that Demon Chinchilla has approached this early on, and again, we're keeping our eyes on Hagel. I want to offer some friendly, not trash talk, but like, you know what? I'm just gonna do it. I'm excited that Warnace is back on brand because Warnace, we saw them play on Vel'Koz. Now we're seeing them back on the brand. We actually saw them on brand yesterday as well. They have this fun habit of using their ultimate in spaces where it is not safe to use their ultimate.
Absolutely.
And specifically with brand, that's a lot more doable. You can I saw several situations yesterday where we had some brand ultimates that brand died immediately afterwards. And you know what? Brand ult is going to get value.
Yeah.
Vel'Koz ult, when it gets canceled, no value.
Yeah, Vel'Koz ult when Vel'Koz is dead doesn't do well. Brand ult when Brand is dead, though, can still bounce.
That's still, the stock.
Reverberate through the team and make some pretty bad choices. Seem not so bad after all, especially if there's just 2 targets. What I love as well is, again, one of these other changes that happened to the brand champion relatively recently was that in the 1v1s, if he tries to take them, Brand ult now no longer just bounces between enemy to enemy. Brand can act as a conduit for his own ultimate as well, which seems thematic and seems to fit. But if you do go for these 1v1s, which I feel like Warnace might find himself in on occasion, he's going to have his own body to act as a Brand ult conduit as well.
Well, now I'm just confused. The game's not paused, but the game is paused.
No, this is a classic spectator thing. The spectate will try and build in like a few seconds once you've unpaused, because there's already like 3 minutes built in, and then it has to undo that, or has to rebuild in that time. So this is a good, you get 1 buffer usually after every pause, and then now we should be good.
Okay, that's cool. That's all good. Hagel heading down bot side. Warnace has 0 mana, but those are some well-timed traps out of Little Nasia. This gank is going to do actually nothing.
Yeah. Good stuff from Nasia once again. Well-placed chompers keeps the bot lane alive.
Oh!
Lonka looking to block that cannon.
Please get the cannon!
Nasia,
Thank you.
There we go. We were both thinking the same thing. Nasia is able to find it, which is good. Which is very good indeed.
Would have been just a little tilting, if not. I will remind everybody that top lane matchup is the very exciting one that we're going to be watching. And in this specific case, it's worth drawing our attention to the summoners as well. Ghost for Yeti Ignite for Shenpai.
Yeah, and on level 6, that's when the Garen is going to look to try and find that all in. Might even go for an early recall, go for some Berserker boots, and then look for that find as well. Depends, obviously. Let me look at how fun that is as far as interaction goes. But the Spear Plate picked up, and maybe you can walk into Proxy the next wave as well. As Shenpai go between the turrets here. That's what I'd be looking to do. Clear these waves so easily, so freely. Instead, they're just T-posing on one another.
That is a top lane classic. Mana a little low for Yeti. And like you said, level 6 incoming is a worrying thing to deal with, but I guess we don't have to freeze the wave. We can just do that.
In fairness, Shenpai is also low on mana, so that could be
that
could be a problem.
Is real.
Well done. I tried to catch that out with casters occasionally and just see how they respond. You did well. You say something that is like slightly true, but also completely irrelevant.
Yeah. I mean, what am I gonna say? Oh my God, you're right.
No, it's just people freeze and they don't know what to do with the information. Like, I like to hold myself to a relatively okay standard, and then occasionally when you say things that are just completely ludicrous, people are confused or like caught out by it. I think you're just used to my wild nature. I don't know.
What do you mean? It's our first cast together. As far as anyone here knows, we've never worked together before.
I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Shout out Veeam for making us meet.
Yeah. Little Nasia a little low on mana as I bring us right back into the game. This time, for real. Demon Chinchilla's visit to the bot lane seems like it's working out. Gets the flash and the barrier out of Kai Lanka, but it may very well cost Little Nasia summoners of their own. Flash comes out, and with Warnace back here, I'd look for Demon Chinchilla to make a bit of a different maneuver. Palu looks uncomfortable, but this actually should be just fine. Instead, a double stun comes through, and the ult responds very quickly for Palu, connecting questionable team play with Burst Blood. That last auto not going to come through from Little Nasia. Not quite enough mana to launch a rocket. And it will be a 1-for-1 as Demon Chinchilla fell as well. Jungler for jungler.
Yeah, as it should be. Die for your laners. That's the classic. And that'll be all that we wrote down on the bot side for the time being, at least. So a pretty close affair down there. But I will say I love this combo of Jinx Vigar actually. Warnace losing the 1v1 with a plant and doesn't end up with anything from it. But the Jinx Vigar combo I actually really like, because Jinx is a champion that thrives once they found the first reset. Veigar, really good at blowing up that initial target. So if you two work together and we fire that Veigar ulti onto that initial target that gets stunned, Jinx gets an assist, Jinx then gets excited and can run through the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, super great synergy, and something that we should be aware of, like we already talked about, the cage also providing a lot of safety. Little Nasia and Neffy do need to be on the same page and on the same plane when we are entering these fights. They cannot be approaching it from opposite sides. Up top side looks like Shenpai pretty comfortable in the matchup up against Yeti. Phage picked up for the Garen, so even more threatening when it comes to taking these in-lane trades, as you can close the gap that much easier, and we're seeing it right there. Palu, no ult, is going to be taken down. Neffy collects the kill, and DDD have their top laner surviving. Everywhere else going pretty well.
Yeah, looking to fight back here in the second game. Still down in gold, but you can see with those couple of kills onto Neffy, he's investing in the future. Rod of Ages, Tear of the Goddess, expecting this game, much like the other one, to go to 40 minutes. And then we'll get some real value from those items. Gonna have a lot of damage built into his scaling, and then a lot of damage built into the mana pool that he's got in his kit as well. So not a bad set of items for Neff to begin with, but it's going to take a little bit of time before he does the meaningful, true wombo combo damage.
Vision score actually almost caught out, but not quite having the cooldowns in the right place. This is something we don't see too often. A top laner having so much free time that they end up going for a Void Grub.
I don't think this is free time for Shenpai. I think he's losing out on top lane here. He's getting beat up a little bit by these guys as well. I mean, he gets effectively 2 creeps worth of gold from the Void Grubs that spawn, from the little minions that come from it. And then he immediately has to go back up to the top lane to hopefully catch the rest of the wave. I don't know that this is worth it. He did get some honey fruit though, so... I mean, you're losing so much for this.
We're both doing it. I guess, you know, they do both do it faster.
A problem shared
Not
is
the
a
free
problem
time.
halved is a problem shared? What's that saying? You know?
That sounds like a good saying to me. I don't know it,
Yeah.
so that must be it.
A problem shared is a problem halved, and I mean they're halving the amount of time that it takes, but they're still losing out on the fact that they've created their own problem here, which is my issue.
We'll draw our attention over to the dragon, where Hagel is unfortunately suffering the consequences of his own actions, walks right into the baby cage, and gets every ult in the game thrown at him. Demon Chinchilla, focusing on the dragon right now, does end up picking it up, as Kai does use the ultimate, and then has Palu follow up for the kill. Neffy's gonna go down. Demon Chinchilla's got no way out of here. Questionable team play, don't get the dragon, but they get several kills bot side. They get all the Void Grubs top side. I think they won?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, absolutely. They, like I said, losing one Drake there is not a big deal. They get the shutdown onto Neff. They stop Narcia from being able to really get a reset. Yes, the first kill goes her way with the Super Mega Death Rocket, but you know that's a worthy sacrifice as Hegel in that situation. But they come out on top, no doubt. They're 1,500 gold to the good now. Gold likely to be spread amongst their top and their mid laners. If we look at the lead, 400 gold in the top lane. Actually, kind of slowly spread around everywhere, sort of 400 or 500 gold on both sides, or on most sides even, is where that lead is coming from.
This top lane tower, though, in serious trouble. Somebody's got to come up and help Yeti, or we're going to see another big injection of gold go over to Shenpai, who has not yet actually found a solo kill. So, thinking about this from a positive direction, the Ignite Garen not finding the solo kill yet, good job, Yeti.
Plus
You
three.
get stacks off the grubs!
+3. Hey, this is why giving grubs like Nasus plus Veigar plus Smolder, give grubs. Like Smolder
that's
gets
disgusting.
so many stacks from the grubbies. Oh, I believe Narcia may be dead.
Certainly seems like it. Hagel is missed 2, 3 different shots, but connects with the fourth.
Oh my god, she's
and
alive!
still doesn't kill Nasia. This is heartbreaking for questionable team play. Right place, right time, misexecuted.
Yeah, if you want to play a skill shot champion, it is important that those skill shots connect. I mean, well played to Narcia. Some well-timed flashes, some nice fancy feet are enough to get her out of there. She was dead to rights. Absolutely no chance she should be walking out of there, but walk out of there she does. So, kudos.
Honestly, crushed it. That is exactly the kind of play that you are going to need to survive in this game. And keep putting up performances like that, this Jinx is going to pop off in the late game, and will need to, up against Kael, who is currently pretty comfortable. The top lane matchup has shifted, however, with a Sheen pickup for Yeti, and Shenpai is feeling that right now. With the Ghost popped, however, there is the chance for Garen to find some more favorable short trades afterwards, especially with Hagel in the area.
I was going to say Hagel's up there. Garen also. Just going to Garen passive his way back up, and now they're looking to capitalize.
Ignite's gone down, but so is Yeti's ultimate. Low on mana, however, does leave Yeti in a bit of an awkward position. Still surviving the 1v2, and even thriving in it, is more than I would have imagined would happen.
And this is familiar territory. Don't forget Yeti, the player who picked the Nasus yesterday, was getting dove 1v3. Found his way into a nice win. Demon Chinchilla should be able to get one final crushing blow. Takes out Vision Score for the first time this game, leaving the Xayah very susceptible, very alone there. Flash forced in the mid lane as well, as Palu means business.
DDD kind of crushing it across the map. I mean, they keep their top laner from losing too hard in the early game. They get the first dragon. They're finding kills now that their AD carry is participating in, and they've got the hyper-scaling Veigar with the hyper-scaling build.
And the Jinx in the back pocket, just in case all of that fails as well. Again, if this game gets too late on, the Jinx is just going to be too difficult to withstand. In terms of builds, just a raw Infinity Edge for Little Nausea, you know, fair play. Sure thing. I was looking at the build and thinking, that's the only thing that currently builds out of all of these items that you've got, but yeah, sent it straight away. This turret's going to fall. Maybe Yeti falls after.
I suppose we'll see. Conqueror does get popped, but now Yeti feels that it's the more comfortable time to start approaching Garen. Does almost make that work, but Shenpai's able to get right out with the Q. Yeah, that's a fun interaction.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Garen destroys Nasus. It's more so that you just don't really die. So we'll see if that ends up having any impact in the later stages. Obviously, entire turret has been felled. There's a dragon down on this bot side now that you'd like to think that questionable team play are going to look for. They've got just slight advantages in terms of items, but keep our eyes open. Eagle having to dash away there does keep himself alive.
Demon Chinchilla just ever aggressive. Doesn't have to go for the engage, but looks for it anyway. Little Nausea does get caught by the chains, but Neffy knows what's up and answers that right back onto Hagel. Getting the jungler just as the dragon spawns is a recipe for success. And DDD find yet another good news story and commit to the dragon that they've earned.
Yeah, and I mean, for all Shenpai knows that there's nothing to be done down on the bot side now, so returns back to the top side, is going to continue with the push. Zap doesn't quite land there. I like that Little Nausea is looking here with that get excited to try and make something happen off of the Drake. Well, he does need to be careful here. Obviously, Kailonka in the area. I've been able to do something, as it looks like Paula's just one-shot Demon Chinchilla.
Well, that's the good news story on the other side, I suppose. Yeah. There is absolutely threats on questionable team play that can and will delete you. Shenpai, perhaps one of them. We haven't really seen the interaction with Garen and any champion but Nasus, but I imagine it's not going to be particularly fun for people like Neffy, Chinchilla, Nausea, and especially Warnace. But, you know, you've got a little bit further to go until we really see the teamfight impact of a Garen Malzahar, and you've just got to hope that DDD aren't too accelerated by them. 200
stacks of Phenomenal Evil already. That's a very, very farmed Vigar right now. It's 338 AP. Just 17 minutes into the game. I'm feeling pretty confident right now. Does mean, though, that the Vigar has a really short cooldown on his W. Every 50 stacks, you get a multiplicative 10% haircut on the W. At a certain point, it stops mattering, but the first couple are really, really nice.
And these are definitely enabling some airstrikes that we'll likely see be extremely relevant in the team fights. Now, Shenpai has been relegated to laning against Little Nausea and Warnace. Not a particularly comfortable place for a melee champion to be, but Garen can find a way in. He's going to feel much happier when he's in people's faces. DDD still needing to manage their lanes appropriately, and Yeti still can't afford to overextend, still can't afford to 1v3 until he's completed a few more items.
Yeah, that Trinity Force, the breakpoint that he'll be waiting for. Neff put the cage down on the turret. Let's see. Yep, good. Gets caught.
Nice. That should be a kill onto Hagel, but Malzahar ult the other way actually works out. Hagel still gets hit by the Super Mega Death Rocket and falls. Demon Chinchilla stays alive. And now, Neffy's got Palu in the baby cage. Yeti's got the slow. Flash forced out a little late, but he manages to make it. And it is just a ghost on the other side. Vision score shows up in the mid lane. This mid lane tower, the focus.
Oh, caught in the cage now. Plant's getting some healing.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh,
That's unfortunate.
Oh, dear. It's okay. Nobody was watching Vision score. Nobody saw. Except me.
Yeah.
I saw.
Print that one out. Hang it in the office. Yeti has found an isolated Xayah. That's not a whole lot that she can do. Remember we talked about that whole AD top laner thing earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wither is one hell of a drug, I'm going to tell you that right now. Like, you try and play Marksmans versus Wither, you do not want to play the game for much longer after that.
With Neffy showing up down in the bot side of the map. We'll manage to save the tower for now, and credit to Shenpai is putting on some serious side lane pressure. Would surely like to find an assassination as well. We took this Ignite. We're playing Garen, but...
0-0.
Yeah, exactly. It just feels bad.
At some point, he will strike. Just when? And how
I mean,
effectively?
Yeah, at that point, my eyes are either going to bug out of my head because he does so much damage, or I'm going to go, huh, we picked that champion.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's the former, I'm going to be honest.
We got a collapse happening topside as Shenpai just completely ignores any tower threat and chooses to beat it to death with his bare hands. Neffy's collecting stacks meanwhile, and Yeti this time is unable to finish things with the AD carry. Shenpai will fall as well, and it is top laner for top laner and support in favor of DDD.
So the key to Garen is pressing your spells on the enemy. And that didn't happen just yet. Now you need to get in range to do those things typically, and obviously in that instance down on the bot side, unsuccessful. You see Paolu stepping forward, trying to get that damage down, but Nausea...
Oh god, he's dead. He's literally just
gliding.
like, he's range mogged. And Nausea doing it again to Kael, flashing forward for the double kill.
Give it the
Might
triple.
even find a triple here, but it's Neffy who grabs it. That's a decisive fight for DDD, and I'll be honest, I mean, we're in a pretty even game state, but the way that they are playing, DDD are maximizing every second they've got on the Rift.
Yeah, they are tempo maxing, lux mogging, like all of the good stuff right now, and they found another one as well. The cone in from Demon Chinchilla to deliver another kill to the Jinx. And it looks good for quality team play to begin with, but the way this game has petered out, looks as though for all the world, little Nausea should be able to put this game firmly in her control.
Yeti, this time solidly winning the matchup up against Shenpai, and it is not even close. Nasus has scaled long enough that you don't get to have fun, unfortunately, and Shenpai has got to find somebody not his own size to bully.
Yeah, somebody smaller. Pick on the little guy, you know? Because that's pretty much all that there is available for him in terms of pickings. I don't even think you can get through Neff and that HP bar because of all of the shielding and the Rod of Ages health that's on there, so... If they're a bot laner, maybe. If they're not, no.
It's Nausea or nothing.
Yeah.
For me. You know, you need to, you need to get on top of this Jinx. Warnace, I'll be honest, they're ulting you, they're getting value either way.
Yeah, that's true.
Three dragons for DDD.
Yeah, they've been pretty well with those.
Another one.
Is he dead? Is he living?
I think so.
Yeah. Baron? Odds?
It's possible.
Let me just kill the jungler. Nausea. Whoa. Okay.
Steps a little too far forward.
Yeah.
Palu does really want to find some sort of impact in this game. The Malzahar, great in theory, but again, just getting zoned out by not being able to step up, knowing that there's an engage coming, possible at the very least. The jungler is dead. Your AD carry is having a terrible time in the baby cage, and Palu's just literally not in range to do anything. Yeti collects the kill on Shen. This is
really
looking
close.
like a game 3 in the making.
It really is. I mean, that fight right there on the top side, you can see how close it is. There we go.
Press the ult button, AD carry, delete. AD
That's
carry
what we
get.
And that was in the works. I'm going to be honest. Nausea had been testing the waters quite significantly, and we finally swam into treacherous ones.
You know, we do that a couple more times, and you can get 1,000 gold just by shutting different people down.
That's true. Neff, hey, do you want to try the water? It's
Yeah.
nice and warm. No? Oh, okay.
Nether Grasp already halfway off cooldown as well, and Flash certainly available, so especially if you find Neff, you are an extremely happy Paolo. But there's going to be a lot more that needs to go right for questionable team play, specifically around objectives. We've got 2 minutes left until the next dragon, and if Hextech Soul goes the way of DDD, it's just, what are you going to do?
You're going to hope that you can win the game anyway.
Yeti genuinely might win that 1v2, but he's not going to try it. Doesn't have Ghost, but seems to be all right. Demon Chinchilla has shown up, and the healing enough to make this fight more or less even. Demon Chinchilla wants to continue the fight onto Hagel, but Hagel's not feeling too sorry about his chances, and Demon Chinchilla may very well go down. It's not like questionable team play don't have damage. He's just been putting it in the right places so far.
And there we get to see the power then of this Garen. I mean, 1,000 true damage is always good, okay? Point and click, 1k true damage. We love to see it. The Nasus does end up falling there, so a good shutdown going over. I believe it was a double kill for Hegel, so they get a lot of gold out of that. And I mean, they're probably the best bet at actually trying to take down the bot side, and you're quite right. 2 top side members dead. That's a big purple worm for us.
Yeah, no problem there. Questionable team play. Wanting to close this out. I mean, they definitely lost control of the earlier stages of this game, but you grab a Baron, suddenly we're basically even, and
yeah, it's
up to what they can do with this Baron. The fact that they grab one at 25 minutes,
it's get down to the Drake.
Yeah.
is the call now. Right, this is the fight that matters. They've got all of their ultis back up and ready. Level 16 on Shenpai. If there's access to Little Narcia that can be found, then they'll have some good times. Shenpai is very much in range of trying to make something happen there. Could have maybe forced the flash, but double sums are available for Little Narcia here, so you'd like to think that she can play on the edge, try and find that little bit of extra damage. You can see trying to poke with these zaps. The longer that they sit and wait, there we go.
Flashing! Neffy could go down here, and they will!
Nobody's on
big
Narcia.
Flash ult, but now Little Narcia's unleashed. That went so wrong, so fast. The first kill goes down. A triple kill goes the way of Little Narcia. The Baron is gone. The Dragon is out.
And Warnace there just got to unload as well. That was the Brand Super Kingdom. I just saw like 5 different Pyroclasm stacks across everybody on quality team play. They piled in so heavily for the Vigar, and you can understand why. Rabadon's Death Cap picked up, double stacking items fully engaged. But there is, at this stage, too much damage. All 5 members of DDD are just absolute nightmares.
That is a bigger team fight than even the gold numbers would indicate off the back of that, because the Dragon Soul comes with it, and the Baron is wiped off the map. You take away the big advantage for questionable team play. You get yourself an even bigger one. The inhibitor comes afterwards, and you've got all this gold to spend. I was all excited about the shutdown on Neffy, but that was one step, maybe a couple of steps too far for questionable team play to be taking.
Well, you know what? They were just listening, okay? They do that 2-3 more times, they can get the shutdowns. They did get the 1k shutdown onto Neffy. That did happen. Obviously, they lost the soul and they lost everybody else for it, but they
1,000 gold
dear.
get.
Yeah, did what you told them to.
That's my bad.
Truly.
If they do it to Warnace next, there's 350 in it.
Yeah, that's well, I think that's definitely the last target that I'd like them to go for.
That's understandable.
Maybe not the last. I don't know. Honestly, all of these targets are terrifying. Maybe Demon Chinchilla is the last target they should go for, but that's again. Maybe.
I think you'd like to have a situation where you can kite back. You'd like Demon Chinchilla to engage on somebody like Shenpai or something, and then just Zyra ult that guy, walk backwards, and hope you've got damage.
Or Neff walk into you and Zyra ult that guy.
Vision score is dead. And now we got a 2v1. Warnace, remember, does a lot of damage in terms of max health, but Shenpai's got plenty himself. Well, Nasia finds a kill in the meantime. That's happening
Double
over in the
kill.
mid lane. And things are still
1v2.
looking good for DDD. Little Nasia genuinely might end the game.
I mean, she will. She just 1v2 double killed. Yeah, he's going to TP in. That's an ace. And that's the
That's our
game.
fastest game.
All right, thank you very much.
Well, I will take a crisp high five and a game 3 any day of the week. Lil Nasia really took control of that, but I'll be honest, this was a team effort on both sides. There was a lot going on in this game, and the majority of it happened around 2 or 3 major team fights, and then we saw how much gold means in this game.
Yeah. A jinx with gold is a good jinx, is what I'm gonna say. Congratulations to DDD for forcing us to game number 3. So that's always nice. We get to go the full 9 yards here on the B stream. 6-game day. We love to see it. As quality team player going to be playing their 6th game of the day. I mean, I guess if you ask these people when was the last time you played 6 games of League of Legends in a day, it might be a good long while, and for some of them, I dare say it was never.
Yes, that's true. And for me, it was a shorter
Yesterday.
time ago than, yeah, exactly, than
was
I
after we
might
finished this
otherwise
stream.
have mentioned if we had not started with this. But with this game going to a third one, this is going to be the fight for DDD, the fight of the challengers, as we mentioned earlier. Questionable team play. They could podium for the first time. DDD maybe pushed off the podium for the first time. And it'll be a really exciting matchup to catch as we do have it coming up after a very short break. We'll see you soon.
deep once again. My heart is waking. It hurts when you lie all the time. Can't feel anymore. Feels numb when I die. Restart me again and again. Your love, the ghost of me. Been waiting for the light. Won't say goodbye. Won't close my eyes and die. I'm waking, give me life. The ghost of me.
Welcome back to the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup, where we are entering our third and Rudude final game of the third place decider matchup between DDD, the Demacian Data Defenders, and QTP, questionable team play. They've both made it here by nearly finding victory against our two that are in the finals right now over on the A stream. But here, they fight for who's even going to finish today on the podium.
Yeah, it's that top three that these teams are vying for. So let's find out. Let's see who it is that comes away as our glorious third place for the day, for the tournament, for the weekend. I think, honestly, both of these two teams have shown that they deserve it. Different aspects of both of these squads have been absolutely incredible. I think Little Nausea today has shown, honestly, a lot more than we saw from her yesterday. Maybe that's just I've put the carry pants on myself and decided that I'm going to be the one to do things after yesterday not quite making it through to the final. But they did so well in both of the games so far that it's worth giving them a shout out just to keep everybody aware moving into game number 3.
Yeah, and throughout the course of these two games, we've also seen some pretty nice looks from Palu. Hagel maybe suffering a little bit from fatigue over the course of 2 series. Vision Score and Warnace have really contributed quite well to their different victories. And Neffy also crushing it in both games of both Syndra and Vigar. Neffy has really been on it, and I'm very curious to see what they will play in our third and final game. A reminder that this is Fearless Draft, so every champion that you see in the bands area of your screen, which is going to be to the far left and far right, not available for play. And the one champion not listed, that's Garen.
That is indeed. A spin to, well, in this case, not win, master of the last one. And a Malphite B1 here for DDD.
Okay.
Absolutely no hesitation, no remorse for this one. Just decided, yeah, you know what, this will do us.
It's time to fight. Time to find team fights and crush team fights. And I would not have it any other way. Shenpai finally picks up the Shen in this third game decider.
I mean, pretty much the necessity here, right? You're a Shen main. You've got Shen in the name. Let's play Shen in the game. You know, when it's do or die, when all the marbles are up for grabs. So far, found success on the Shen up against the team who is currently in the final as well. So definitely a pick that we could see good things from, alongside a Nocturne as well. Is going to be very, very nice for that diving duo. Shen Nocturne, you can be 5 people bot lane in the blink of an eye. And this is a sort of duo that we've seen happen and return to many times. As Diana gets locked in, we're going to see Yasuo, Diana Yasuo maybe, get pulled out here early doors.
I
But the
mean,
Diana here is a very big stretch.
if we like solo lane jungle combinations, honestly, a Yasuo would go insane in this composition.
It would. This is if you were ever going to pick Yasuo, this is where you would pick it. And there's no
Yeah,
Malzahar either.
it's free. It's freedom. I don't think they're gonna lock it in
Do
now,
it.
though.
Oh,
Varus instead. Fair enough.
that's not
Varus is a good
Yasuo.
laner. All good. All good.
Okay, well, might well be a good laner, but it's not a Yasuo, and that's where my sadness arrives. Nevertheless, you are quite right. Its ability to play well down on that bot side is going to be very important. I mean, lock this in. Absolutely get this slammed in. Silas versus Malphite, the classic, the OG. And you've got a couple of other good ultis to steal as well. I mean, Moonfall for Silas is going to be massive. Chain of Corruption, even a really big ulti to be able to steal as well. So, and I'm hearing, in fact, hold
Hold your horses,
on.
guys.
This is not Varus. This is not Varus. We've been informed. This is, in fact, the tumbler herself, Queen Vayne of the bot lane.
That's dope. That has changed this game.
Complexion.
Yes, it does. And I will say, make Silas a slightly worse pick by about 1/3, but I'm not too worried about it. Grabbing a Vayne into this composition that is going to get in your face is going to be really fun. Everybody else, Vayne spotting, absolutely. Keep Lil Nasia alive at all costs, because if you do, she will win you the game.
Yeah, I mean that's the goal. She's been doing so well on this, and I wonder if it's going to be this new Vayne build that we're seeing crop up, which is just rely on Qs and absolutely destroy people, or if we're going to see the classic try and cut through tanks, consistent DPS Vayne, which still has its place, still not a bad build path whatsoever. But I am a little bit curious as to which one we ending up seeing. Missed ban from quality team play, questionable team play. Questionable drafting if they're giving away free, but
It looks like we're not going to be getting Nautilus in this game either, as that is the champion that is not listed next to Azir. So denying a little bit of stronger engage that could otherwise go with something like the Vayne, the ability to start fights, set him up so Vayne can knock him down. Not going to be available this time, but there are worse things in the world. We'll see how this draft ends up rounding out, though, is again, like, I know that on paper, Yasuo is amazing here. I don't think Nefi plays Yasuo.
it's a great time
and
to
that's
learn.
tough. Yeah, yeah.
It's a good matchup versus Silas as well. It's really fun. So it would be the solid answer, and then you'd have double or like triple AD plus Diana for AP. The Diana can go crazy. Yeah, this is
Malphite will
the
feel
angle
good.
of all angles for the Yasuo, but
And you get to
Seraphine
block
getting locked in.
Seraphine.
Yeah, there's some really good ults right now.
Yeah, this is freedom. This is freedom. Do we do it? DDD. I hang on there every lock in right now. I really hope that they pick a support here and just leave mid for last, so that I am even more in suspense. As it is, okay. That could be a support.
It could be.
It's not, but it could.
My guess is that it isn't. Whoa! Whoa!
Okay.
Okay. That was not on the
Okay.
bingo card.
Now we are, as my great uncle would say, cooking with gas.
Yeah.
He loves saying that.
I like that saying as well. Hello, nephew.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what to make of this, and I'm not even going to try, because they don't have a mid laner. Actually, no. I've worked it out, and it's a lot sadder than I thought. But this does make sense.
Okay.
So it's Varus Galio bot lane. With Diana mid lane, Malphite jungle, Ilaoi top.
I would have gone the other way. I would have gone it's Malphite mid lane, Diana jungle.
Really? Okay. Well, it could be. Like that's exceedingly possible also. Either way,
I suppose we'll see. Yeah.
it's Alawi top versus Shen, which can't be good for Shen. Like, just fundamentally, physically, cannot be good for Shen whatsoever. I refuse to believe it.
I don't actually know the interaction here, despite the fact that I used to play too much Alawi. But you know Alawi's W that does the little dunk?
Yeah.
That makes the tentacles hit you.
Mm-hmm.
If Shen is dodging auto attacks, does that also dodge the proc that makes the tentacles hit you? Because if it does,
No.
that matchup is playable.
No, it makes you dodge the damage, but the tentacles still hit you.
All right, that matchup sucks.
It does. Yeah, like that can't be good for Shen, is my analysis of this situation. But I love the way they used blue side there. Actually, they had me hook, line, and sinker. I thought, hey man, this is a Malphite top. They went, hell no, dog. We're gonna put this actually into the jungle / mid lane. We're not sure which one just yet. And then go for it. So respect, honestly. I'm very grateful that they've given us something spicy to go through. For our final game, it is going to be our final game.
Mm-hmm.
We've had 6 on the day. It's been a long one, but it's been an absolutely entertaining one in the same breath, with all sorts of wild and wonderful picks.
And from the draft, to be honest, can't predict this one either. This could go either way. The one thing that I will say is that it's going to go either way very quickly. Our previous games have been 30, 40 minutes. When you have Malphite, Diana, Jinx, Alawi, Galio, Shen, Nocturne, I mean, we're ending the game because these ults bring you into melee range of the enemy team.
It's basically 4 melees, and I honestly, if I'm quality team play here, I'm giggling. Like, I'm sat in my chair, I'm kicking my feet, I'm having a wonderful time. Because I've got 5 melee champs, because Vayne isn't really ranged as far as marksmen go.
Mm-hmm.
And I get to play Seraphine Yunara versus that. All I have to do is sit back, absorb the engage, and if I do that well, the team fight plays itself.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I forgot to put the vein in here. All right, now everything's filled out.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Excellent.
If
See, I've taken to looking for the drafts in the team's text comms, which is going really nicely for me, actually.
That's smart. I've been trying to write them all down, and then I got all the way through that draft and went, I didn't write anything down, so I was pulling things from memory, and at this point in the day, my memory is failing me.
Yeah, we've been here for 6.5 hours at this point, so we've been put through the timeline ringer as far as it were. We're putting in a full day's work right now.
It actually has me wondering, what on earth is going on over on the A stream? They must also be going into game 3. Oh, they are in game 3.
Yeah,
and it's even. In case anybody's wondering,
that's a good thing to catch up on.
Yeah.
We've got the time here whilst we load up and whilst all the things happen. They've gone for a Misfortune Maokai bot lane, which is definitely interesting, and seems like there are some copycats over on this side as well, as Rule 34 Urgot. They took Yunara Seraphine bot lane, and we've done the exact same thing. So
Garen top lane as well. I mean, seems like they were taking notes from us, to be honest. The B streams where the strats get created, and then
now I need to go back and do a little bit of diving. Importantly, Aquasound has played one game, but he's playing Vi right now. Amumu in the first game or in the second game.
I'm glad the Amumu came
Warwick
back
in the third game. Yeah, so on brand for Aquasound, and that's my real, that's where my allegiances are right now.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Has he been?
It is very nice to have the interviews after the games as well. I presume that we'll be getting one after this game to see what our third place victors end up feeling like after a full weekend of League of Legends. And importantly, getting to play with the people that you work with every day. This has actually gone pretty well for both teams. The fact that we are going 2-3 games in all of our final series of the day does imply some real and actual synergy going on.
Yeah. And the idea that there's some semblance of competition as well. I mean, the really good thing is that, just when you've had a full week of working with a set of colleagues and you get to go relax at the weekend and then see those colleagues every single day for what will effectively be 12 days straight because they'll all have to go to work next week as well. Beautiful. That's team building.
It is. It is. That's what's the most important thing. And I am hoping that everybody's gotten the chance to, of course, enjoy watching the games when cheering your coworkers on, but also that the teams that are playing are coming out of this excited about the potential of continuing to play either this or other games, because there is a lot of digital hanging out that is a little bit more accessible. You and I were talking about this a little earlier, but it's tough to make time in your schedule for seeing people outside of the house when you are a working adult. And yet, when you're playing online, suddenly things become just that little bit easier.
Yeah, I don't have to travel anywhere, which is always really nice.
Mm.
I can just go from the strengths of laying in my bed to rolling over. Ah, yes, computer, lovely stuff. Take one step next door, happy days.
It's very chill. And you get to play some wild picks. I will say, a little disappointed, a little nausea. I'm taking notes. No Kog'Maw this game. I don't know what's happening. I asked
Yep.
specifically. I hope that when they watch the
Not
stream
her,
later,
yeah.
they remember. Yeah.
I did ask for Kog'Maw. I didn't ask the Kog'Maw player, the person who I would have liked to have pick it, but I didn't read your mind. I think that's definitely a them problem.
Yeah.
One that you can take up with them later.
Well, I mean, if they give us a good game here, I'm not going to be too upset about it. And based on the
that's okay
first
then.
two, that's going to be happening. So I think I'll get over it
pretty quickly.
Yeah. All right. Looking at this game, people that can impact the game a whole lot. I know that I'm looking at Shenpai on Shen. I know that Hagel on Nocturne can blow this game wide open. I do think that Kyle and Vision Score have a little bit less of a can blow the game wide open and more just we need to chill. And Palu might actually just 1v9 this game if they're insane on Silas. That's sort of where I'm sitting. Talk to me about the other side of this, DDD.
Yeah, so equally, Narcia might 1v9 this game if they're a god on Vayne. Because you can just kite out the Shen, the Silas, and the Nocturne. Obviously, if you get hit by a single piece of CC, again, you're going to die. So there is that, dangerous aspect there. But the important part of that is that actually Vayne very easily able to dodge out on the majority of skill shots. She's got her own tumble every 3 seconds. So it's not difficult to get out of dodge as Vayne. Malphite, if you get access to the Yunara, excellent. If not, you're failing your job, really, is how that breaks down. So your job is to CC the Yunara in every fight and hope that Narcia can go crazy on the flip side. Or it could be to ulti the front line and then keep Narcia even more safe, So there's a couple of different tools that can be leveraged, can be used to make this game a little bit easier for Narcia. And then, I mean, it's really just whoever gets into the backline, then Galio ult on top, then hopefully Diana ult on top as well.
Yeah, the Galio is going to be a really different look for Warnace, who up until this point has played Brand and Vel'Koz. Those are the two champions that we have seen out of Warnace through this entire tournament. Galio, very different function. And depending on how attuned to that function Warnace is, this game is going to be awesome or it's going to be extremely confusing.
Well, hey, man, I locked in a Galio game yesterday, and we were both like, I didn't think I'd play Galio this game, and we won that. So, I'm hoping that Warnace has got the same source.
You did nothing, and it was free.
Yeah, that's true. I did do nothing.
And I
won
not bad.
The
It's
game.
Malphite support.
Well, it'll be full AP Malphite, and then that's how Warnace is getting away with it.
Yeah, this is all of a sudden making a whole lot of sense.
Okay, Neff took a pretty rough trade early on, gone for Winds of War start as the Galio here, which you can do, but you're starting to find some of the problems with that. You don't have any sort of CC or fight back tools because Silas can so easily dodge your spells. I do think that this bot lane has what we call in the business negative aura in terms of how easily they can play the laning phase. Because
you mean Vayne Malphite? Yeah.
Yes, Vayne Malphite are going to get absolutely destroyed early on. And if they can come out of this with even a remotely close CS discrepancy, then I'll be happy.
And if not, well, we'll see if they can make it up in the late game. The nice thing is that you pick some pretty crazy scaling in the second game, and with Vayne, you've absolutely got that in the third. Well, Nausea can take over this game if we go to those 40-minute bangers that we talked about. If Hagel is that merciful, I will say, Nocturne can absolutely mess up a Vayne's day.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Nocturne as well, especially into Vayne, like, the only counterplay that Vayne has is tumbling away, which you don't break the tether, and then condemning the Nocturne away. But Nocturne has one spell shield, and it blocks one spell really well, and Condemn typically ends up being that spell. So
Yeah,
I
I don't
not
think
going to have a
there's
pretty good
single
time.
other spell that it could block.
Not from Vayne, there isn't, no.
Yeah.
Could block Malphite ult, though.
Does it block Tumble? Like,
No, it does not.
who's balancing this?
There's a few people, actually. It's not just one person. I'm reliably informed.
I'll have words with them.
Good.
Small indie company. Yeah, between that and the allow a tentacle interaction with Shen, we can't allow this. Yeti, for now, having a decent time, low on mana, as is Shenpai.
I mean, I don't know how Shen is doing so well here. Let's just use the Condemn. So that one spell.
Hagel's here. Doesn't even have to worry about the spell shield. I suppose pops it anyway and is going to go for the extra autos, but tanks a tower shot too many and does get ignited, nearly going down. Had that last auto connected, Hagel would be dead. As it is, you burn 3 summoners out of the bot lane, and Nausea holds on to Flash.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important. The fact that Nausea doesn't give up the Flash means that you can use that to get away in the future. I mean, you guess that Hegel is going to be there probably religiously, let's be honest. There's a sort of 7th camp of that bot lane. And I'm looking at Nausea's build here. These are some Vayne items if I've ever seen them.
What on earth are we building tier for?
I do not know. I do not know.
Does Q stacked here?
Yes, it does. It does.
Thank the Lord himself.
I now need this game to go to 40 minutes so I can see if Nausea is cooking with gas or not, you know?
I'm really invested in the outcome of this. Like, I don't care what happens outside of the build. I need to know what this is building into, what we're thinking here.
It's surely
because
a mana
you know,
immune.
if one would hope. Does Vayne have a
probably
single
not
AP
an
scaling?
Archangels.
I don't think she has AP scalings, right?
Vayne has 0 AP scaling. You are correct.
At least someone is balancing the game.
Yeah. I mean, I think we could give Vayne AP scalings. I don't think that would break the champion.
No. However, the mid lane, bit broken at the moment. Palu did get ganked, and the CC from Galio actually ends up being pretty good in that situation. So if Demon Chinchilla and Neffy can group up, the longer that this game goes, the more value they're going to get out of it.
And we're getting to a point now down on this bot side where Worn Ace needs to reserve the mana a little bit because they're actually getting close to level 6, maybe 2 more waves. And they probably have kill threat onto this bot lane, which is kind of funny to say. But I asked for not having a gold discrepancy.
Hagel.
Oh, hold on.
There's a Shen ult coming in. Can Hagel survive? Yes, he can. In comes the taunt. Galio ult to follow this up, though, is a 4-man knockup, but Neffy is alone. Flashing out. The heroic exit will not come to fruition, and Nausea, desperately trying to kite back, is slowed all the way. Flash forward from Kyle. And Nausea should survive. Palu grabs the ult of the Malphite.
That's so funny. Now, Worn Ace looks like he absolutely turbo griefed his AD there. But the idea is, I'm going to block the chain for you. Palu goes, thank you so much for the free access. And then ends up just getting absolutely slammed into the ground. That is the best sequence I've seen all day.
That was
incredible.
that was that was so funny. You actually can't be tilted by that. it happens to you, and you just throw your hands up in the air and go, you know what? I guess that is how this works.
Yeah.
I will say, not the worst thing. Dragon got collected by questionable team play, but the gold still pretty even. The game, absolutely anyone's right now. Palu's still very comfortable taking trades, and into Neffy should be able to do so, although Galio, as this trade goes on, is looking more and more uncomfortable. Palu continues it and actually could find a solo kill. But in comes Demon Chinchilla. Taunt gonna connect. Hagel's coming in as well from the side. The gank comes through and unable to finish the kill. Palu CCs again and Demon Chinchilla goes down.
And that is the 2-for-0 in the mid lane. Quality team play. Strike back. The Nocturne ulti comes on through. It saves this mid laner's life. And that right there is what we'd been waiting for. The Nocturne ulti to do some serious work. Eagle going to be very happy with that one, finding what was a really nice counter gank into that mid lane.
Really excited to see how the first Malphite ult of the game works. Well, second Malphite ult of the game works out. As we wait for that bot side, but with an accelerated mid jungle. We've seen how both of these work. When Demon Chinchilla and Neffy are able to group up, they can do some devastating things, and they're doing those things to the Void Grubs at the minute.
And as they should, you know, they're trying to push the pace of this game, trying to get themselves some sizable advantages, obviously, after a pretty rough run of things through the mid lane. Just try and claw their way back in somehow, some way. Looks like they're trying to do it through that top side. 4 people are down in this bot lane. One Ace and Nazia. Be careful.
That's a raw ult, but it hits, and in comes the stun as well. Malphite ult gets used. Vision score gonna go down.
Sorry, there's something so satisfying about full AP Malphite.
It is.
And just booming, you know? Deciding, actually, you do not get to play this game. You ulti me, no, I ulti you, actually.
If I'm Kyle, I'm pretty thankful that it wasn't me in that instance. Paranoia is almost off cooldown, so we should keep that in mind as this mid lane trade goes down, that if Neffy tries to turn it again, they will simply be ulted again, and they just die anyway, in fact.
Yeah. So the thing with this build is you've gone for the bit that doesn't give you magic resist, and instead just gives you health, which early on is okay, but not the best thing. Merc Tread's opener would have been nice. Opting into the MR component of this would have been nice as well. You would have been fine in a different situation there, but I guess caught by a couple of chains as well. Credit to Paolu for that, because you know, landing all the skill shots also important on a Silas. They're coming away to a pretty rip-roaring start here, and I'm looking at ways to see DDD do well. It's going to have to come from this Alawi starting to push the pace of this top lane. You know, look at the turret; it's barely taking any damage, and doesn't take too much early on, but we've seen these structures be felled in not too short a time from here.
You know, this is one of those games where if I'm in it, I'm like, oh my god, we have an Alawi in this game. Because it has been a top lane island, truly. Shenpai did roam that singular time, and outside of that, really has just been Yeti getting alone time with Shen, with the tower. It's working out in the CS angle. Yeah, Paranoia does look like it's channeled bot lane, but I don't know if we're actually... Nope, we don't finish the channel. All good. All good.
One Ace has ulti soon. That's what I'm looking at. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to capitalize upon it. And I'm still curious about Lil Narcia's build. We've got the cull about to be finished. 350 gold in the back pocket for that one. Are we going Muramana? Are we going Blade of the Ruin King? Is it Berserker Boots into Seraphs? Like, I've got no idea.
I want to tell you that we'll find out soon, but I'm honestly completely unsure when or whether
we'll
get
I see.
privilege. Oh. Phantom Dancer into something. Maybe we sell the tier later. Maybe it's an early mana sustain thing so you can dodge the Seraphine Qs and then...
Could be.
I believe it.
Could be. But I don't know. This is something. So currently no AD picked up by the AD carry is important, is my notation currently. Is Demon Chinchilla going to flash the wall?
Oh.
Whoa!
We're doing it! We got it! That was a legendary steal, even through the encore. Demon Chinchilla do get the backup from Neffy, but it's just to give a third kill over. A triple to Kyle, but importantly, Rudu, the dragon to DDD.
That was the second best sequence I've seen all day. Because, I mean, that was beautiful. They both saw the Seraphine ulti. They knew exactly what they had to do. And they did it. Now, how OP is allowed?
Mana to win this. Oh, maybe he does. The tentacles are working. Shenpai, last auto. Never mind, this one's the last auto. Yes, it is.
Okay, not that OP, which is the important part. And importantly, with no mana there, yet he does end up falling. I think even with that much HP, it would have been fine if he had mana. Just obviously didn't have any mana, so ends up losing.
Mm-hmm. That was a odd sequence of events. I'll be honest with you, dude. This is a weird game, and I don't know if it's my brain that is warped by this much League of Legends or the players' brains that is warped by this much League of Legends, but something in the space-time continuum is fluctuating unnaturally, I say, as Hagel walks directly through a control ward to ult the mid lane, where we have got yet another 2v2 cooking. Hagel is here, Demon Chinchilla is no longer, and Neffy trying to walk this one out. Is likely to be CC'd again, perhaps even under the tower. We are diving the Galio, ladies and gentlemen. Double kill over to Hagel, and this gold lead, this game is stretching in the favor of questionable team play.
Yeah, they are. They're starting to snowball here, and that was kind of the fear with these compositions. Whoever got ahead was going to snowball. Whoever fell behind was going to struggle quite significantly. And I mean, as this bot lane here, you have Malphite. Like, you just have to commit. You have to try and go in and send this all in almost. If they're not going to do that, then they're just going to get slowly whittled out, poked down by the Seraphine. But even then, there was a triple kill picked up by Kylonka. So sat currently with the magical footwear, yes, but the second item already picked up from ulti. Good flash.
Very nicely done. Unfortunately, not exactly going to end up being the most comfortable thing, but Kylonka very comfortable. 2 items complete on Yunara. Can and will kill everything on their screen. Double kill goes over to them. Demon Chinchilla unable to do much, and Neffy does show up in the bot lane with Hagel and even Shenpai coming in afterwards. This is going to be another kill going over to the Yunara. 7-0-3. It's Kai's time to put the carry pants on.
If your ultimate isn't on cooldown, you're not playing the game, okay? That was Shenpai's quote. I'm paraphrasing a little bit because I can't find it at the time being. Now we'll see if Yeti can get out of here or not.
That'll not do much. I learned the Silas Ilawi interaction.
Yeah.
Vision score a little bit more comfortable sitting here, as no tentacles are currently attacking them, but Yeti's split pushing potential is really showcased there.
And this is a good look, obviously, for DDD, and the fact that they have a Ilawi who's not in the dirt just yet. The rest of the map, though, it doesn't look great. Pretty much everywhere else is struggling. We got our first pieces of AD built up in the Caulfield's Warhammer for Nausea, presumably to finish off that Muramana in the not-too-distant future. I think the concern is that it will be too far in the future for it to actually matter.
And that is the, as you talked about, snowball danger that we forecasted in the draft, and it's something that both teams did draft for, to be fair. It is snowball or be snowballed, and right now it is questionable team play that are doing the snowballing, looking to earn themselves that quality moniker once again. Warnes will be taken down, isolated in the bot lane, and Neffy unable to actually find the engaged mid lane. We'll just have to watch with Demon Chinchilla as their tower goes down. Hagel looking for a little bit more. Spell Shield gets procced, instantly taunted. And the Justice Punch connecting onto Hagel just leaves the Nocturne sitting on the edge of tower range, waiting for their AD and support to finish off the kills. Vision score, that's a dead Seraphine. That's all good. I'm not too worried about it. In from the side, Malphite ultimate in hand. Paolu should be finishing off the Galio, but a taunt comes through. And Paolu still collects the kill. That last turret shot, once again, finishing off a member of questionable team play in a bit of an awkward time.
It's a double kill for Neff on the Galio.
That's
Granted, it's because questionable team play decided that they were going to send it underneath the turret, and 2 people died as a result. But a double kill's a double kill. And if I'm Neff, I'm taking any of the gold I can get this game. 5k gold down is pretty substantial, I'm not going to lie. Gone are the days where 5k feels like it's relatively easily comebackable, and from the Big 26, it's definitely one of those really bad spots to be in.
The vibes in this game.
Gold.
The vibes in this game are immaculate, dude. Like
the vibes are immaculate. That is true.
This is making me want to queue up. Watching how these 2 teams are playing the game. A reminder that this is their 6th for both teams game of the day, and they are playing like it is. It is all about finding the style points, going for the weird, wacky engages, and winning the game as hard as you can. It's something that both squads seem very eager, very capable of doing right now. At the moment, that focus, however, not even around Baron yet. We've got Rift Herald up as 2 minutes left until the 20-minute mark, and Dragon coming up in 3 means that Rift Herald is really the only thing you can be doing outside of invading the jungle.
In fairness, this is only DDD's 5th game of the day.
Oh, that's
they
my
did
bad.
get O2'd earlier on to send them to this spot.
That's probably why.
They've not had the experience, clearly.
Exactly. Questionable team play, kind of crushing it right now.
Yeah,
that's a channeled in their face. And Hagel sent over to the backline. Little Nasia from the side is doing what she do on the Vayne. Has a lot of backup from the Galio as well, but just the damage not quite there, as there's way too much of it coming from questionable team play. Flash into taunt does take us to a completed ace. 19 minutes into the game, and questionable team play have absolutely earned themselves quality.
And I think they may well be earning themselves that bronze medal here, dear. They are 7,000 gold to the good. 19 minutes into this game, taking down tier 2 turrets in the mid lane. Gonna try and go out via that top side, most likely. Baron spawns in 10 seconds. I think taking this off the spawn kind of shows how far ahead they are.
Yeah. They're thinking about it. This could be a throw, I am just going to say. I know that you're thinking it as well, Rudude. There's a teleport in here.
Okay, they want to play.
Now, Rudude, we are cooking with gas.
Yeah. Okay, Neff gets in there. Cones away. They stop the Baron, which is not nothing.
No, it's pretty good. They get away.
All right. Kailonka just about gets away. Warn Ace is flanking with no ulti. Has now just come back up off cooldown. And that's going to be all that we see for that little exchange. They stop the Baron, and that's honestly nice.
Tier is upgraded.
Tier is now mana immune. Not yet Muramana, which
Soon
is surely when the spike hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not convinced yet. I did see Nasia in that fight just a little bit ago, free hitting for a good long time. You know, only one person died, so I'm yet to be compelled.
We'll see if the next team fight can convince you. A little bit more
we
attack
will.
speed on the way as well, and
I am also absolutely building this if we play again later. Like, I'm definitely going to test this.
I'm telling you right now, I'm queuing after this game. This is, there is no greater ad for playing League of Legends than watching 10 people have an amazing time play League of Legends. And Palu certainly having an amazing time right now, rocking to the front. Huge encore comes through onto
there.
2 members. Kailonka getting slammed down on by some incredible play from Yeti on the Alawi. Still 1v2ing and actually winning the fight. Yeti on the Alawi, raid bosses, raid mogs, all of questionable team play, and finds a reverse ace.
And just barely their vision score, I think, keeping them from losing the Baron. A final double Q actually snipes out 2 people there. Both Yeti and Lil Nausea got killed by the final spells as Vision sort of martyred the top lane and the AD carry. I mean, the thing is, I don't think that trying to get objectives here is possible as DDD. Like, you can't go to the Baron, you can't particularly go to the Dragon either. But that fight went so well for DDD, largely because the Alawi was left unchecked. They got hit by a triple taunt into triple knockup by Galio. And actually, all of the CC started to connect. Kailonka got caught out, got picked up by that. And got just a little bit too close for comfort. Now, I think give this Dragon, let's take the wins where we can get them, and let's hope that there's some sort of overextension in a little bit here again.
Yeah, I mean, that was awesome. Like, that's the Alawi fantasy, and if you can just cook up a team fight like that again, you are going to find another team fight. Maybe victory, maybe close to, as we saw there, with Baron still available and still very much the focus for questionable team play. That is likely going to be what presents itself, the opportunity to fight once again. This time, just a little bit of vision securing around the objective is necessary, though, because right now, DDD can see the Baron. They know the questionable team play aren't doing it.
Okay, so that's a good stop again, making sure that they're not on said Baron. We've got a Rage Blade now for Nausea, so we're getting back into the normalities of Vayne with this Rage Blade being picked on up, but for one, find myself a little disappointed. Maybe Riftmaker next would be my go-to. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to cook up some things here.
I'm a believer, but I am terrified. Risky, given the third game nature of this particular match, to take that back, but I suppose it works out. Vision score is he's just that guy.
I've been constantly looking, trying to see if they are vision score mogging on the other side. Like, are they successfully out vision scoring the enemy? So far, yes.
So far, yes. That's good. Ooh, Sweeper's gonna catch that ward too. Lays down another one.
Oh, no plus on the vision score.
No,
I do hate to see it. Wait.
Maybe a little control ward.
Oh,
That's gonna go. We're
That's
farming.
2. Okay,
I can't believe you let your AD carry take that.
Yeah.
I take that.
But the
for my
pink
AD carry
itself
every day.
did get 2, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to make excuses here for the marksman, but that is unforgivable. And another 2 there.
All right, here we go. Baron started up. A reminder that, well, this is not directly on Vision. DDD do know this is happening and should be looking for a fight. I say that. We've actually got a fight being picked by Hagel, who is rocketed on in with a stolen Galio ult on top of them. Now the real Galio, the hero's entrance, finds a triple knockup, but the Encore does CC3 from the backline. Kailonka is putting out absurd damage, completely untouched and free firing. And it's time for Yeti with a leap of faith to reverse this, but everybody disengages. A triple kill goes to Kailonka, and it is another ace, our third ace of the game at 25 minutes, and questionable team play are walking down the mid lane.
Yeah, that might be the game, that might be the series, that might be third place secured for QTP here. Their wave just barely comes in. I think that the death time is just short enough to be able to defend their Nexus. And they're going to take this inhibitor turret, turn tail, head back toward the Baron. So the game continues here. It is going to continue at a serious disadvantage for questionable team play. We know now that there's enough damage for DDD to actually take these team fights. That combo between Malphite, Diana, and Galio as a trio, they do so much work. If Nausea was alive, if Yeti was there, the team fight looks completely different. Unfortunately, getting picked off to begin with, Yeti fails his flash over the wall, doesn't get involved in the team fight within enough time, and it just barely costs them.
That is going to have knock-on effects as well, with no flash on the Alawi on a fight that you lost. It does mean that you don't really have the opportunity for the next 5 minutes to win one off of it, which is going to be really important given that this is Soul Drake for questionable team play, spawning in 1 minute, and your jungler might not even live to see the day. Taunted and taken down. Demon Chinchilla getting away for just a second before being shut out of that particular dream. Shenpai ready to re-engage onto Yeti, who's already used the Leap of Faith. Grabs a taunt there, makes sure to take out the support, and again leaves Kailonka untouched in this fight. Full HP on the Yunara, a god on this champion.
14-1-8. This is the Yunara dream right here. You just get to stand and free hit, doing so much work through the course of that fight, and unfortunately, just the bare bones of magic resistance being built up have given over enough tenacity and enough ability to sustain to make sure that that Diana Malphite combo is not quite strong enough.
Got a Shen ulting on top of you as well. You've got Hagel turning out the lights to reduce how much coordination DDD can really have. I think it's a big strength of the Nocturne. But that dragon spawning either way is going to either force an engagement or unlock questionable team play to really do some ludicrous things. Cloud Drake is insane for them.
Is there any way in for Demon Chinchilla? He's got no flash, got a cone though.
There we go.
Gets over.
Hagel should be here with the smite, but it's actually stolen away. Demon Chinchilla manages to pull out the steal. The team fight that follows does still have Kailonka going off with a double kill. It is still disastrous for DDD. But if you get in contact with the jungler, there's not much that they really could have done here. The ace gets completed, our 4th of the game. And Rudude, I've got to imagine that this is the end.
Well, maybe imaginations will come true. Maybe they won't, though. Demon Chinchilla is up in 10 seconds with ulti, and there are 5 people who are going to have to be relatively clumped up here. No flash is going to make it hard to get in. 2 seconds? I don't know. I can see something good happening.
Warnace does get quickly taunted, delaying that,
There
but in
it
comes
is.
the Diana ultimate. Warnace unfortunately cannot follow it up. Kailonka picks up the kill, and now, with no one but an ultless Malphite left to stand in their way, questionable team play will ascend to quality, taking 3rd place.
And for Kailonka, 18-1-10 on the Yunara. What a performance. Absolute demolition of that bot lane. The Vayne, unfortunately, didn't quite cook hard enough. The gas was left off. We've gone back to coal, and this was unfortunately not quite good enough.
It was the game that we were looking forward to, though. From the draft, Rudude, we mentioned that these two teams were done with these long scaling compositions. They drafted for Snowball, and it was haymakers all the way this game. Questionable team play, throwing a few more of them, of course, towards the end. A little bit of a snowball effect, but DDD definitely answering back.
Absolutely, and you know they really tried. They did give their all, and it was honestly such a pleasure to watch. So much fun to get to commentate this, and just sort of see people in their element, having fun as well. I'll be curious to see sort of the vibes of people here. I know this is the 3rd place game, so definitely, you know, it's not for the championship, so hopefully people aren't taking things too to heart more than anything. But it was just a lot of fun, and you know the expectation here that you're able to come out after what is 5-6 games for these teams now and still perform just as well as you did earlier on is definitely a tall order.
Yeah, and you know, it has been a long day. It has been a long weekend for these teams. And it's been an awesome time to spend with your coworkers. We have seen a lot of different elements of everyone. And my favorite part of this tournament, Rudude, is that we got to see good news stories, funny moments from all across the Rift in all of these games. I'm coming out of this weekend, of course, impressed with how some of some of the Veeam employees play League of Legends, but more than that, excited at the amount of synergy that they were able to build up, and also camaraderie that you're likely getting after even losing a game against some of these
Yeah.
teams, going, you know what, that was well played.
Yeah, losing that game, honestly, I don't think you can be mad about. Like, you kind of got rolled, which is going to happen on occasion, and honestly, it's kind of insane that it only happened to us on the 6th game of the day. But it was still a lot of fun, and hopefully, as long as you're enjoying the vibes of the team as much as we were enjoying it as well, like that's all that you need. And like you say, the camaraderie, the in it together nature, always lots of fun.
Yeah, that was my favorite part of the weekend, outside of the stolen Malphite ultimate. That was absolutely fantastic. There, I now that we've got this game concluded, though, I do want to talk a little bit about how the standings worked out overall. It does look like Rule 34 Urgot did manage to take the win. So they will be our first place team, followed by Tilt as a Service, and now Questionable Team Play. And now we've got our interview with Questionable Team Play. So let's see who we got.
Hello.
All right.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Vision Score.
Congratulations, well done.
Congratulations. Yeah, that was a very, very excellent series. How are you feeling after the games, after the weekend of gameplay, after honestly a really long day?
Well, I feel happy. And also I feel exhausted because it was a long day. That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
it's been what, 6 games? 6 games, I think, for you today. So definitely a good old slog through League of Legends for the day, but lots of fun had, and especially your mage play as well. Definitely something that was keeping us nice and excited throughout the majority, really, of this series. After that the first best of 3, you're going into the next third place game. How was the team? How was the vibe? How was the atmosphere going into that best of 3?
Well, we actually we hoped that we will go to the final. We didn't, but we still felt good, and we were ready to fight for a third place. Anyway, it's a chance to play more games as a team, and we enjoyed it.
I now question, just because I obviously don't work at Veeam, so I don't know how often you interact. During the course of this tournament, were you playing with people that you normally interact with in the workplace, or was it from different departments and different areas of Veeam?
Well, as for me, I haven't played with the guys before, but some guys or our mid laner and our ADC, they have played together before, so they are acquainted at least. But
That's good.
and
So you've the question, I try to gauge sort of how long people have been playing League of Legends for. And if the answer is I don't remember, that's absolutely fine. What is the first champion that you remember being released, so that we can sort of date how long you've been playing League for?
Oh, it's a tough question. Well, I've played since season 2, and I remember probably Diana maybe, or but I'm not sure because it was a long time ago.
No, absolutely. That's a good benchmark. Playing since season 2. Remember Diana getting released. Incredible. I mean, we're here like season 4, I think, Dia and I. Maybe back end of season 5, but you've tenured us very nicely there.
Last question for you. As I know that it has been a long day, I wanted to know, can be from today, can be from yesterday. What was your favorite moment of the tournament, of playing with your team? What's something that stands out to you that you'll remember is, that was really enjoyable?
Well, actually, it's hard to pick one to choose one moment because they there were many of them, and I remember the moment when we stayed against R34 Orgut, and we we did really well unexpectedly, because I played against them on the last tournament, and it was hard. We had no chances at all, and now I felt like we can do something, and the only thing I regret that we didn't go to the final to play with them versus them again. So uh, and well, and every win, of course, it's huge. Mm, you feel excited when you win. I know. I think everyone knows. It's nothing new about it.
Well, I am glad that you guys got the opportunity to win a lot throughout the weekend and to win in this final series. It was a very exciting weekend of games, and again, congratulations! Thank you so much for giving your energy and your positive play to the rest of your squad and to everyone you saw in the Rift today. So have a good weekend.
Thank you, and you too, and thank you for being with us all this time.
Of course. Yeah, it was very enjoyable. We're gonna let Vision Score go again. Great series from them, and I should have mentioned that we were counting his Vision Score. Just let him know that he was staying ahead. Although I was glad that you asked, because Vision Score was only a recent introduction, and so I was wondering how long he had been playing, and then to change your name to Vision Score. I was wondering.
That's fair. They didn't always get counted. So at some point prior to Vision Score, they weren't called Vision Score,
Yeah.
So that's something else.
It's funny. I said that like Vision Score was recent. It might have been added like 7 years ago. I don't know.
It wasn't it when I started playing, therefore it's recent.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
It looks like we've got
working on getting a second person in here. So we're just gonna cut the mustard, have a little bit of fun whilst we wait for that interview to happen. I'm in the spirit now of just merging two different metaphors, or what did you say? Two sides of the same stone, or something?
Oh my god! I saw like two birds of the same cloth. It was just the most disgusting English to have come out of my mouth.
There has to be other good ones that we can find as well later on, but
yeah.
I'll be workshopping those through the evening to make sure that people get only the best quality splices of the English language, just to really throw people that are non-native speakers off.
Yeah. I mean, I was talking about it this week. It is sort of like an art, right? Because metaphors are such a big part of language that eventually mixing metaphors is its own valid way of like creating the next steps of the English language, but it just doesn't make sense, and so it's just very.
So instead, we just go to brain rot words from the younger generations.
Exactly. I really appreciated the use of mogging in this particular day. I thought that was good. Yeah.
I think we mogged a lot, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we did. I
think if I said mogging, I would get crucified by potential people also who I see at my employment. So that might be.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should say it at work.
Yeah.
Everybody watching right now should try using mogging in a sentence at work.
They've got no idea what mogging means. Oh, I feel like that's such a actual Gen Alpha slang. Which is depressing that we're using it so fluently, honestly. But
you spend enough time.
Just the way we do.
I was happy to hear that people had been playing with each other outside of the tournament as well, and so this is sort of a moment where a lot of different people, casual league players, and those who like to play a little bit more frequently, could come together. And actually, we've got our second interview, so let's go ahead and bring them in to hear from what I'm expecting is the other side of this. Hello, welcome to stream.
The unfortunate side this time around.
Hey,
a bit unfortunate, but really happy with how it all went down. It was a really fun tournament. And thank you guys for all the commentating. I loved it.
I mean, of course,
thank you for making the game so fun to commentate. Is how I'm going to respond to that, because this third game, I think we had the most fun in this third game, even though it might have been the most sort of one-sided affair. There were so many fun interactions to see. And I think I'm going to steal my
Go for it.
colleague's question here because it was such a good one. What was your most favorite part of the weekend that you've had? What did you enjoy the most? Is there a single moment that you can remember that was just the
Well,
tip,
there
the
is
peak,
a
the
single
best?
moment I can remember. I watched it on repeat for my. I actually, I kind of gloated to my daughter, like, look at your dad, how good he is. That dive under the tower with Nasus. I got lucky actually there, but
Yeah, yeah.
that was my best play this weekend basically. For a casual player, that's something. So yeah.
I
I
genuinely
remember that
choked.
moment. Yeah, yeah. He literally, I
Mhm.
don't know if you heard it on the broadcast, but he was actually choking
Yeah,
after
yeah,
that.
yeah. I didn't hear it on the
A really good moment.
broadcast, but he said it afterward. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Anyway,
that was
cool,
super
strong
fun.
players.
Sorry?
Strong players. A lot of strong players. Good team play from Rule 34. I think they won, right? I didn't get the chance to check.
Yes.
I was really
Yeah.
curious. Yeah, yeah. The best team play in the whole tournament. Really grouping together, guarding each other's backs. So really playing league
Hmm.
as it should be played.
Hmm. How long before the tournament did you get to practice with your team? How and like where did you end up feeling like you guys did the best or improved the most over the weekend?
Actually, I was talking with my teammates, and I do think we played better than last time around, last year. But
Hmm.
this time there were more teams and better teams, so that is fine. We did try to train, but we didn't really have got our schedules synced up. So when we did play together, we ended up playing like just the three of us or two of us, four of us. Um, just one night before the tournament, we got a couple of games in, all five of us, and I think we lost those games, both of them. I'm not sure. We might have won one, but I can't remember right now. I'm a bit too many league games
Yeah.
today
Yeah.
and yesterday. But yeah, not much training. We should have done more actually on that side from us. Yeah.
It's been a long day. So do not fear. I mean, you played 5 games today, I think, just as a
Hmm.
just in a tournament setting as well. When was the last time you played 5 League of Legends games in a day? That's the question to you. When was the last time that happened?
Yeah, as your lawyer, you don't
Uh,
have to answer this.
Yeah.
no, but I really don't remember. I'm more into into TFT lately, so I can say that a couple of weekends ago is the last time I played like 5 TFT games. That's for sure. But
Mm.
League, no, it's
Okay.
been a while. It's been a while. Yeah.
Yeah. TFT is relaxing, you know. League is
Hmm.
it
Yeah.
takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of
Yeah.
coordination, and we definitely saw that from your squad this weekend. I was excited to see the Nasus whipped out again in this series. It was very exciting. I imagine that you play mostly top lane when you're playing yourself. Are you
Yeah.
mostly playing Nasus and Udyr as well?
Uh, well, I did. I I think I have a couple of years since I rarely started playing. When I see this tournament doing from our company, I do it just because of the nostalgia and because I love it. But it's been a while. It's been years. But yeah, mostly top laners. Ilaoi is one of my favorite champs. I really wish I would have done better with her this last game because I think she's my most played champ like
Mm.
a couple of seasons ago. But yeah, Nasus, Ilaoi, Udyr are my. I don't know if you guys know Trick to G. I kind of try to
Yes.
to follow him.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Big fan of Trick.
That explains the
I
whole breaker.
think yeah, the whole breaker. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna let you go for the evening. We've had a long
Mhm.
day.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
go.
yeah.
Let's go rest up. Have a
Hmm.
wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your
Yeah.
weekend, as little of it as there may be. But let's have a relaxing evening. Catch up with people.
Thank you,
If you've
and
got any final words,
thanks,
please. Here's your floor.
thank you guys. Thank you for the commentating. I want to thank every team. Everybody did great. I loved it. So it was a fun tournament. Have a nice
Well,
night, and thank
thank
you
you so
again, guys.
much. Of course.
Bye.
Good night, and
It's awesome to see two different players from both sides of this match, both just after the weekend, bringing so much positivity into the interviews, Dude. It is clear that they have had a fantastic time. And I have to say, I have too. Now, in the same way as you gave to Yeti, any final words for us as we close the stream?
Just a massive well done to everybody who played, not just today, yesterday as well. Like they were really, really quite long days, and everybody gave their all. Everybody was trying, and at the same breath, everybody was having fun as well, which is so refreshing to be able to get both perspectives on that. Thank you to everybody who was able to come on as well and give us an interview after the fact. Like sometimes, I mean, especially in that position, it's so difficult to have, played a grueling best of three, have just lost, and then you have to come on to interview and make sure that you're being positive, being professional, being all of that sort of stuff. But everybody was just doing it so seamlessly. All the positive reinforcement that we've received as well, just sort of people thanking us, which is really really nice to say. And I'm thinking, from our perspective, I feel like the chance to get to come and commentate just really fun games as well must have been really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it was an excellent weekend of games, and getting the chance to see and like really understand players in the sense of like watching them play over and over again, figuring out who is good at what's working best. Of course, Rule 34 Urgot do rule the Rift once more. Them grabbing first place is a big testament to their skill, to their team play, to their coordination. But our two challengers, Tilt as a Service and Questionable Team Play, rose up the ranks this year to place second and third. DDD finishing in fourth, still really respectable performance, but one that they'll want to come back from in future tournaments. This year, 2026, has unseated some champions, but left the Kings still at the top. We'll see if anyone can challenge Rule 34 Urgot, as this hopefully inspires a lot of passion around the office to play some League together, get coordinated, get training for the next tournament. We've got plenty more here at Veeam, as I know that we get some Dota tournaments here as well. Lots of opportunities to bond with the office, to get to know everyone. A big thank you again to everyone who tuned in today, who played throughout the weekend, who kept things positive, fun, and enjoyable for all. We've enjoyed casting for you, and now we're going to enjoy a little bit of a break as well. Thanks again, and we'll see you next time.